versus each other. We had expectations for some of these teams were going to finish high, but they weren't. And they weren't able because of these ranking rules. This is how everything works out here at the Nbpl. First place, you get yourself 5 ranking points, but you get a kill multiplier of 1.6, and all of those points carry over, so you need to be aggressive. You need to also place high. We can see the overall standings. This is coming out of our last bi-weekly, so it doesn't include all 24 teams in the tournament, just the 16 that have played so far. But you can see Bowder is probably the big one there, and WBG right now in 15th and 14th. These are 2 teams we had high expectations for. Obviously, WBG, reigning champions from Season 1. Obviously, we expected them to do well. They had 1 good game and then just were a nothing team the entire time. Bowder, just a stacked roster and a team that did show up in playoffs, but they were a team who, you know, just looking at the roster, we were excited about. FPX, on the other hand, they were interesting, Foxy, because what they did was they fixed a lot of their consistency problems. They've always been a team that, like, go out on a bang or a whimper. Like, they either score no points or they score like 1,000,000 points. And this time they had a high scoring game and then just play consistently for the rest of the day. You can see that 30-point game, massive game, and then it was just kind of like mediocre, kind of middling scores. I mean, 17 and 19, not really mediocre, but even so, that consistency is what's currently put them in first.
I mean, that's what you need, right? When you're playing 6 games a day, it's all about consistency. You can't just be like that one game hero. It's not going to be good enough. And as you said, like, kind of a slow start as well for FPX, you know, 3.8 and 2 in the first 2 games. But this is the thing, right? You can't let just each game is its own identity, you know, it's its own thing. If it doesn't go too well, that's fine. You've got the next game. It's all about just, you know, not necessarily popping off every single game, but just trying to get those 1 or 2 pop-off games and then just not dropping the ball in the other ones. We're seeing the players backstage here getting ready for their games, getting all beautified up, because of course you can't be good at video games unless you're looking good as well, as we all know. So very important.
Is that why I'm bad at games?
No, that's why you're the best at games, honestly. Honestly.
Do you know what's interesting about Naraka? Because as you can see right here, 3 players from different teams, all just chilling out. You got WBG, GG, and I totally missed who the last one was, but you can see, like, these guys are quite happy just to hang out with each other.
Love that.
There's a lot of love in this game. I'm gonna be real with you. Me and Foxy mostly come from our roots in League. It was very different. You don't see pre-game teams hanging out with one another, just chatting and being really friendly, and they just, like, everybody who plays at this level and plays in the competitive scene are just mates. And I think in a way that helps them. It hurts us when we ask the players to trash talk and they just don't want to trash talk their friends, but
that should be the opposite. Surely you want to trash talk your friends. Honestly, I'm way more willing to talk crap about people I know and like than people I don't know. Maybe that's an English thing though.
Yeah, and I was about to say that's because you're British, mate. I don't think everyone else is like that. But they're just like, they're so chill with each other, and I think that also gives like an element of kind of, I think it helps kill the nerves when, you know, you're playing versus your mate and not some guy who's been smack talking. You're like, I have to prove this guy wrong. It's like, this guy just said I'm nice. I'll just go in and have some fun. Like, the mood always seems to be really positive in Naraka. You know, but their game faces do go on. And, like, everyone's all chill, and then they get behind the keyboard, and then suddenly it's like, it's time to play. It's kill time. And, you know, it's been eye-opening seeing an esport like this. As we can see our glorious stage, and all the teams are currently getting ready.
Yeah. There's our J team residents right there as well, looking to try and really find their form again, since it's been a little bit iffy since they won the Worlds. Honestly, I think I'm expecting a little bit more from them, and I haven't quite seen it, but I still believe there's more in the bag for this team. They can show up a little bit, and you know, definitely. I mean, I don't want to say they're a dark horse or a sleeper team, because obviously, like I said, they won Worlds, man. Like, it's not really a phrase you would use to describe world champions, but from what we've seen so far, at least, they have been flying under the radar a little bit, and this is a team I expect to make a significant resurgence, or the potential to make a significant resurgence as we go through these games.
Well, during Season 1, it was all J team for like the first 2 weeks, and then we just stopped talking about them. They did have a resurgence during playoffs and looked okay. There's definitely room to grow. They've changed some players out. Things have changed. But on the other side here, WBG, they're kind of having the J team curse right now, where we're coming in going, man, you gotta watch WBG. They're gonna be the team to watch, and they just fell so short when it counted, and you know, they had one good game, but then they would lose fights early and then just get taken out of the game way too early to actually put any meaningful points together. We even saw games where they were going out with like 7 kills, but they were so low down, but they didn't get any placement points or multipliers, so they just got 7 points. It was distressing to see the least from them. But this is a team I'm excited about, GG. I think we got some really stacked players on this roster. They were consistently kind of 1 to 3, all split long in whatever group they played in, so they are a definite team to watch here, Foxy.
Yeah, you seem right here probably 3 of the teams that you want to keep your eyes on, honestly, so far. If you're coming into these games, you're not quite sure who to watch. GG looking pretty good, WBG being those reigning champions, still off to a slow start, and similarly to J Team as well, and the Wolverhampton Wolves. This is something which I was entirely shocked when I was watching this, watching the NBPL. This is a British football team. They've got a team here in Naraka, and honestly, it's a pretty good team. Like, I think they were 5th, if I'm not mistaken, in the rankings leaderboards, and it's always really fun to watch these guys. Like, they're so crazy, they're so aggressive. So if you're looking at people to have those early game plays and to really get into those early game skirmishes, Wolves are definitely your boys. They're gonna keep things spicy for us here in that early.
I was genuinely caught off guard when Foxy told me that while we were doing our prep for today. I didn't realize Wolves were Wolverhampton Wolves, because we've been going, oh man, Alliance, they're the only team from Europe right now in the NBPL. But no, we got Wolves as well. So we got 2 European teams, and Wolves are very fun to watch. And we got 6 games of them to watch, because this is today's schedule. If you're joining us now for the first time, things have changed since season 1. We don't have 3 games of solos into 3 games of trios. It's 3 games of trios, 3 games of 6 games of trios. Then the next day, 6 games of solos. So we get lots of games of that game mode. But we can see the hero selection is off. No one is baiting us with a zipping right now. Just having a quick look at the overall comps, and seeing again quite a few Yotos to start us off. We saw more and more Yoto towards the end of the first day of the trios, as people started to realize Monk's great but situationally good in final circles. It's a very good final circle comp. If the circle doesn't favor Monk, there's a lot of terrain, they can really struggle. And Yoto, she's just good in these final circles. This is where you can pick up, you know, 11 kills. If enough people make it into the final circle, you group up, Yoto pops her ultimate, everybody dies.
Exactly, and it's not just Yoto as well, but it's like who you pair Yoto with. You often see like these Wu Chen and Vipers coming alongside her, and those Viper stuns coming through, like holy moly, like you combo that with what Yoto wants to do, and it's just utterly disgusting. It's really vile, and she's still really good in those skirmishes as well. So if you do want to take those early game, more of those early game fights, like you can still get that going. Looks like some pretty traditional setups here, and we're gonna see. Oh mate, some of these zones are pretty clustered here. Some of these drops here, these spawns, we could get some action early on, and it's always fun watching people just like scramble for the early game loot. We'll see who can come out on top of this one.
Very excited to get into this game, and they are clustered spawn locations. People are going to be fighting tooth and nail to get this good loot. Also, just to get enough kills on the board. Wolves uncharacteristically actually seem to be a distance away from everyone else, so they're probably just gonna look to loot up and then kind of just play the wilderness as they normally do, but not looking for an early fight. They're kind of like, they like to roam in between like the zones. Oh no, there's another team on them. Okay, don't worry, yeah. Wolves are getting ready to go as we're dropping into game number 1, and already eyes on GG, who have NPG with them as well here right atop Celestria. As it looks like GG actually just decide they're not going to win this fight, and they can't get any good loot because they didn't spawn close enough. So they're just going to take the L and have to walk away and just kind of get whatever they can. But over, Bowder, EWG, and J Team all going toe to toe here. See, the Wu Chen Wind Wolves have gone down, and Bowder actually looking to play this defensively and retreat. Normally, Foxy, we see someone go down by now, but actually it's been fairly chill. These players quite happily walking away. Meanwhile, we do finally cut over to some action where people are landing their blows. Q9 taking a fight here versus AOW. Miskia already taken down, and Ping Tao will be next to follow as well. Q9 just slaughtering AOW here.
Yeah, that's going to be 3 kills there for Q9. All of AOW are wiped in that early game fight. Perfect start there for Q9, getting that early game. Now you got to kind of just find that loot, make sure that you're not hanging around for too long, because A lot of these teams like to play vulture. You know, they see the fights are happening, they move around really quickly around the map, and then they try and third party, or they try and get you while you've got cooldowns, or you're a little bit weak from the previous fight. Q9 find themselves in that second fight, in another one here against QOC here. See if they can make this one happen. The Yoto ult coming through pretty early on this one. So it's going to be a disengage. Not too much happening early on in this fight. Respect the strength of that squad and live to fight another day.
It's also, I think, a respect to the fact WBG were about. There's a lot of people are very clustered in that third party. It's very scary. You burn all those ultimates, it's gonna hurt. Xiaolue is actually on the top with the ballista, just raining those shots down. That ballista, especially when you've only got like the gray armor, that does a lot of damage to you. But Q9 find themselves again in another fight, but they're getting CC chained. Nowhere for them to go. Gua, low HP, being hunted now by WBG, looking for redemption after the last day's action. They are going to quickly just ping out there with the Wu Chen ult. And now it's actually WBG who are in a bit of trouble because they've got Sleepwalker down, so they need to find a win here over JDG. Looking to pick them up there, freeze them in place with the Justina ult has been used, but Lion TT has also popped his Yoto ult as well, looking for Jing. Can't quite get the damage to stick onto anybody, unfortunately, and they will be able to gatekeep Sleepwalker's body, stopping WBG from picking up their teammate. But 13 Xiao's trying his best to see if he can do something about it as they do jump back in. Quickly pops the freeze just to keep himself up. Lion TT loses the majority of his shield, but now 13 Xiao has no shield. He lands a good counter onto Lion and gets the kick off as well. The Wu Shen ult out, and that is going to be them on the run. But they do still have 13 Xiao, who's now 1 versus 3, able to send a couple of people packing, but he's just going to get grapple locked if he tries to escape, and he knows it. So maybe looking for a quick escape, but not going to be able to find that opportunity. 13 Xiao will be going down here as JDG will be able to pick him up.
That was a 4-team skirmish right there with WBG and JDG coming in at the end. JDG coming out on top at the end as well of that one. Really good start for those guys. We're seeing some more action on the other side of the map as well, as J-Team have found EWG. There's that Viper ulti going to lock down DK. I don't think he's long for this world, mate. I think he's going to fall down. He's done though. He's got a friend, but I think his friend's going down as well. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, there it is. But I think there's Wolves as well. Here comes that third party. EWG now maybe on the back foot, trying to run away, playing around that no ult zone. It's going to be a little bit of tapering off right now. But that is J-Team on the bad end of things there from EWG.
That's really messy, actually, with a no ult field and then also the Bane's Breath coming down at the same time. Makes it really hard to avoid it because they can't use any of their abilities in there. And it's just locking them in place. That's a really, really rough zone if you want to go take a fight, because if you're not controlling that Bane's Breath, you're not going to be okay. But oh, Treasure Trove has been popped here. That's a lot of Dark Tide coins, so keep your eyes out for those blessings in the shops, because Bowder will be able to gear themselves up fairly effectively. That is off them losing a fight as well. They've used all of their resurrections, so they are definitely in a position where they need to be a little bit scared, and so do OC here. They have no reses available to them, and they are still in the middle of taking a fight, but they want to keep this going. Able to take down OC, sorry, it's OUG who are actually winning that. And remember, they're the ones with their reses. OC didn't, so they're going to have to try and pick up their teammate, but I don't think they're going to be able to do so.
No, if you're OUG here, just make sure that's not going to happen. And that should be a member down here for OC. They're going to be in a bit of a pickle. Not the way you want to start things out. Obviously, in trios, you're falling down a man. It's a really, really significant loss. You're kind of just looking for those third-party opportunities. And you can't take, you know, even fights. You have to try to just get those scraps in those fights. As we're looking at a fight now with Wolves and JDG. JDG were winning this previous fight that we saw. Not going to be the same story here for Lily. He's going to fall down. It's just Lion TT all by his lonesome here. One-man army. Not looking too happy in this one. But Wolves, the fighting, the scrappy Wolves that we love to see, at it again early on in this game. Picking up those kills, getting themselves involved in those skirmishes. And now NPG versus Q9. Just a teeny little bit of just scouting each other out. A little bit of harassing with those ranged weapons. Not too much, but it looks like NPG might, maybe, look for this play there. They were kind of flirting with it, but just going to disengage in the end. Nothing happening.
Yeah, I just want to play a little bit safer. Wolves playing how we expect Wolves to play. Every time we look at them in the middle of a fight, they are a team that hunts these kills. Still got their revives as well for a little bit longer. So they're quite happy just to go aggressive as possible as the Viper stun's coming out here from EWG, able to lock down one of the Wolves members, and they will lose their life. Maybe Wolves can get them up in time, but now taking this fight down, a player is going to bite them a little bit as the meter dump there comes in, and 14 is out. Wolves will be forced to use their resurrection just before the second circle does close in, but that not particularly the loss they were looking to take there. EWG actually looking pretty good, just the amount of kills they got. You're looking to take names, Foxy. You're looking to take names, not losses.
Not losses. That honestly right there is the power of Viper, especially in trios. Like holy moly, like you pop down that Viper ulti in the middle of a team, and then everyone just has to run away to try and like break the tether or break the line of sight. And then once you've scattered people, even if you're not getting a stun off, even if no one gets stunned, you completely separated people, and then you just go 3v1, v1, v1 instead of it being a pure 3v3. It's so strong in these trios. That's why you see Viper being running almost all these compositions, or a good half of them. You'll see as we've got another fight coming in through here. YZG versus, can't see because we're XCG.
There's so many Z's and G's and all of these names.
It's so fast as well, man. What I love here, though, is we're seeing this greatsword gameplay. Greatsword gameplay, it's just so beautiful in these kind of like cluster fights right here. The big difference between greatsword and the other weapons, like you get your focus attack off on your second auto swing instead of your third. So you can actually do like huge leaps, like a lot faster than you can with the other weapons. Like you can surprise people, but at the same time, like you're also less telegraphed. So there is an upside to having those greatsword plays early on. Yeah, and just like catching people by surprise.
I'm also a big fan of the greatsword in the final circles and late game, because everyone's so clustered. You hit so many people. It's like just massive AoE damage coming out from that weapon. So I like it, but I was seeing fights within the circles, akin to what we were seeing over in EU last season. I think you weren't here, Foxy, for that, but EU teams are just nuts. I don't understand. They will like run into the circle to go take a fight. It's just psychopath gameplay. They're so funny to watch. They literally have no respect for the circle. They just run into it, take fights, and then just like don't do anything in the circle. They're crazy. Gonna cut over to Q9 here, taking themselves a fight versus AOW, fighting for this blessing, and it looks like Jen's actually going pretty low on the monk. Is down, so if you die in monk form, you die in real life, and that's going to be the sandstorm coming out from the side of WBG, and they're just going to use the Tammy to get control of the Mora's blessing and pick these buffs up for themselves. It's the Draco Storm onto WBG, so they're just going to be looking for a lot of fights now.
Yeah, and that's the power of these kind of like control compositions. Like when you have someone like the Smolch just create that zone, and when you've got like the transform as well with the monk, if you want to slap that one down, like if you're fighting around the buff, it's easy. Like people have to fight in that area. It's almost like fighting around the last circle. We're gonna get a transform here into the terracotta warrior from Sheng, but it's just gonna be used to run away. He is by his lonesome. The entirety of WBG on his tail right here. Well, he's trying to get out of this one, but it looks like WBG might be able to just chase him down. They are going to be grappling onto him. I don't think he'll be able to survive this one. I think he's in a little bit of a pickle, and it is going to be falling down here, especially against those buffs. Like, you don't stand a chance, mate. It's 3v1 into the Shadow Realm with him. MPG is going to fall.
I think I'm wrong, actually. I think that might be the new buff, the Mystic's Might or whatever it's called, because they don't all have the buff. Which to me, they don't all have the buff.
But I'm a noob here.
It's because they're very similar. They're very similar.
Yo, look at the flow, Jake.
No, it's gone. I've got rid of it. I've cut it off.
Picture,
I need to get a new photo. I spoke to the behind the scenes team, and I was like, guys, we need to chase this photo. I look like a grease lord. I'm gonna be real with you.
Absolutely love it. Amazing thing about us. We are blessed. We're blessed with amazing Naraka gameplay. We're blessed with amazing caster pictures as well. And this is another beautiful fight happening right here. OC, however, looking like they're going to be on the receiving end of a world of hurt. JJ Hard coming through with that terracotta warrior. The transform having that extra damage in those fights. Extra strength right there. Really punishing OC. And Wolves joining in on this one as well. This could be a little bit tough, although I believe that's actually Wolves just scouting out in that close one, excuse me, not actually joining in
Oh,
the fight.
good Wu Chen. I totally missed they Wu
Good
Chen them
TP,
out.
Yeah.
And this
So
is
much happening,
actually...
like, just, the TP is so strong.
This is what you see actually the evolution of the Yoto comp, because it used to be Viper Justina, so like double CC, just to set the Yoto up. But Yoto can, you know, when those abilities aren't down, when she doesn't have her F ability, in early fights, Yoto can struggle a little bit in those areas. She's a very good duelist and she's very good in the end circle because of how clustered people are. But you are close to potentially getting caught out by you know, third parties and things like that. So the Wu Chen was kind of picked up as an answer to try and basically give a bit of safety. And something that you're not going to be safe from is those grabs. As 28HH is going to go down on OC. That's the last of their team other than 0-1 on this Wu Chen here. Going to just eat some berries and keep himself up. But he's going to struggle to get his team back up in time because they are bleeding out within the circle. And I just think these bodies are going to get gatekeeped, and there is not going to be anything he's going to be able to do about that. Oh, no, they're leaving them. Okay, he might be able to get his team up, or at least one of them. That
would be almost miraculous if the Wu Chen is able to pull that one off as the last member alive. That is the power, though, of the transform comps, like especially the Monk transforming there in the circle. Like, you grab someone, and they're just wiggling around, fighting for their life, but they're taking the circle tick, they're taking all that damage, and it's just so difficult to play. Like, such high intensity, high stakes fights if you take them within the circle, because you're on a timer. Like, you can't just like fanny about. You've got to actually go for it, because you are, you know, not only have you got to get out of the circle, but you know, the circle's hurting you, and then after the fight you've got to find a way to safety as well after that. So really tough stuff right there, and good pick up to punish the team. As we're looking at just a bit of a lull here in the game, Bowder being able to just loot around a little bit, look for those, perhaps looking for some upgraded armor. Still, everyone's sitting on blue armor right now. Not ideal as we're getting into the late game. Could be worse, but not perfect. Purple weapons, though, always feel good, especially these dual blades. I was listening to yourself and Moxie cast a few days ago in the trios, and you're bringing up how, like, the strength of the dual blades and, like, just... It's so nutty, honestly. Like, it's absolutely disgusting, and I have to agree. Like, it's really gross. If there's a weapon I don't want to see in a pretty purple color or a pretty orange color, it's probably the dual blades. They're pretty scary, and Bowder are gonna be looking pretty happy after finding one of those. Oh, we get a Mines ending. I hope we do, because I was saying the last trios game on Friday, like, we'd had pretty much every zone possible, other than like a Mines ending. So I would like that. That'd be kind of fun. There's a lot of kind of rocks and verticality, and if we're lucky, we can have a blister in the final circle as well, just to be a real nuisance for everybody. And I believe this buff on the might is going to be a Draco Storm from the icon. The problem is they've released the new buff, which has pretty much the same icon as Draco Storm, so I always try to remember what they are. Hat's pretty low here, actually, on the Monk. This is the thing about the Monk, is you are exposed because you're a big target, but you're also dangerous. But if people can pepper you from a distance, you know, the Monk can really struggle. And his damage and his health is very much based on his weapons. So if he has purple armor, he gets extra health. If he has purple weapons, he does extra damage with his grabs. So he's very gear dependent. It's the same thing with the Yue Shen, and it's the kind of major weakness of the Transformer comps is you need both your Transformers to get purple armor and purple weapons to really kind of hit their prime. And we're having a lot of teams fighting here early, actually. Seeing if maybe some people are going to get taken out nice and early. Q9 just stuns the lobby and just goes, actually, we don't want to be in the middle of like 4 other teams. So they're just going to peace out and take that L and just move away. They're not really going to lose too much other than, you know, that Viper stun. But they're going to be able to get that back before the final circle does tick over. So EWG as well are just chilling out. WBG are going to get their hands on this Mora's Blessing. I believe that's a golden dagger, purple dagger picked up for Sleepwalker. Oh no, it's a polearm. I'm an idiot. Got purple polearm, purple armor as well. WBG are actually very set up gear-wise. They've only got 3 kills though. Over on EWG, they've got 12 kills right now. So they are set up for success. It's all about finishing high now, WBG. Oh, sorry, who was it? It was EWG. Sorry, excuse me.
Yes.
With the high kills, excuse me. Yeah, all about finishing high now, because you know, those points the way it's calculated. If you're not familiar with the format, like it's how many kills you get, and then depending on how high you finish, it multiplies the kills you got for extra score essentially. So you want to get those high kills early and then finish up high. in the rankings as well. As we're seeing here, MPG in that transform again, just grabbing people, chucking them around, trying to find those. Not actually landing too many of them. AOW is actually bringing a lot of pain to end MPG right here. They're struggling just a little bit, and it looks like it might get turned on Gen as well. He's not able to do too much here in this transform. Oh my goodness, that sucks. That sucks so bad. He's out of the range of the grab, but at the same time still able to burn him down. MPG. Oh man, they really suffered in that one. Sheng is able to get out of that, but I believe it's just him. It is just him, and I don't think he's going to be able to pick up his team here. And with this circle coming in, this is going to be... It's looking tough for MPG. I'm not quite sure. That might have just been it. We may have seen the last we'll see of that squad. As J-Team here now skipping to their former world champions. Not been a bit quiet in this game, honestly, but they have been stacking up. They've been looting, and they're in a pretty good spot right here to take these late game fights. And with that purple armor, with those purple weapons as well, got their ultimates available. Are going to be coming up to Q9 and WBG, YZG as well on their backside. They're going to be a bit careful they don't get like grouped up here. They're not in the middle of a fight, because that's the last thing you want. You know, if you're finding a fight with someone that you think you can win the fight, and then you get third partied, maybe even fourth partied. That's the worst thing. You want to play a little bit scarce in these situations. So I'm gonna have to watch their position right here as we cut to WBG. Just moving around the map, looking for small loot as well.
They got that Draco Storm, so they are looking to fight. You can see the electricity bursting off them, and immediately going to use that with the Flamer, and Hang is down. Power of 3 with Draco Storm versus just the 1. Kind of going back to J-Team, though, it is a bit worrying to see J-Team, you know, again, playing what they did last season, which is just very quiet. Didn't really see much from them. And then they just kind of like just disappeared out like a little fart, just kind of tooted out at the ends, and just didn't really have anything too impressive go down for them. So, you know, I'm a bit worried about J-Team on that side. Hang is going to get picked up. He did lose some loot to the members of WBG, but WBG slowly getting pushed up on by quite a lot of different teams right now. They have no longer got the Draco Storm. It has timed out on them, so they do have to be a little bit more careful on that front. Obviously, that damage reduction and the bonus damage you get when you have that Draco Storm, not going to be applicable to them, but oh, Han, you just got revived and you are going down here. EWG able to pick them up nice and easy. The circle closing in, and we are starting to lose space here. EWG 13 kills right now. They are set up for a monstrous game 1 of our second day of trios.
There's still a lot of teams available here. Like, if something happens, like we could... I mean, this is the beauty of Naraka. Like, you can just see it drop just like that. Even if you get a lot of kills, if you fall out of the high positions, it's not going to affect your rating too much as we get out of this game. That's another team going down right here. We are whittling away the weak right here, separating the weak from the chaff. And that's another chaff going down in this one by the hands of UG, who are only at 2 kills right now. You know, as this game goes on, like you're looking to, you know, I mean, it sounds so dumb, like you want to get more kills, or of course you want to get more kills, you know, that's literally the point of the game, but it really does make a lot, like finishing high but not having a lot of kills. If you only pop off in that final circle, it really doesn't mean a huge amount. Like, sure, you get like a 1.6 multiplier for your kills, it's fine, but you really want to be finding some more of those kills if you can, and now's a good time to do it. If you can find some of these teams that are maybe like a member down, like a man down, or still haven't quite found like purple armor and stuff like that, it's your opportunity to get that before you get into those big last fights with the teams that have been killing the weaker teams and have the pick of the litter as far as their loot goes, and they'll come in with juiced up, and that'll be way too hard for you to beat. So it is something that these teams are going to keep their eyes on, maybe looking for these skirmishes before we get into those last circles. But of course, we always have the cannon phase anyway, so me saying all this will probably lead to absolutely nothing, and we'll just get that ranged part of the game where everyone just shoots people from far away.
Or apparently YZG just face checks WBG fresh off Amora's blessing. Is going to be able to survive that, and we are switching to that ranged phase where everybody will just be chipping away at each other. But WBG now golden armor on 13 Shao, purple weapons across the board. They've even got a golden cannon. And, you know, as we have now started to name it the cannon phase of the game, having a golden cannon is going to do quite a lot. That AoE splash damage doing a lot. I mean, you can see how much JJRD are doing here. HRG even, sorry, are doing here with just that blue cannon. So imagine what a golden cannon's going to be doing. Actually, you might get a good idea. They are closing in on the members of J Team here. The transformation's coming out from Godley. Lee's going to look for the grab. Isn't going to be able to quite find it. They're dashing around and they've locked Godley in place. They're going to look to finish up the Terracotta Warrior. He's going low. J Team are going to pick up 1 kill immediately. And now they look to pressure up even more, but they've been grabbed. That's golden armor though, so they should be okay to survive this. Godley going a little bit low. Gonna get himself immediately caught out. Pops the bell for that moment of just survivability, but he has no teams and nowhere to go. Just gonna use the movement, the tech to get off the wall and away to safety, as now WBG, they have found themselves the former world champions, or the standing world champions in J Team, able to take them down, or at least one of the members. They are looking to go for a couple more people here, but I think it's EWG have actually showed up. Q9 forcing a couple of members away as the circle is getting even tighter. We've still got 25 players left in this circle, and there's a lot of verticality now, a lot of places to hide. So it's gonna be interesting to see how these Monk comps work, because Monk likes to be on top of the hill, going down onto people, but depending if the circle shifts away from that, this actually is still a pretty good Monk circle. It's fairly open, minimal places to hide behind it. If your team can flush people out, you can find those grabs.
Can indeed, and as the circle gets smaller and smaller, the area to play in and the area of safeties get smaller and smaller. And you saw JJ Hard right there, being on the receiving end of getting sandwiched. This is the difficulty, you know, as you lose areas of the map to the circle, and you know, if you move forward, you've got to be careful of people behind you. And they did get sandwiched, and they were punished for it. As we saw, I believe it was WBG able to capitalize on that one, but now it's YZG and Wolves just kind of flowing a bit with each other. But if you're looking at the minimap at the top right, you can see so many names, so many nameplates, so many icons, so many players everywhere. It means you're going to be, if you're fighting, you can definitely expect at least another team or two to show up to ruin your day. Oh my goodness. Did that follow him in the TP? Or did they just
no, that was a someone had the flamer arrow, Soul Jade, so they shot an arrow at where they teleported to, which stopped them. As EWG just lost Sansi. That's a pretty big loss for them. EWG now going to be down a member. Miskia dashing in and dashing out, just freezing people here on the Justina. EWG are now down a player. We're talking about how they need to place well. They are struggling. J Team also did lose a player earlier as well, so they're just kind of playing placement now, just seeing how far in they can get. There's still 20 people left. There's still 4.5 minutes left as well, as Sleepwalker here for WBG feeling pretty confident with how geared his team are, but it looks like YZG, they want to do something about this. Looking for the grab, able to find 13 Xiao. Gonna try and get a little bit of additional damage off onto him. Get the slam down. 13 Xiao immediately freezes themselves up. Jing's gonna try and get the cannon shots off. 13 Xiao dashes in, dashes out, gets grabbed again as he's looking for the second grab onto a different member. Not gonna find it, is gonna find the slam. 13 Xiao with the golden armor goes down as in comes Gua, looking to lock everybody in place, as now this fight is getting unbelievably hairy. LWH, sorry, able to find a kill and take out all of Wolves. Wolves are removed from the game. They are gonzo. They are done. And Sleepwalker may find himself in a whole lot of hurt. He is out as well. WBG only have that one single player remaining right now in the lobby. They just need to play placement. They got 9 kills. They could still get a pretty decent multiplier, but there's still a lot of teams. The Flamers causing an absolute mess for everybody. The barbecue is turning up and the heat is starting to cook these players down. 16 players standing as everybody is fighting for this high ground position so their monks can control that area, get those good grabs for themselves. A lot of verticality in this final circle here. But it feels like for a moment, everyone's playing a little bit more respectfully to one another. They recognize their ults have been burnt. They need to just hold out a little bit longer, looking to try and build up that rage as much as possible so they can get those ults back up. And that Flamer can be doing a pretty good job here. OUG, I would say, are relatively set up. They've got the Matari Yoto. I've actually never seen this comp together, but I believe, but does Yoto go invisible? We're going to find out. If Yoto goes invisible ulting with Matari,
that seems busted. I don't know, man. That would be insane. And we're getting more fights right here as well. Q9, as you said, set up really, really well. Wild's gonna lose his armor here, getting back up, no problem right there. This is the area like around this tree. I noticed a lot of the teams that had like one member left, like WBG and Bowder, were hanging around in this area. Bowder now though has been picked off. He's gone down. That's going to be his team eliminated. Q9 though, they've been grabbed. GUA's been grabbed. He's been knocked down too. WBG is just trying to hold on, but I'm not sure, man. I don't think he's on for this world either. YZG, look at this one happening. It's so much going through. It's the final circle. It's closing in. It's getting tiny, and the skirmishes, the scrapping is huge. This is where the mechanics come through. The Yoto ulti coming huge in this one, putting through a lot of pain. OUG looking to take this one. They're looking in a really good spot right here. Everyone's had to jump down from the cliff though. That verticality that you're talking about. Falling down. Jake, I think this is going to be a really tight circle.
This is going to be very tight. The Tamile Sandstorm comes down. We see the Terracotta Warrior transform out here on the UA Shen. QGG able to do it as well. WH actually pops the Yoto ultimate fairly early. Maybe it was a defensive tool, considering he is down his Viper, who can't really set him up. Looking for those final couple of slashes, unable to really make them connect, unfortunately, as 12 players all scrap and fight along the edge of this cliff edge. QGG going incredibly low, but not before trying to almost finish someone up. We see Jing actually pick up another kill for his team. He is holding on as that final member, doing a lot of work here. Ping Tao with the flaming arrows, also just raining hurt from the side. Golden armor, got himself the purple greatsword as well. It's just gonna blink back up to the tree, using that kind of squirrel mechanics to keep himself up in the air and away from the action for as long as possible with the grapple cancels. YZG looking for a grab, able to find one. This should be easy for him to get a second. Unable to quite connect it, but will still find the slam onto Cuckoo. Does he go for the re-grab? Can't quite get it. We see a Wushed come out as Q9 are eliminated from the lobby. 7 players standing, make that 5 as WBG are taken out. YZG using this monk to such effect here, and the flamer to hold people in place. The zone is collapsing in, and it's YZG to take it all. Ping Tao can't do anything. It's a clean game from YZG.
Beautiful finish right there. So much happening in that final circle. So much skirmishing. There's like 4 teams alive, just scrapping it out right until the end right there. That was crazy stuff. Why did he really well done to finish that one off? YZG, excuse me, to finish that one off. Honestly, that was pretty clean game by them. We saw them at various points in that game taking those skirmishes, able to come out on top and getting that superior loot for that very last circle. Yeah, you're not able to get like to the top of the hill for the monk plays that you're really looking for with that transform, but as that circle was collapsing down, I think, you know, just better mechanics, just better fighting right there, able to put out that victory. And I didn't see how many kills they were on, but honestly, that was really solid finish for them. And
yeah,
looking good coming into this game.
I mean, we called YZG a dark horse during the playoffs last time around. We really thought they were a team who could make it to a pretty high standing. I believe, I can't off the top of my head remember where they were, but they did end pretty decently coming out of last season. So a really nice showing from YZG. Again, one of those kind of teams, there's so many teams, but often you have teams you kind of almost forget about as actually being like a competitively really good team. YZG, definitely one of those teams. I think EWG were knocked out a little bit too early to take first there, because they had a lot of kills. So there was a world where I was like, YZG might win this game, but not actually win it because of the points. It could have been EWG, but no, YZG just mopping up a lot of people at the end. They had the golden flamer and the monk, and it's so effective. You grab some of the monk and then you just hold them in your hand while the flamer cooks them, and then when they get low enough, slam and confirm the kill. Really clean stuff coming out from YZG. They played that very well, and you know, they played that quite calmly, quite quietly. J-Team were attempting to do the same thing, but they were just a little bit too quiet. They're a little bit too calm. Yeah. So they weren't able to actually put any decent points on the board. And unfortunately, that's what we saw at J-Team last season as well. It was kind of nothing games where they just didn't really do much. They didn't look bad. They were geared up well. They looted up well, but they didn't actually translate that into anything.
I wonder if that's a confidence thing as well. You know, like if you're not having great performances and you are kind of struggling a little bit, maybe you do opt into safer starts, you know, and try and loot up a little bit. You don't flip it as much early. Unfortunately for J-Team, they're not able to really create anything of any significance, as you were mentioning last season, and in this game as well. It was kind of Quite honestly a bit disappointing from them, considering the expectations that we have of them coming in as the world champions. But no, YZG did really well in that one, and Wolves as well, unfortunately knocked out a bit too early. I'm just trying to remember like the
classic
kills,
Wolves.
the scores we had. Yeah, they were like, I think they maybe finished like 6th or something like that, but they had like 5 kills and things. Like it's just, I think GG as well for me were the shockers of that game. They didn't get anything. That was a complete goose egg in scoring. Like they were like one of the first teams to fall out, didn't get any kills, and this was one of the most consistent teams that we've had here in the Nbpl. So yeah, that was a big surprise for me, and we'll see if they can bounce back in these following games.
No, I was about to say, like, I didn't actually even see what happened to GG. They just weren't there. Yeah. And they are, to me, one of the best kind of final circle teams as well. They're very good once they get into that final circle, because they typically just play this Transformer comp. 3-3-0, I think, is one of the best monks in the tournament. And when he's in that final circle, he doesn't miss. He lands these grabs every time, but he just wasn't there to get to that point, and they just got knocked out way too early. On the other side, we will see the overall scores right now and how much everybody earned. There we go. YZG 27 points. AOW got 22 points. I think AOW genuinely could be a team to watch this split. They were like this all day on day number 1 as well. They were constantly scoring, and they're like in the upper side of the bracket. They were always doing pretty good. So I think they're second right now overall in the standings, and a good day today could actually put them into first. They actually might be a team to watch. WBG got 17 points. I think that is a very good one for them. I think they'll be happy with that, considering day number 1, but they do need to see a little bit more out of them. Wolves, unfortunately, did finish in 8th. Kind of Wolves fashion. Get a lot of kills, but don't get that multiplier, so they only get 6.5 points.
Yes, J-Team being in the top 7 is better for us. I know we're talking about this team a lot, and you know, we could be highlighting more about like the top teams, but I just want to emphasize how much expectations are for this team. Like it has been disappointing seeing the performance so far. But yeah, that was a great start right there. I think AOW was quite surprising for me, like with the team, the way they played. They were really solid in that one. I always love these graphs as well, like the diamond stat graphs here, because it's always 0 rescues, because these players have been popping off too hard. Like they've been dominating, so they never have any rescues, and it's just like that one category where they have nothing in. But a pretty good game here from CXZ, and his Soul Jays as well was able to gear up quite nicely and able to bring out that dub.
Scatter Shot Fire Arrow is a really effective Soul J combo, because it obviously gets you those extra shots on the arrow, but then they're all flaming shots as well. I do want to note, but that was a Karumi. That was a Karumi MVP. Our first time we've ever seen a Karumi MVP, because she's a healer, so typically you don't see them as the carry for the team. 0 rescues as like the team healer and the team like savior.
Too busy killing, man.
a little bit of a Monka W on that one. We're gonna pass it over to Leah, who's actually standing by one of the members of YZG for the interview.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. Congratulations to YZG to be the winner of this game. We invite 小虎 to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 现在小虎跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 YZG 的小虎。
Okay, welcome. So for the first game of today, how's your performance? You think? 那今天第一把比赛，觉得自己队伍发挥怎么样？
自己的队伍算是就是正常发挥吧。
It was like a normal performance. So we know that in the season 1, like this combo, double transformers combo was not your team's best, but why this time you like have so well performed in this time? 那我们知道，其实，在 S1 赛季的时候，双变阵容并不是 YZG 很拿手的一个阵容。那为什么这次有这么好的表现呢？
因为就是我可能相对于他们来说，就是比较会玩双变一点，然后就是我开大比他们开得好，然后就是开大的那个时机，只要抓得准的话，就循环得好，双变决赛圈就很厉害。
Okay, so because 小虎 was a new teammate of YZG, and he was like really good for this combo, and we can see like he was like 天海 use this hero in this time. So Xiaohu's Tianhai always have a really great timing of the game, and also we can see his like ultimate circulate was really great. So it gave YZG's double transformers this combo a really good help. So this time they act very well in this combo. So are you like usually play Tianhai this hero？ 那之前你也是经常打天海这个英雄的吗？
是的，之前我在 XSG 的时候也是玩天海的，所以说就是正好弥补了他们，就是弥补了 YZG 的短板吧，可能。
Okay, because I was really a Tianhai player, so before seasons, YZG was like didn't have a really good player of Tianhai, so I came to YZG. So we know that Season 1, QGG was the one who played Tianhai. So how do you think he's Tianhai? 那我们知道，其实，在第一赛季的时候，天海这个位置啊是强公公玩的，就是他的大佛怎么样？
他的大佛玩具吧，只能说是玩具。
I think it's just so-so. Why just so-so? 为什么？
因为就是天海这个，虽然说他会玩，但是在赛场上的天海就是跟平时的天海是不一样的。赛场上你得有经验一点吧，反正是。
Okay, so I think his Tianhai out of Nbpl was like very great, but in Nbpl you must have maybe more explorations in the game. So I think my Tianhai is better than him. Okay, so after this game, what kind of shape you think or attitude maybe for the following games? 那觉得这一把比赛拿下了天选之人嘛？之后会有怎样心态上的帮助呢？
之后就是可能就打得更顺了嘛，更有自信了，手感也更活跃了，就是这样。
Okay, so these games winner gave us a really great help on the attitude, so maybe we will play better and better. Okay, so as we know, you are a newcomer in YZG, so how's your like cooperation? You think? 那你也是新队员嘛？觉得在打比赛的时候跟自己的队员相对来说配合的还算舒适吗？
还是在磨合吧，反正还是有一些地方就是没有磨合好，还得需要时间来进一步磨合。
Okay, I think I still need time to improve my skills and our comparisons in our team. Okay, 好的，谢谢小虎来到我们采访，也希望 YZG 之后可以有更加精彩的表现。Thanks, 小虎 come to our interview. Well, let's have a rest and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
Feeling good on a hot, hot day. I'm feeling good, so good. On a hot, hot day, I'm feeling good. On a hot, hot day, I'm feeling good. On a hot, hot day, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
百列就带走黄不来了吗？王良这边是击败了黄不来，拿下本场比赛的第一分。这波能反杀，看起来想对这套操作，他秀了。
everybody, and welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. We have game number 1 of the trios under our belt. YZG were the victors of that, but there was a few upsets, there were a few expectations met, but I think the big one for me, GG getting a big old donut. Not particularly the best start for a team that, you know, we've been putting pretty big expectations on.
Absolutely. This is a very consistent team, consistently top 3. You expect them to be high up in the rankings, and they didn't get anything. Absolutely nothing. As you said, a huge donut. 0 points in that first game. But it's not how you start, it's how you finish, or so I hear. And if any of the last trios were anything to go by, FPX actually has 2 really slow games to start with. I believe they averaged maybe like 2 points or something over their first 2 games. Yeah. And then they dropped like a 30-point game and like a 15, and you know, and they came out on top and they're like first in the standings. So it doesn't really matter like this first game. It's the warm-up game. That's what the GG camp is saying right now. Don't worry, lads. Warm-up game. It's okay. We've got them in the next one. But good start from YZG, as you mentioned, to finish top on that and see if they can keep that up, keep that consistency, because that's not necessarily a team that we were expecting to be in that top 2.
I mean, other than YZG, a lot of our top ranking teams are teams that have already played 6 games. They were teams that had warmed up coming into this, and we got to see them, you know, show off their warm up. You know, for the other guys, they've been away for 3 weeks in between the season. They haven't had much time. Some teams have had changes. I don't actually think GG have changed anything. I need to double check that off the top of my head. Don't quote me on that one. But I'm pretty sure, you know, they've at least kept like 330, who was kind of like their star monk player. You know, and we saw for some teams like WBG, it felt like an issue with them was like a communication issue. They were too scattered when rotating around. So if one person got picked up, no one was in range to come in and save the day and help them in that fight. So they would just lose a player and then suddenly they're down a man for the rest of the game. It feels like they've now had that warm up. They've looked back on those games from Friday, fixed some of those issues maybe, and are looking way better. They haven't taken a win yet at all for WBG, but this is a team who are struggling right now. Bowder, they did not have a good performance all day last Friday, and they started off pretty rough for themselves right now. You can see percentage of top 5 is 14%. That is incredibly low.
It's not great for a team that we were thinking on paper is a very, very stacked roster. The fact that they're not even averaging more than 3 kills per game, as you say, like they're not really getting into the top 5 very frequently either. It's a team we expect a lot more from, and that's got to start soon, honestly, because you know you've had 1 day of poor games, and you started the next day with a poor game as well. It's tough, but YZG right here, that was their first game, if I'm not mistaken. Like they hadn't played yet, right? So yeah, that was their first game of the season, and obviously starting things off really, really well with that first place and high kills as well. So they're the team you got to keep your eyes on for the next game, obviously.
Yeah, I also think Aces are definitely just a team to watch now. They have been consistently good. They're kind of doing what GG and WBG did last season, which is always be in that kind of top 4 area. They're constantly doing really, really good. But actually, we have a little video from one of the players, so we're just going to play that. I don't know who, so let's find out.
我觉得的话，这些压力是无形的。作为一个职业选手的话，我觉得话，就像新地图官方出的新地图，还有如果觉得别的选手太强的话，都是不应该的。我觉得像官方出的新地图，自己应该很快的就能去熟悉。然后像别的选手的话，就像平时打的训练赛这些都可以，琢磨一下嘛，琢磨一下他们的打法之类的，然后精进一下自己的。这些说实话都是一些无形的压力，应该不会影响到我们。我觉得的话，官方怎么安排我们就怎么来，我觉得没有什么太大的影响。一天打6把，说实话非常好，因为这样子打得快，然后状态也比较稳定，就不会有太多的想法偏差。
Interesting. So we actually had discussions about this prior to the season when we found out the changes to the tournament, that we were going to 6 games a day instead of 3 solo, 3 trio. It's interesting to see that, you know, YZG and QGG in particular thinks it's a good thing. He likes the idea of playing 6 games a day. I think that's fair. You know, it also means you get more time off. You get an entire day off where you can kind of recover, because sometimes you'd have days back to back, and if you had a bad day 1, then you got another day is coming up, and you could potentially play 3 times a week sometimes. So it gives those players, you know, a time to kind of recuperate and recover coming out of that.
Yeah, it's definitely a double-edged sword. Like, as you say, having more days off is a benefit, but my goodness, the mental fatigue you get when you're competing for that long. Like, it's the same with any other esport. Like best of fives, for example, are always quite taxing. So when it comes to playoffs, you can see often you see differences in performances from regular season, because regular season often is, you know, like either best of 1 or best of 2, best of 3, something like that, depending on the game. But playing that many games in one sitting is really, really tough, especially when you don't get a huge amount of break in between the games. It's difficult. I personally would not want to do 6 games in one day. I would much rather do 3. Like when I've been playing Twitch Rivals, and we're forced to when we play like 5 games in a day, and we're only at home, we're just chilling. Like that's like, it's very tiring.
In like their defense, they don't go over the attitude, but they're probably just gonna lose, mate. Let's be real.
Well,
I had to cast that mess.
Bro, exactly. I was tired and I wasn't even like mentally invested, man. I was checked out. And I was
These guys are though. That's the difference. These guys are very invested, and also it helps because playoffs is long. It's a bunch of long days of a lot of games. So it gives you that kind of warm up. And I remember I said this to Moxie Friday actually, but when I spoke to coaches in other esports, I was like, how do you prepare for like a best of 5 scenario or like a long day? They said, we just make the players play a lot of solo games. Like just play like 10 hours a day. And if you can play 10 hours a day, then you can play for 5 hours. That's easy. That's half the time. So that's how you build up for the fatigue. So coming into this, and the players would have maybe a little bit more information on the time shifting, on the fact we're going 6 games a day instead of 3, way earlier than us, the casters. So coming into it, you know, they would have had this knowledge, and they would have spent a lot of time prepping. I know some players talked about taking a week off and just having a holiday, but when they came back, I assume it was back to business and playing as much Naraka as possible. Speaking of Naraka, yeah?
JDG. Do you see that champ on the right for JDG?
Oh, Valda.
And that's the Valda Shui right there. That's one that I know you and Moxie were getting hyped up when you were casting on Friday. And
I love
think
me
she's
Valda.
quite interesting. Yeah, she's very unique. You know, I'm not quite sure what like variants that you take in her abilities, but like the whole like tidal wave situation and like spear and stuff, and just like those bubbles that flow around you can be really problematic, especially as you get into like those late fights. So if Valda does get into those final circles and whatever, like she can be a real pain to deal with, and we'll see whether JDG can make it that far.
You kind of, she's a very zone control heavy character, so you kind of expect, you know, with this Yoto and now the Viper, there's a lot of crowd control for them. Interestingly enough, when Viper ults in the circle, she doesn't take tick damage. So that's why we actually used to see it get picked up in solos. Because she was, towards the end of last season, she was a solos character that was getting picked up a fair amount. Because she was actually very good if you catch people in the tidal wave. They still take the zone damage. You just don't. There are a lot of teams, though, dropping on top of one another. J-Team and YZG all on top of each other, all just trying to grab as much gear as possible as we are into fisticuff territory. Into Secret Tunnel they go, and the scrap for gear. YZG are going to be able to put together some pretty decent gear for themselves, and they're going to be able to quite comfortably get set up. Nice little run to Secret Tunnel there, but a lot of other teams just going to have to spread away from one another. I expect to see some action break out fairly quickly with the fact we got J-Team, OUG, and YZG all in close areas. We cut over to the Shadow Jade Mines. Balder are looking for the Ballista off versus GG. GG, we kind of talked about them. They were very quiet, unfortunately. Didn't really achieve much with their first game of the day, the first game of the tournament for them. A 0-pointer. Definitely got to kind of recover and rebound from that earlier loss, but it's interesting because normally we have so much action at the beginning, but when I start casting you, Foxy, teams just drop near each other, go, I don't want to, and run away. Like, no one wants to fight.
It's all right. They know I'm a newbie here, and they want to just let me ease into the game a little bit right here and not have to instantly talk about things. But no, it is like there's a lot of teams around this area right here. JGG with GG here. I think GBL's around this area too. Balder, I think, is in the vicinity. I would imagine we'll see a little bit of a scrap coming up through here as teams have picked up their like early game weapons, like got their armor, got their weapons here. As we're seeing it right now, actually, there's Balder being found out by Lily from JDG. Not going to engage too much on that one, and LXM here just skulking around with his little furry tail on the backside there, swinging around in the wind, as we are seeing JDG actually going for the engage there on GG. Or was that GBL? Excuse me. Might even be another team here as OC is joining this fight. There's so many people involved in this one. JG Lions
this is a four-person scrap.
Oh, I think honestly there's so many players right here. It's gonna be hard to keep up, and I don't know, like this is one you're gonna have to you have to watch your back in this one. There are people coming from everywhere. OC here looking like they're in a bit of a pickle, but the Whoosh and OC just gonna take them away into safety. I think that was a smart play right there. They were looking a little bit afraid at the edges, and there were more teams coming in as well. It's going to be a good salvage right there for us.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very good salvage for them. Just able to get away, and this is the power of the Wushen, and this is why we see so many people actually pick this hero up, because it is just a get out of jail safeguard. As Balder finally starting to strike back, they're getting themselves a kill, make it 2 kills. Actually make it 3 kills. They just picked up a whole bunch there. Really, really nice for Balder, a team who have been struggling this season, and again, actually maybe looking for even more teams here. This is getting hyper aggressive as the Viper stun is going to get broken here by 101TN. Is going to be able to just about get away. Yoto ultimate comes down though, seeing who's actually thrown that down. I can't see who's thrown it, but they are trying to tap dodge away, so it's definitely not Balder's Yoto, mostly because they don't have one, and it's OC actually looking to force their way up onto this high ground, and are able to pick that up. Yoto ultimate was thrown down, and now it's just a switch to the bow to see if maybe they can land a cheeky headshot onto 101TN and take him down, but not able to line the shot up and make it stick. But 101TN still wants to fight his way up with low HP onto this high ground. OC aren't particularly geared here. They've got the great armor onto 28HH, so with the amount of teams around, I think that's why they're quite happy just to hold the high ground and use the bow to get some control, because while Godley has the purple armor as Balder, I was just singing their praises, but they are going to get taken out, so they're going to have to use those resurrections nice and early, and this is what we saw be WBG's problem in the day number 1. They were losing fights early, getting taken down, and struggling. As GG, they are not struggling. They seem to have found their wind. They've had their bananas after that first game, and they're feeling refreshed and revised, ready to pick up even more kills. The pistol shot comes in from Miss Kia, and he's able to secure himself another kill for the team, as we actually saw the ultimate come out from the Tamilek. This is just constant action, back and forth. Godley gonna throw down the Yoto ultimate, but can't really do too much because the sandstorm will cancel it out immediately as he gets caught out, and now an invisible Miss Kia, thanks to his Matari, is going to come in and try and steal away the kill. Repeater crossbow coming in as well from the members of JJHRD, but not actually going to be able to go too much further than that. I think the action has died down, but 330 does need to just about get away. He's getting grapple locked by these members, but he's able to rejoin up the rest of his team, and I feel like they are done, but every time I say that, they just want to continue to push and continue to chase even further. LXM just jumps into the middle of everyone and actually could be in a whole world of trouble here. Gets the meter dump almost landing onto him, but not going to quite get it. I think now it's just going to be decided by the winners of these two teams. Who's going to come out on top? To see Godley throw down that Yoto ultimate, trying to find those smashes. I believe he was able to hit one. LXM may just be going down here as he eats all of the slashes from that Yoto ult to finish it up, and a counter comes in as well to boot. It just has gone so wrong for GG. They were doing so well, but it has just bitten the Miss Kia, trying to get the charge attack off. Almost takes out Godley. Frozen in place, though, by the Justina. And now Wolves are potentially coming in as a third-party threat into this fight, as it feels like GG may have just been given a safety net as Wolves pounce, and they'll be able to pick up 1 kill. No, they got away. Wolves will send everybody packing.
If you're GG right there, the Wolves are your best friend. You are absolutely routed in that fight against JJHRD. It's the Wolves who come in hot on that flank, on that third party, and then suddenly JJHRD have to change their focus, have to run away. They can't keep fighting GG as the Wolves scare them off. Wolves aren't done though. They want to keep fighting in proper Wolf fashion. Never let these early game skirmishes go. They're up for this fight. They're going for a big time right here. This could be something the Viper ult already being popped, but maybe actually... Yeah, I was going to say JJ might stand a little bit of a chance, but there's absolutely no way you stand a chance against that right here. Now it just comes down to chasing down the few members that remain if you can get a hold onto them. JJ HRD, of course, having that split team right here and being in the 3v2, not going to have any luck in this, and Wolves find themselves some more early game plays.
Yeah, Wolves. Actually, wow, they have a lot of kills. I did not notice how many kills Wolves have picked up, but I guess that's Wolves just doing what Wolves do best. YZG, the current victors of the last game, actually already have used 2 of their revives up as well, so they need to be a little bit careful, but I guess so do GBL, because Dabao just losing all of his health. Han has got the ultimate, and it is going to get Wusheng ulted out, so they can save Dabao, but they've been found. Oh no! YZG is looking for them. Dabao's going to pop the stun here with a Viper to try and lock him down. He got caught on a rock, but he may just be able to lock him in place. No, having a break line of sight as YZG have turned it back around themselves. Han, fresh off a revive, is going to be toast here to YZG. QGG is throwing down his ultimate, picks up the kill as well. And YZG able to find a punish, but now GBL Hang has to try and 2 versus 3 here, but he doesn't even have a teammate about. He's in the zone. He is going down. YZG, a dominating, confident fight there for themselves.
And that's the reason why they won the first game. They're just really, really good in these skirmishes right here. GBL really struggling in that one. You can see YZG already at 6 kills. The Wolves, though, sitting top, sitting pretty. I mean, we say this a lot though about the Wolves, like they're able to get these early game kills. They're really good in these skirmishes, these early circles. But are they able to actually carry that through as the game progresses and pick up a good position to get that multiplier, get that kill multiplier, and actually really bring the pain here in that ranking? We're seeing Q9.
Did they get Wusheng ulted out?
I think it did, yeah. That's it. A complete disaster right there for Q9. Getting blocked by the Wusheng. We've seen that twice now. That's twice we've seen Wusheng save someone with their ulti. It's so good in trios, man. It's so good for those situations where you just need to run away and just reset a fight. Especially against transformer comps. As soon as they pop the transform, bam, you're just gone, you're out, and you're safe.
All birds might actually here on to the side of AOW, so they're okay to lose this fight because they don't lose anything for it, but it actually looks like they're quite confidently winning it. Look at the damage coming out from Miski. The purple dual swords just blitzing the health bar. They've got the Matari invisibility on both sides, I think. This is just invisible teams fighting each other as Bowder are going to get absolutely slammed there. Wenlong caught out as well, caught out by the grapple, and is going to just about be able to get away for a little bit longer. But Wenlong, I don't think you are Wenlong for this world, unfortunately. He is going to be going down. I know, that was bad. They will pick him up. Bowder actually out, knocked out early.
Oh, wow. They're gone. And the struggles of Bowder continue here. We're seeing Wolves with another fight. Already the top kills in this lobby right here. Able to pick up some more people. AOW going down right here. Another one as well as Mikassa's not long. That's in my head now. Not long for this world. He's going to fall down to Ping Tao as well. Trying to pull his way out of this one, but it's going to be a little bit tricky. The Wolves are hungry as they always are for blood, and Feng on that Yoto just trying to make plays happen, just trying to chop him down. I can't read his damn. Stop jumping around so much, man. I can't see your name. It's just so mobile. It's so tough. I think that was it's not Mikasa. Miskia, is it? No, it's not. It is Mikasa.
Everyone has a different pronunciation. It's spelt Mikasa, which I assumed it was, but Rune calls him Miskia, and Rune knows what he's talking about. So I just went with Rune, but I think it is Mikasa.
But there's a Miskia and a Mikasa.
Oh, that's why he was getting it the wrong way around. Hey, this is Mikasa then.
Okay, right. So I think Mikasa was the one who was struggling right there against Wolves, and GG is Miskia. Wolves are just honestly too good, legit. Like, it's just absolutely insane the way that they play these early games. I really want to see them be able to like actually translate this though, actually bring this into like a top finish. We always see them kind of fall a little bit flat, and you know, that's why I think they're like top 5, I believe, in the rankings overall. But this is a team that has potential to be one of the most dominant teams here in the Nbpl. If they're able to just finished a little bit higher, but certainly very bloodthirsty. As we're seeing WBG against JJ Hard here. He's caught a little bit by himself here as Lixin. Not got any friends around. I think he's just done so. He is indeed. He's going to fall. WBG will take that one up pretty free. No problem right there.
Yeah, nice pick up there. We actually did see one of the coach's opinions on the new hero Zipping. She is a collab character, so from another game. I can't remember what game. A bit like Yoto, actually.
Where's Yoto
collab
from?
character. A Chinese gacha game, but I can't remember the name of it. Hence why you can't customize Yoto in game, because
Yes,
she has a defined appearance, and they don't want customizing it. So you have skins, but all the skins exist in the other game as well. Because that's where her new summer skin came from, because it came from that game. On the other side, you got Zipping, who's also maybe from the same game, but don't take a word for it. But interesting to kind of get the opinion anyway from the coach of XCG on Zipping, and saying, you know, she's a good solos and trios character, but mostly in modes where ultimates aren't as, you're not as dependent on those ultimates. And in Immortal War, you are very dependent on your ultimates. This is what we see a lot of. This is why the Transformer comps are so good. This is why the Yoto comps are so good, because they just have strong ultimates. And my favorite thing about watching Yotos versus Monks is LWH is going to get taken down, is actually how the two characters interact with each other, because Yoto is considered, as she gets grabbed, a counter to Monk, but it's such a like skill matchup counter, because the first slash she's immune to getting grabbed. Second slash you can just pluck her out of the sky, and Gua just gets a double slam down and actually just saves the day. That was really good. But going back to my point, Yoto can kill Monk because of the amount of damage on her ultimate. She did get nerfed, so it's not as one-sided of a matchup, and that's why I think it's more skill matchup than it was before. Because before it was Yoto could kill through the healing. She was just so strong with her ult. They did tune that down, so now it's like, if you catch him out, Yoto's sword slashes will absolutely obliterate the Monk. But Monk can grab you out the sky, so you got to be good at using your F ability while in ult form to dodge away from the grabs and then take him down. So it's very much like being able to kind of bait out and read each other's abilities on that matchup. But then that's why Wuishin's come back into the meta, because he can just bail a Yoto out when she gets grabbed, as you saw, or when Yoto's in a dangerous position, because when Yoto's at her strongest, she's also floating in the sky with a big sword. She's very hard to miss, so she's also at like the easiest to pick up. So that's what makes it a really interesting matchup. You can see two Mora's Blessings are down, and all of the teams are just on top of those Mora's Blessings. We still got 12 teams in the lobby, so only losing 4 means these Mora's Blessings could get quite bloody.
There you go. You can see the teams that are out right now. JJ Hard, JDG, GBL, and Bowder. I mentioned their struggles just at no end, honestly. Like, this is still a team that we're waiting to see what we expect from them. And so far, not good. Yeah, just another poor game from them. Wolves and YZG hitting up the top, though. We're seeing it in the top 5, quite a similar kill totals to what we saw in the first game. YZG, EWG, and AOW were all in I think they were the top 3 in that first one. And GG, who we mentioned, that fat goose egg in game number 1, not picking up a single point, but we had high expectations of. They are now sitting pretty in that 4th spot, and you know, only 1 kill away from tying in 2nd. We'll see how this game develops here. As you know, a lot of it's a very top heavy lobby right now, and it's, you know, the circles are closing in, teams are getting closer together. This is where these fights start breaking out right here, as after the cannon phase at least, and where it really comes down to the metal of these teams. That you can see as well, like all 3 of the top teams have a Viper. So in these like enclosed fights,
That cancelled them on the Mora's Blessing.
Yeah, that was close, but it did get it. So they're getting peppered from range right here as well. It's just so tough. Like, oh, they did get it though. They did get it. They were able to pick it up. Just about.
I believe that's the Mystic Might they got off that. Again, I could be wrong. I'm still trying to learn about the new Blessing and which one it is versus. They're not electrical and they don't all have it. So I think Mystic Might only goes on 1 player, which makes me think it is. I'll be real with you. I've been so busy. I haven't had a chance to actually look at the new Blessing yet, and I just know it exists. I don't think it's actually all that good. I think if you roll Mystic Might as your blessing or the Mora's blessing, you just have taken a massive L. Because all it really does is you can just kind of figure out where people are. It doesn't give you actually any combat prowess. It just gives you the advantage of knowing where people are. And they'll hear you coming. The grapples aren't particularly quiet. WBG, though, going to force Sleepwalker into the transformation here because they are starting to get pretty heavily hit at as trying to find Mikasa, but can't actually quite hit them. Pingtao's up in top of the tree, has been caught out, looking to go for that tactical nuke, but not going to be able to get it off in time. And Pingtao will take a slam. Grabs trying to come in here from Sleepwalker, but his team are in trouble. He finds one grab, can't quite get the second. There's the double grab into the re-grab. He goes for one more slam, finishes up. No, he timed out. He was too long on it, as now they might just be able to turn this fight back around. Looks like AOW are just going to scatter away, though. They're going to be happy with this one. They've been playing so well the entire week, to be honest, and looking very, very strong. Jing, I believe, was able to get picked back up, so they are going to be okay on that front. He's gone into his terracotta form just for a little bit more movement and also just a bit more survivability. Is Sleepwalker just able to avoid away from getting grappled out, but 13 Shao not quite so lucky. And his fate will be pinned here at the bottom of the ravine. Taken down by YZG. Picking up yet another kill in dominating fashion. YZG looking very, very good right now. Wolves as well. You said you wanted to see more from them. They've made it, fairly late into the game, but there's still a lot of teams that have made it late into the game. So if they want to get a good multiplier, they need to hold out a little bit longer to get a good multiplier on those points they've already been able to put together for themselves.
And that is something that we haven't seen Wolves be able to do too consistently. But it's something we're looking for. This is the game to do it. They're #1 in kills. You want to finish high to get that multiplier. As we're seeing a big fight here, lots of skirmishing happening around this area. NPG popping the Viper ulti as well. They're going to find themselves in a little bit of a pickle with EWG coming with their own Viper ulti as well. It looks like it's just a 2v2 for now, but they've got to be careful because a lot of teams are close. OUG, WBG as well, looking to be in the area, maybe coming for them, but this Mars Blessing just going to get picked up right here. Ooh, the legendary armor from Xiaolui. He's going to be very happy about that one. It's buff dropped. Maybe it didn't drop a buff that time. I don't know.
No, at this point it won't drop buffs. Oh, yeah, golden cannon as well.
That's pretty banging. That's pretty banging though. Like legend, golden armor, golden cannon. Very happy about that one. Able to win that little fight. Even though no kills were picked up, able to pick up Mars Blessing, which is gives you a
WBG just got knocked out.
Oh, goodbye WBG. They only had
2.7 points as well. That is rough.
Yeah, that's poor.
Actually, they could go down still. Yeah, no, it could go down because if J Team survive longer, get higher placement points. Oh, WBG, they actually could be in trouble. We see quite a few teams dropping down the overall standings. J Team, a quiet game from them again, though. And to me, that is worrying more than anything. Yes, they're making it into the final circles and things, but they need to actually have kills to multiply. Otherwise, they just don't get points. And it feels like J Team kind of missed the memo on that. And, it's a consistent problem. They might have changed some players around, but they still seem to have those problems. As I didn't see what Soul Jade that was on the nunchucks, but that was a pretty nice effect. I think that was like a ranged nunchuck Soul Jade. I might be wrong there, but that looked cool. Oh, it was a golden flavor. Even better. Actually, even better. This thing is going to be disgusting in the final circle. EWG, very, very geared up right now. Golden longsword over to YZG, though, as well, with golden armor. YZG on the Yoto is going to be a menace, as Eagle was getting jumped on there. We did cut over to XCG losing a player to OC here, and it looks like AOW looking to finish up these J Team members. Again, we're saying they've been having a quiet day, well, quiet season last season, potentially another quiet season for them here. Are able to just about avoid all of the action, and are going to be able to get away and recover some of Eagle's health, or at least some of his shields, but they're not going to be able to survive for long because everybody is jumping on them, so they need to find a nice place to go and recover, to be honest.
I believe that was XCG getting knocked out as well, if I'm not mistaken. That's J Team. Well, at least they picked up another kill. So they've had a very quiet game, but they've doubled their kill total with that one right there. Now sitting pretty at 2 kills. They're kind of like the reverse Wolves, in the way that they play. Something that's a little bit, It's risky,
Oh
man.
my.
It's risky. Oh my goodness.
I
Look at
can't
all
read
this gold.
Chinese. I can't read Chinese, but those Soul Jade loadouts on EWG, honestly, if they don't win this game, I am going to be shocked. They are so kitted for this.
That is absolutely nutty right there. And we're finding them now in a fight. Let's see what they can do with all those soul gems. Mate, they're just... They are honestly just geared to the teeth right here. But they do find themselves in between two teams. MPG and OUG right here. It doesn't matter how well kitted you are. I don't think you win when you're being sandwiched in a 6 versus 3. See if they can find their way out of that situation. So we're playing over here to J Team, just playing it a little bit cool here, playing it kind of chill. Groomy coming through with those hills. Gonna
But
keep
that's
up.
a no ozone popped as well.
But there's no,
Wolves
yeah,
are
oh goodness, yeah.
They're in a no ozone.
They're sitting in it. I mean, they're kind of fine with that, right? Like they're just throwing arrows and bombs at people. Like, this is not the point of the game where you need to. I mean, it doesn't seem like a Wolves place to be. Something that inhibits your ability to fight. It doesn't seem like somewhere they would be very happy with going. But for
It's
now,
scary for other teams to move into, though. So
Yeah.
that dome is basically theirs. You know, it's that Simpsons dome that's kind of down on them. No one really wants to go into the contaminated zone and not have their ults, especially when Wolves have already situated themselves a comfortable position here. OUG, though, are going to try and push up as YZG, another team who are very kitted, looking to deal with the members of EWG, seeing if they can deal and stir up and push up into them. They have their backs to this no ult zone, so they can just move in and... Oh! QGG just got given a kill. Someone with low HP ran into him, and he was just able to pick that up. That was misfortunate for whoever was doing the damage there. As Sansi for EWG able to pick up AOW's Cuckoo as well. Sorry, no, AOW Cuckoo able to take down YZG there instead, but the Flame are doing quite a lot of work as AOW now trying to just hold up onto this high ground here. The no ult zone has now faded away, and the circle getting even tighter for all of these players. But we're going to get some squirrel gameplay. There's lots of trees, so everyone can kind of clamber up them and, you know, hibernate until the circle is ready for them to fight.
this is the point where the game hits a little bit of a lull, but some of these grapples, man, hitting people in midair, hitting them out of trees, honestly can't go understate how difficult that actually is. Especially when you're playing versus players who just wiggle around like nobody's business, like the pro
Yeah.
players do. I mean, look at this, man. They're just like, they just don't sit still. They just never ever sit still, and being able to hit these skill shots on players it's honestly quite phenomenal, really. Like, it's exceptionally difficult to do, and Naraka pros consistently find a way to do it here. As our Wolves are now fighting, getting a little bit antsy around EWG right here. Nothing too much happening. And JT, they're still in this game, but only with 2 kills against OC. Having that transform, getting another grab right there.
Oh, no. They got Wushen.
Yeah. He just mate, the Wushen must be so frustrating to play against. It's just any bad situation you find yourself in, you get out, especially for J Team, doing that transform compositions, having both transformed up and then just instantly dropped away from the fight. It's a no bueno, definitely. And now they're vulnerable without those transforms. We're seeing EWG going in for the fight against AOW. They're on the back end of this one. They're trying to run away a little bit here. I'm not sure whether they'll be allowed to. And J Team have found themselves in their most vulnerable moment. Having their ultimates down, not being able to transform, getting collapsed on by the walls. There's fights everywhere, Jake. You're going to have to save me in my breath right now, because there's pretty much just EWG and now OUG as well fighting. There's more coming through as well. Those horizontal strikes from the longsword just bopping people down. And the squirrel finds rest in the tree, able to heal up just a little bit.
It's funny because their icon looks a little bit like a squirrel as well, actually. So that's kind of suits them. J Team need to rebuild up all that fury before they can get those ults off. This is actually going to be an okay circle for the Monk. There are a bunch of trees and buildings for people to hide behind, but J Team could potentially set themselves up for pretty solid one here. So teams need to be a little bit careful about them once those ults are up and available. They're getting close, but they're not quite there yet. is looking over Wolves in the no ult zone once again, taking a fight as it looks like EWG going for the full meter jump and the Dragon Rush as well down just to get so much additional damage out. The Flamer from this Golden Flamer from Sansi just doing a bit of environmental damage there, burning the trees down and dealing with people up top as J-Team's Eagle has to pop the bell to try and survive. He jumps away for a little bit more safety, but he's in a no ult zone, so he can't ult to get himself alive. He is down, he is out. They have lost their Monk already, as now Sansi with the dual swords is going to try and get even more damage out, but he gets himself caught. Sansi's going low. Sansi may just go down. One tick from the zone will do it. He has to run away. Jen has popped the Yoto ultimate and is looking to cut through everybody. Gets a big amount of damage out on to these members of Q9. Interrupted midair. OUG are taken out as a Viper stun will lock the majority of the lobby down. We're inside buildings. We're outside buildings. J-Team's Eagle is back from the grave and he's finding grabs. He's finding the double slams and he is taking names. J-Team finally showing us why they're the world champions. Grabbing Yotos out of the air and looking for the finishing slams. Down goes another member. Not going to finish them up, but waiting is grabbed and slammed into the zone. Low HP, but the zone tick damage will finish him up. 1 minute left with 13 players in a monumentally small zone, and everybody is scrapping. AOW are taken out of the lobby. Nowhere for them to go. J-Team, though, no ultimates available. They are exposed. They are weak right now as Sansi is looking to finish up the last of these J-Team members, taking quite a lot of zone damage in the meanwhile, but the Flamer's doing a lot of damage as Slayer is going down. Slayer has been slain as that is going to be it, and final nail in the coffin for J-Team as they are taken out of the lobby, but not before getting a whole bunch of kills. But EWG are just rocking a astronomical amount of kills. Zhao Lue coming in with the stun on the Viper. Can he survive long enough? Yes, he can. EWG are tidying up the lobby. OC versus O1. Two of the final remaining players will fight for control of this zone as YZG will take it all.
Oh, just when you thought it was going to be someone different, it's not. It's YZG again finishing at the top right there. Beautiful end though to the EWG, excuse me, I thought it was YZG. EWGA would have come out on top. I mean, this is what you were expecting, right? You said that with the kit. They had too much stuff, they had to win that lobby, and that's what they were able to do in that last circle right there. It was really beautiful stuff. Like it was close, and you're seeing kind of like the downside of some of these transformer comps as well. Like, you're so potent when you do transform, when you're in your ultimate. You saw those grabs from Eagle on J-Team. It was so good, and he was an absolute menace, a huge terror right there. But unfortunately, once you time out all those ults, you are so vulnerable. And as soon as that happened, they were quickly mopped up by EWG. They do come out on top.
Well, YZG did win the lobby overall. They at least placed first, but EWG just picked up so many kills that the points put them in first. Really, really big win there for EWG. That was a monstrous game, but I think YZG going to be quite close to them in kills. I'm excited to see what J-Team look like as well on the kill front, because finally they came alive. Like you said, Eagle on the Monk, you know, formerly a member of... was he Q9? I don't know, I'm asking you. Eagle was a Monk player on his old team last season, and he was bloody good at the Monk, but it felt like on this J-Team roster, it felt like they knew how to play with him a little bit better, and they set him up for success. He really, you know, played that final circle very well, and that's what we wanted to see. WPG, I don't know what happened. They just fell apart, but, you know, GG had a better start to this game. I kind of lost track of them as well. I am loving this season.
Keep track of 16 teams and all their
yes
all their performances.
I'm just loving this season because we're getting so many new teams showing up. You know, I was a bit worried that it was going to be the same heroes showing up, the same heroes and players and all of that, and we haven't had too much variability in the overall standing. That's the overall standing, sorry, in the overall champ pool yet. That comes later. Towards the end of the seasons, when you start to see Viper actually get picked up in comps, when you start to see, you know, these Takedas also. We've seen Yoto comps with Takeda. Takeda's just a lot harder to play, and he has a lot of things that hold him back. When Yoto, very simplistic. She has her F ability. I think it's the F3 is the one where she gets basically she just gets a shield where she can hide in and no one can hit her with projectiles or with melee weapons. So she sits quite comfortably, able to kind of restock and re-gear herself up on that front. It's, you know, I think as we get later into the season, though, we'll start to see people experiment and find answers, because the problem you have is, are you going to be a better monk than the likes of, you know, 3-3-0 and Sleepwalker? And yeah, not looking amazing at the moment, but are you going to be better than them? Probably not. Are you going to be a better Yoto than like TXJ or in solos Mike? Probably no. So you need to find answers for that and find your own comps. And I feel like once the players feel a bit more comfortable with each other, we'll see them try to find team identities and either go, okay, we are pretty much just a Transformer only comp, or we are, you know, this niche comp that we found a way around the meta comps with. And that's what we started to see. That's why the Wu Shen started to show up over and over again. But here we go, the overall points, 36 points over to the side of EWG. They had 22 kills coming in that. YZG takes second with 30 points and AOW 15 points. That was just all of the points were sucked up by the top two teams there.
Yeah, absolutely. That was just the YZG and the EWG show. You saw the loadouts though from EWG. That was absolutely mental. And YZG able to finish first, last man standing, helping their multiplier a little bit right there. But my goodness, like that's just, it's ridiculous. 36 points and 30. It's for YZG and AOW. If I'm actually not mistaken, I think EWG as well. Were they not the top 3 last lobby as well? I think for certain, I'm not sure if EWG was, but for certain, YZG and AOW.
AOW were second last game. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were
YZG
second.
won. So it's, you know, it's looking pretty potent for these teams right here, picking up a lot of points early, our first 2 games. Quick shout out to the Wolves as well, who were mentioning, didn't finish particularly. I mean, they did well.
I think for Wolves, they can be happy with that.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
42K.
42,000 damage from Sansi on the Yoto. He had Earthshaker, Repair Roll, Armor Pierce, Phoenix Blast, Advanced Heal, and Clarity Boom. Look at that loadout. Oh
Is
my
that legal?
god.
Genuinely, is that legal? You allowed that?
That actually might be the highest damage game I think I've seen. At least of the games I've cast.
The fact that he had like
unbelievable, Sansi.
he had his golden flamethrower as well, and like he was just burning people 24/7. Like that is actually nutty. Yeah, that is really, really impressive by him and EWG coming out on top. And you, I mean, I wonder why.
I like that
You
chart
look at
was
that, you
all
wonder
top
why.
side though. That chart was all top side, 0 rescues. It's me do damage, me no rescue team.
You need to rescue teams when you can burn other people. You don't need to rescue anyone.
Yeah, exactly. It was an absolutely solid game though, coming out from those guys over on EWG. But you know, AOW genuinely a name to watch because they have been consistently in the top end all day today and on Friday as well. They are right now second at the beginning of the day to FPX. They will have surpassed FPX now because FPX haven't played and got any more points, but there's a chance where like if AOW continue to play like this, they just hold top for the coming out of week 1. And yeah, FPX only had, you know, FPX have 6 less games from them, but you know, AOW definitely a team to watch. If there's still 4 games to go, there's room for them to actually pop off and get a whole bunch of extra points for themselves. I'm very excited to see, you know, how AOW look coming into game number 3, but we, for now, are going to throw it over to Leah, standing by with a member of EWG after that game.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. Congratulations to EWG to be the winner of this game. We invite 小李 to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 现在小李给我们大家打个招呼吧。Oh, sorry.
我是 EWG 的小鲤鱼。
Okay, welcome. So we see that in this game, the final circle was a part of the final circle was in the Forbidden Seal. So how do you think about that? 那这一把的决赛圈有一部分是刷在这个封魔结界的。哎，你们觉得这个决赛圈是不是还蛮有意思的？
因为我们也是先知道是封魔结界，然后我们去把大招全开了，开完之后再自己去把封魔结界打开，然后我们就有优势。
Okay, so after we know the final circle will have a part in the Forbidden Seals, so we all use our ultimate first, and then we go into the Forbidden Seals and to have a fight with the other team. Okay, so when you are faced this kind of situation, how's your management for this? 那一般面对这种情况，你们是想怎么运营的呢？在里面？
先附魔结界都没大招嘛，都没大招就以保活为主，只要能活下来，等结束然后再开大招就行了。
Okay, because in the seals, all the team can't use their ultimate, so you can make yourself survive is the most important things you have to do. So we just like notice the teammate like situations and to protect ourselves is the best things. Okay, so at the last time of the final circle, and the QGG was appear really sadly. So did you notice his position before? 那其实在最后一个瞬间的时候，乾坤滚是出现的非常突然的。在此之前，你们有注意到他的位置吗？
当时很乱嘛，就一边打人，然后一边被打，然后就先保活为主，只要能活下来就行。
Okay, so actually at the time QGG was hide before the fight, and at that time was really a mess. All the team, all the player was like attack and be attacked at this time, so we just want ourselves to be survived, so we didn't notice a lot, and QGG was appear really suddenly and we didn't notice his position at that time. Okay, so I see that this time your team got 22 kills of the game. So how's your like strategy for this game? 那其实我有看到这把也是拿到了22个击败分，也非常的高了。那这一把整体的这个运速是怎么样的呢？
就跟上把一样，上把也是前面找着人打，然后这把把上把决赛圈再优化一下，然后就这样了。
Okay, so our strategy was as the same as the last game, and we want to like find the people and to have a fight in the earlier stage, and to survive in the final circle, and then just be the winner. Okay, so like during the game, and all the team was have a really great performance actually, and they also got a lot of kills. So have you like maybe have a little afraid maybe you can't get the winner of this game? 那其实这一把其他队伍也发挥的都非常不错，很多队伍都拿到了就是10多个击败。那当时你们有没有一点点就是小担心可能会拿不到这个天选呢？
也没有吧，就是因为都比较紧张，就比较焦灼，然后在那里打的时候就比较混乱，就也没考虑这么多，就先打着再说。
Actually was not, because at that time the situation was really a mess and we didn't think a lot for this, so we just want to fight best and to see our situation was not really care about others. OK, 好的，谢谢小鲤鱼来到我们的采访，也相信你的自信可以持续下去，然后保证我们 EWG 可以有更加精彩的表现。Thanks, 小鲤鱼 come to our interview. Well, let's have a rest and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
WBG's double Transformers comp with lousy quality equipment and heroes with insufficient rage suddenly encounters YZG's Viper, Wushin, and Yorihime's comp. WBG Sleepwalker, who first had ult, used Titan's Call but was surrounded by enemies and instantly defeated. And WBG's Jing escaped with more than 200 meters after attracting fire from two rivals, which were YZG's QGG and YZG's CXZ. Then unfortunately, knocked down. On the other side of the battlefield, WBG Xiao cautiously approaches WBG Jing and successfully resurrects WBG Jing in the nick of time. This time, there must be viewers who want to ask, how did WBG Jing determine that he could revive his teammates in time? In a team with casualties, fallen teammates must turn into Karens and come with a dwindling red progress bar. Before the progress bar goes dark, if a teammate approaches and uses the resurrect, it will fulfill the red progress bar and bring the hero back to life. If two teammates perform a resurrect 2-1 at the same time, it will double the rate of reviving. The speed at which Karen's red progress bar decreases will also relate to Shadow Corruption's progress. In the first Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar decreases at the slowest rate, and in the second time, the red progress bar falls at a somewhat faster pace. And in the third to the seventh Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar depletes at a consistent rate, which is about twice as quick as in the first Shadow Corruption spreading. As the first healer on Moros Isle, Karumi is naturally mighty regarding resurrection skills. Other heroes who want to perform resurrection can only do it close to a Karen. Karumi's binding player can connect with Karen from a distance and perform a revive to avoid the battle near a Karen and avoid damage from Shadow Corruption. It is worth mentioning that all three forms of binding player can also link Karen, and the speed of resurrection is the same. Because of WBG Xiao's unhurried efforts to revive team WBG Jing at the last second, the team was able to enter the final circle with no casualties and win the championship of 2022's Nbpl Season 1 Trio game.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're about to get that halfway mark as we go into game number 3. YZG and EWG have won the first two games in honestly dominating fashion, but I kind of want to pick off from where we left off because AOW are looking like a consistently good team, and me and Rune said this a lot last season, and I know a lot of you are probably bored of hearing it, but consistency is key here at Naraka.
Yeah, you have 6 games in a day. It doesn't matter whether you finish first in one game. If you finish last in the other ones, then overall you're not going to be doing very well at all. So yeah, all about that consistency, making those plays happen from game to game to game, and we've seen that with our top 3 in the first 2 games so far. Yeah. YZG and AOW and EWG, all of those teams have had high finishes in both of our first 2 games, off to a roaring start here in the LPBL.
Yeah, well, we actually have a video from one of the players, I believe, so I didn't hear who it was, so we're just going to roll the clip.
我是因为打爆嘛，因为去年节杯的时候我刚入坑这个游戏，然后看打爆在节杯大放异彩，然后我就很喜欢他，然后这次也机缘巧合嘛，就正好就借着这个机会就去加入 GBL 了。我们4个双周周学我们肯定都要进，决赛我们也要进。就是队内氛围其实这压力还是肯定有的，但是放轻松就好了，就是自己自信一点，都打得自信一点，就其实还好，就总决赛拿个前5吧。
Interesting hearing Han talk about DAY4. DAY4's an interesting player because we were talking about how, oh man, these players getting used to longer days is probably quite hard work for them. DAY4's been doing long days since the beginning. He's a solo player and a trios player. He's been playing in both sides of the tournament, and that meant sometimes he was doing what no, more than that, not 15 games. That's not 3 times 6, 18 games a day. So like, this guy is good, and he has, you know, a lot of stamina, I guess is probably the best way to word it. He's able to really hold out in these long days and playing a serious amount. You can see here AOW, the stats coming up for them, average kills, they are 5th right now in the lobby. They 62% of their games, they are in top 5. They are 2nd highest in the consistency overall in the scores. And they're actually 1st in damage dealt as well. So incredibly scrappy, but also consistent. So really good numbers coming out from the side of AOW. But we're getting ready to go into game number 3. We'll see what the hero select is going to look like, and the units are going to get picked up. Remember, every 2 games, they have to change heroes. So there is a hero point limit. So you can only play so many heroes in a consistent row. So we might see some shifts here in game number 3 because they've already played a bunch of games. So they are starting to run a little bit low on those hero points here. But if this feels like WBG did actually play that Camillet comp at the beginning of the day, so they can actually rock another Transformer comp here. And it feels like, you know, just less Yotos so far. No, still a lot of Yotos.
AOW and YZG have been probably our 2 best performing teams so far on the day, both having their mirror comps here, doing the exact same thing with that Viper Wushen and Yoto. Exceptional, just great scrapping, and lots of CC for the Yoto to land those damages, and obviously Wushen being able to provide that utility as well, and that get out of jail free card if he wants it. I'm just taking a look around. I don't think there's anything really too out of line right here. We didn't see the Valda do anything too special last time, unfortunately, though that was quite interesting. And it looks like we're only going to be seeing 1 of the Mataris today here from OC. That's going to be the only one in this lobby, if I'm not mistaken. So mixing up a little bit right there with that Justina Matari and Mulch comp. Pretty good, like CC, and making those plays happen and creating that little like controlling a little zone, having that sandstorm available to you, freezing people down, and then just having that invisibility as well to really being able to really just take teams by surprise and just like flash engage onto them and make things happen. So that's a team to keep your eyes on if they make it. I honestly think in like the early stage of the game that's gonna be quite useful when you can just like roam on people and catch people by surprise.
Because Moxie was talking to me about like comps for she's been theory crafting with both Rune and kind of just been hearing about on the rumor mill. It's interesting that I haven't seen any of these elemental comps yet showing up. You know, it's the Valda and the Tarka G. You get that kind of flaming water like whirlpool. I can't remember who the 3rd unit in that comp is. It could be Justina for the ice as well, hence the elemental name. We haven't actually really seen those show up too much, and Takaji works a little bit like a flamer. Like, he puts that flame dot on you. As cutting over to EWG in a fist off, actually lost pretty hard there to the fist, but gets the counter into Eagle, who pops the bell, and he's already incredibly low HP. J-Team trying to save the day as the Dragon Rush doesn't quite connect, and with the fists, he's really making it work here. Trying to just avoid, but no, Eagle, you are not long for the world. Taken down by Sansi. Eagle will be the first victim of this.
Gonna have that resurrection though, so he'll be able to come up nice and clean. Probably don't want to be here, honestly. They want to make a move onto somewhere differently. The rest of J-Team being able to pick up a little bit of loot, but I don't think it's going to be enough to save them from the wrath of EWG. Sansi here at MVP.
Another counter.
Just demolishing J-Team right here. Amazing play right there from Sansi. Keeping that kill score really, really high. Starting off his game 3 the way he ended game 2. Oh my goodness, Godlay is just 3-manning with his nunchucks. Making it happen. What is that about? Just all that cleave coming through. Beautiful stuff. Oh, that was a sight to behold right there. As now YCG coming through and picking up a little bit on the backside right there. What the hell were those nunchucks, man? That was beautiful.
He just meter dumped onto 3. Like, he literally just pinned them in place and just whacked the living hell out of them. YZG are going to be able to pick up a bunch of kills as well here. 4 kills already for the side of YZG. This is more like what I was talking about, Foxy. This is the kind of like early action that you do normally see in Naraka. None of this like seeing each other and like a deer in the headlights, not even like a deer in the headlights, like a deer and a twig snapping, running away from each other, the earliest sight of action. Cannons actually in these no ult zones are going to be fairly effective as GBL and I missed who they're playing, JDG here, and OC also fighting in his zone. There's a lot of teams just scrapping here. We'll see he's going to become the victor of this zone, but at the moment, JDG with 5 kills, looking to pick up a 6th. The AoE cleave, for the larger range cleave of the of the Greatsword doing a lot of work here for JDG, and they're going to come up the victors of this area. ZK separated from his team, and this here is a J-Team classic. Being completely scattered from an early loss in a fight, and then just being completely separated from each other, is able to rejoin up with the rest of the team as J-Team still desperately trying to put some gear together. They have just got the grey nunchucks and the blue armor. Slayer immediately losing his life. Absolutely smashed by XCG. Eagle's going to go for the transform and just try to zone them away, but ZK is going to pick up his team. So it was a zoning ult from Eagle, but he does need to de-transform. May have to cancel early because you are a slow-moving target when you're on the Monk right now. But XCG hunting them down. Eagle actually just holding this transform for as long as possible, just so his team can get the full reset off. Xiaonan with a purple armor and blue nunchucks already set up pretty well for success here. And Eagle about to de-transform. Needs to be careful as Slayer now atop the ballista is just going to shoot the tower instead of his target and immediately get caught out by the grappling hook. Going to try and fight for dominance atop the tower. Is able to hold it for the moment, but gets caught by a grapple as he tries to get his way up, and is just going to have to give up the ballista to the side of XCG, who are looking to hunt them down. Transformations already come out. They have actually got Slayer fighting for this high ground as the grab has landed onto Eagle. And it feels like J-Team actually able to wiggle their way out of that grab. The healing doing a little bit of work here for ZK. But J-Team, they're just not having a good start to this game at all. Slayer actually now got that ballista and is able to zone Xiaonan off his team. So should just be able to get away for now. J-Team, though, they're just playing on the run this entire early game.
They were routed at first by XCG, and then it was MPG now who have come in and honestly thrown them a little bit of a bone here, because XCG were looking to completely wipe out J-Team, take them off the map, but with MPG coming up and sandwiching that play, taking XCG out of the game, gave J-Team that window to run away, which is exactly what they did. AOW now, we were talking about these guys, one of the more consistent and bloodthirsty teams here that we have in the Nbpl, having a really good showing so far. First two games finishing both in the top 3, and now found themselves against MPG. Can we see the bloodthirsty team make it happen here in this skirmish? We've got the Yota ultimate dropping down right now. This is going to be a tough one. Just going to be that Wu Shen reset right here with that ulti. MPG able to get out of dodge right there. You do not want to fight AOW. These guys are on fire, and in a situation like that especially, that's where Wu Shen comes out on top, and the Wolves now find themselves in a 2v3 against JDG. This one could be a little bit tricky as double transforms right here. Two Titans going at it.
Oh, Bane's Breath! This might cause problems for them. That Bane's Breath is just doing so much damage. Xingqiu unable to find the throw. Wolves using the Bane's Breath themselves. It is their Bane, so they're quite happy to fight within it. But it actually feels like Wolves not completely done yet. The grab does come down and the transformation will time out. And immediately, Xingqiu going to lose so much of his health, getting just minced by Wolves. Massive knockback onto 2 as well. And Wolves able to pick themselves up a whole bunch of kills. It looked like a fight that had gone bad for them. But they did a great job of just holding fast and actually turning the fight in their favor.
That was perfectly held out right there as well. And towards the end, this is what makes Wolves so scary when they're skirmishing. Their focus is just so good. You often find like 2 or 3 members of Wolves just all hailing on like the same person in these fights, and obviously that makes it a lot easier to take them down. They're just so good at doing that, finding people who might otherwise not look too isolated and just being able to pick them off and really run them down. And that is going to be a one-team fight for them. The Wolves making it happen in these early skirmishes, as they always do. Looking again to get maybe a bit of a higher finish though, because this isn't the part of their game where, you know, like where Wolves struggle. This is not a J-Team team, you know, who kind of play early and are just hanging on for dear life until we get to those late circles. This is a team that just loves these skirmishes early, loves to fight early, and again finding another positive one for them as EWG, the winners of the last match right here, finding themselves in a fight. And
he got double
not going too
baned.
well. Yeah, he's done so. He's done so. That's JJ Hard right there, just able to knock them down, take them out a little bit here. That's a little bit rough right there, as we're seeing Ram just run around now. And another double transform fight coming through here from Bowder and JJ Hard.
Well, if you did see that on the top side of your screen, on the top, well, the middle right, there were free Steam codes for the game for Naraka. So if you've got fast fingers, you might be able to get yourself or grab yourself a free copy of the game. Make sure you enter that in. For all our Xbox players, it is on Xbox Pass now, so you can pick it up if you've got that sub. So it's nice because we got that kind of added midway through. And oh wow, back into the action. Bowder just found himself a pretty juicy counter. They're gonna force the Yueishen ultimate out as well, so transforming into that Terracotta Warrior, getting slammed down on. Wolves and JDG are leading the charge right now with 6 kills on the board for themselves. As Bowder, you know, we've been kind of talking about this team struggling all week long. Finally finding a couple of kills, but they've been very good at getting, you know, like 3-4 kills and then just getting knocked out, and that's been their kind of key problem. They're a roster, but we have expectations just because of the names on the roster. They're a very stacked roster, a lot of really solid players. So eyes still on them a little bit, but GG as well, been a bit of a quiet one for them. AOW though, still up there, 3 kills, still early, still can put more kills together, but maybe a little bit more quiet than normal for them as the Mora's Blessing is coming up. They did throw down, I thought they threw the Sandstorm down, but they actually haven't. They haven't got it up and available to them as Miskia now with the ultimate trying to get as much damage off as possible. Isn't able to hit anyone, and Eagle actually for the side of J-Team coming in. That's going to force the Wushen ultimate out. And
it's on the Mara's Blessing.
J-Team are going to get the Mora's Blessing, and that's the Vermilion Bird's Might. So J-Team been pretty good at losing fights. So this time they don't lose anything if they go down.
So they'd have to take fights in order to make
True,
advantage of that resurrection, and they've been a little bit fight averse so far. But maybe that will change things. We'll see it. That was OC, I believe, falling down. Member of OC is being taken out right there by the J team. So of course, it's continuing the fight right here as well. So honestly, once you got that buff, you have that resurrection available to you, then why not? Just go for it. Just go ham, go crazy. See if you can make those plays happen. It looks like that's exactly what J team are trying to do right here. And OC is hanging on, trying to escape, but a good counter right there of the grapple. He's in a little bit of a pickle right here. He's doing his best. And good counters. He's surviving quite long, but this is a 3v1. My goodness. What is he doing? He's actually making it happen. Unfortunately, it's not enough, man. It's not. I mean, there's no. Yeah, there's just no way. But he did a good job of trying to make that one work. Like that was quite impressive, honestly. Hats off to him there. But the 3v1 doesn't matter how well you play it. That's rarely going to work out in your favor, and he does go down.
You haven't seen building like tech chases yet, so you're going to be excited for that when you get to that point where we're inside buildings like that, and they are just so fast on the movement, and like it's so impressive to watch them. WBG, they also got a Mora's Blessing themselves. They got the Draco Storm on them, as you can see from the lightning bolts going off around them, so they are quite scary to fight. Obviously taking less damage, dealing more damage, and slowing you down as well. It is the combat buff. It is the desired buff for these teams to be rocking. So WBG right now are just set up with a pretty good loadout, but they can't find anyone to fight. They can't find anyone to actually use their buff on, unfortunately. OC on the other hand, kind of just hanging away from everybody else, and it feels like we are now hitting that lull in the action right now.
Well, there's been so much, excuse me, so much action early. Like, I feel like we've been quite blessed this game. Honestly, a lot of things have been happening. A lot of players going down. I have GG just hanging out.
Gee, good, bro.
I was trying so hard to like hold it in, but that one was just not having it. Honestly, it was like it was inevitable. Like Wolves' early game, honestly, just coming through. I feel better for that one though. However, OUG are going to be chasing down. It's AOW that are now looking like they might be a little bit victim here. I don't think AOW know that OUG are actually on their heels here. They could be a bit caught out. Mikasa on the backside. Let's see what happens here, because the OUG are definitely well kitted out. They're definitely better kitted than AOW, and almost able to catch them there with that grapple, but just not quite. Oh, that is a good shot right there. They're knocking out the complete armor from AOW. Here we go. We're going to get that fight. 5S from OUG coming through here. Just getting those arrow shots. No one really looking to dedicate to this fight, which is a little bit surprising. Have ultimates available. They are good to go. deciding instead to back away from this one. AOW, on the other hand, they want to chase this one down. Looks like they are going to go on the offensive here. Ping Tao quite close to OUG. Is going to get that grapple. Is going to find that hook. And that is an isolated OUG. Xinyu in a bit of trouble here. Good counter, but it's just the Wushen reset. End of the day, AOW picking up a little bit more than they could chew.
Yeah, don't want to be going out early. And consistency is key. I think they were going to save their Viper and Yoto ultimate, so they were just quite happy to trade the Wushen ult to make sure they didn't have to burn too much mid-fight, or like a mid-game, I guess. And then they now have those ultimates for better times if they need to. J-Team, 3 kills. You know, it's not terrible for them. And actually, just seeing them grump onto that ballista to try and get a couple of shots off, but not actually going to be able to find anyone to hit with. Just holding the high ground for the moment. And we've had a lot of action early, which now means that we do get this kind of lull in the middle of the game where teams don't want to go out because revives have all been used up. You know, more options for those. They just want to wait for the Mora's blessings to come up. Don't want to burn ultimates and then be punished for it a little later. XCG just playing on the low ground out of the ballista's range, but they really want to contest to the area. Eagle is being a scout. He is running around the edge of the building and letting his team know who are atop the tower, who's about and who's looking to deal with them. We're going to see what the circle shifts in a second as well, as the Mora's blessings coming up. We've got the Draco Storm on one of those and on the other we have the Mystic Might. I think the blue one is Mystic Might. I really need to learn which icons. Which they're both dragons.
Mystic Might. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Mystic Might and the Resurrection on the bottom right there. I believe is what we've got dropping for us for the buffs on the bounties right there. We're going to cut some more action here. GG having a very slow game here. Only 1 kill to their name. Finding a little bit against GBL. I'm not convinced they're going to go for this engage. I'm not convinced it's going to be a dedicated play. It seems to be at this point, most teams just looking for a little bit of harass, but that is the transformation by GBL. Han has taken up the Titan form and is looking for that play. The Viper ulti from GG, shutting GBL down. That's so good. You can almost 2v1 with a stun. It's beautiful stuff, and the Val looks like he's going to go down. He does eventually. My goodness, that Viper. Oh my goodness, there's another Viper. AOW Ping Tao coming through. The third party, just when GG thought it was going their way. It's not to be.
No way.
Tomorrow's blessings just playing everyone into the fight. Mikasa with the Yoto ultimate as well. JJ Harder in the action too as well. There's everyone and their nans is involved in this fight. So much is going down. JJ Hard look like they have control of the Mara's blessing though with that transformation, with the Titan just camping on top of the chest.
They're putting the ult zone down.
Oh my goodness, it's ridiculous. It's all happening. Godlay, we saw the Nunchuck King now with the dual blades, able to bully out AOW here. Looking a little bit tough. Mikasa is going to fall down. I think JJ Hard might just be able to secure this one. I think that's going down to them. They are going to be at the end, the victors of this fight. My goodness, everyone was involved in that one. And at the end, it is JJ Hard who have been struggling a bit. One of the first teams who got eliminated in our last game, who were able to pick up that play. And GBL were involved in that one as well. They're gone, mate. They're gone. They're in the Shadow Realm. They're completely eliminated from the game. My goodness.
Alex played it well, though. He did play that initial stun really, really well. You're lucky he's lucky he's got the broom, because he did some sweeping up there.
Beautiful stuff.
They only get it's a bit of a shame they went through all that for Mystic Might. I know there's obviously the weapons and the armor in there as well, but you know, if you got the Draco Storm on top of that, you would have been like, okay, I'm set up now. I'm set up for success. But you know, they'll take it. They'll be quite happy with that one. Looks like XCG just found themselves a nice purple bush to go hide in, and just going to use this as a chance to kind of buy some time. J-Team are very much aware that they are in there. They saw them go into the bush, I think, through the tree. And they have a cannon, so a well-placed cannon shot. Going to be a real pain. But it looks like they are just going to play it nice and chill. And everybody is in that squirrel mode where they get up trees, they get in bushes, and they just kind of hide out and wait for the circle to move. And then the name of the game is get yourself a good spot in the next circle, because the next circle is the kind of start of the cannon phase and that kind of that ranged combat phase. If you can get yourself the likes of a building or a good tree to hide in, that's going to be really, really effective. Wolves and Bowder right now are currently just fighting on the edge of the circle. It's slowly closing in. Wenlong is going to get into the zone. and then just use it as a way to kind of taxi himself into a more comfortable position where he's not being shot at by Wolves. But Wolves still do have themselves a very good position as Bowder moving towards the likes of J-Team and GG there as well. So do need to be very, very careful. There's a whole bunch of teams, a whole bunch of very stacked teams in this area. We could see some pretty big players get taken out early.
We've seen one go down right now with OC in a lot of trouble right there. He's dashing away. I think he just about gets out to safety from JDG. There's so many teams in this area though. AOW, JDD, OC as well, XCG on the other side, on the western part of the map. So much happening here as this circle gets a little bit lower. Teams just looking to poke out a bit with those cannons, with those ranged weapons, and then maybe go for those engages once you've found a little bit of chip damage over to your opponent. But as that circle closes in, it's forcing players to run into opposing teams, as you're seeing here. OUG is kind of hovering around, looking to find that safe spot, but EWG are getting very close to them. Might see a little scrap here. OUG hiding out in those bushes, hiding out around the tree, around the high ground, but it is Yeran just looking for it. Maybe a little bit of flirting, maybe trying to bait some things out. Not dedicating for it just yet, as each team's picking their high ground, picking their spot. It's going to be sitting pretty for now. Not too much happening. Wade with his beautiful purple hair and his beautiful purple armor, unfortunately does not have a purple weapon. Just going to be chilling.
Oh, yeah, it's a purple musket.
Well, there you go. Okay. Purple musket. We'll take it. 3 out of 4 is totally fine. If Meatloaf's anything to go by, that's more than fine.
I feel like that joke's going to go over so many people's head. 9 minutes.
Reference Meatloaf in a cars before, to be fair.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone reference Meatloaf, to be honest with you. Oh. I can't think of any songs other than his Christmas song now.
It's 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Is that his Christmas song? Bat of Hell?
No,
that's Meatloaf.
Bat of Hell's not yet. Okay, you're doing pretty good on that front. Okay, I couldn't think of any off the top of my head.
Or what about the Tenacious D Meatloaf crossover, Kickapoo?
I forgot they did that. I actually forgot that they did that.
Song. Absolute banger right there. I mean, Kickapoo would be, honestly, if you're looking for a soundtrack to play in your Naraka games, and I would honestly recommend Tenacious D and the Bigger Destiny. That would be an absolute banger soundtrack. As we're seeing, like, just these cannons come firing from, oh my god, so far away. Yeran getting those heals, having to pop the bell as well for the invulnerability. Yeah, Batmar's blessings are not going to go down too easily. No one's going to let that one happen. A lot of fighting though. You can see JJ Hard involved. A lot of scrappiness, able to pick up a kill. GG now hanging out, doing their own bats at hell impression on the top of that roof inside that building. This is where, like you mentioned, like these building wars, as you were saying, Jake. Like if this circle keeps going towards this little village, then it's going to be a lot of people hanging out in these buildings, and a lot of those plays happening at EWG now. The winners of last round, potting that ulti, I believe, honestly, just to get the resurrection for Sansi. So Sansi was down. He's going to get it picked back up.
Yeah, cancels it early.
Yeah.
This compound's really cool because it's filled with purple bushes. So there's like, people could be anywhere.
Yellow.
Cuckoo, well, did they dropped into a purple bush? I think he just didn't see them drop down, and he loses his life for it. AOW. Gonna lose Cuckoo. And again, the power of the purple bush compound, OUG, I swear I can speak, are going to be able to get their hands onto this Mora's Blessing. That's 2 sets of golden armor right now on that team. They are pretty geared out, and it looks like this compound might actually be where the final circle goes. We'll see when it shifts any second now if it is going to move away from here, but we could have a lot of building and terrain for people to hide behind. The monks not going to be quite so happy with that. Yoto comps are going to be really happy with that because they can just F into the window and then just catch people out when they're mid-ult. Monk, on the other hand, he's going to be able to struggle to catch people through the windows. His Wolves actually going to pop the transformation here. Nice and early, looking to catch people out, looking for the grabs, but he is being Yoto'd right now by LWH and loses most of his health bar. Remember, if you go down in Monk form, you go down in real life, you're not going to be able to get bailed out. It is just a instant death there. Is able to survive, but lost a lot of HP, and it's going to have to go for a reset as GG. They've got themselves a really nice spot here. They've got the zone to their back, and then they've got this little divot in the roof where they can hide behind and reload their gear and just refresh their shields.
Still got 14 teams alive though now, which is, for this part of the game, 5 minutes left. We're gonna see it's gonna explode. It's gonna get popping here very soon. XCG just trying to, Xiaonan just taking huge amounts of poke there from those cannons. Fortunately able to get a tether and get healed back up. It's not gonna mean too much. It's not gonna stick. That's very important. If you get poked out too much, then when these little skirmishes happen, when the fights erupt on the map as this circle gets smaller and smaller, you're going to be in a lot of trouble, and you certainly don't want to be in that kind of pickle. That is going to be very difficult for you to come back from, especially if you then start getting 13, etc., that kind of thing. Right now, teams are very hesitant to make that first move, but even if the teams are hesitant, the circle isn't. The circle is not wasting any time. It's getting closer and closer. Wolves now trying to fight on the edge of the circle, do the best they can around this. This is a really good spot for them because you can get high ground on the cliff, and you can also hide within the rocks. As WBG looking to make this fight happen against the Wolves. Another fight is happening on the other side as well. OUG versus Q9, the Viper ulti. It's going to lock them up. That's enough for the Wu Chen to transform, or teleport, excuse me, away with that can as well. Hopefully going to get that resurrection down.
Oh, the zone's left the compound, which in a way is good because you don't have people just hiding and shooting each other across. You're going to have a more open-ended fight. You around here looking for the grabs on the monk, not able to actually connect any yet. It's getting very close down there. Does find himself OUG Jinyu, who's going to take a bunch of shots from his team into the slam. Can he get the re-grab? Yes, he can. It's all but done now for him. No, he mistimes it, and he de-transforms, so he's going to be able to survive. WBG, they've used Sleepwalker's transform, but that has now also timed out, so he has to be careful. It is monks galore here. Looks like a bunch of Machamps fighting as they're all looking to grab each other, not actually going to be able to find anybody. Another transformation does come out on that low ground. Monk wants to be on the higher ground. He wants to be able to grab people. It's also easier for the re-grab as Sleepwalker is caught out, getting burnt down, getting cooked down, able to survive. Can they find the re-grab? Not even necessary as he is taken out. Down to 28 players left in the lobby. A lot of people left here as J-Team going to take themselves out here as... no, they're not out, but they do get lose a player to Wolves. As Wolves holding very strong now with their... Oh, sorry, excuse me. With their own Transformers come to work with.
Hey, that's my thing. I'm the one who chokes on camera. I can't mute on camera. Come on, don't take that from me. Wolves here, though, looking to get that a strong finish. Already have a lot of kills. Just saw AOW, though, one of the more consistent teams that we were hyping up going into this game. Not having a good time of things so far. Really have to turn things around in this last part of the match right here if they want to finish high and get some points out of this one. It's now Bowder's turn. 101 TN looking for those monk plays. The Tian Highs transformation into the Titan, picking up those people, getting those grabs. Another grab right here. Oh my goodness, it's chased by the Wolves. Oh, there's three of them. There's three of them. I can see four of them on my screen. It just doesn't end. There's a Terracotta Warrior to boot as well. But the high ground belongs to Sleepwalker. One of the best monks that we have here in the Nbpl. He's certainly got the superior position, but look at that LXM with the Viper ulti. Catching a bunch of people. It's all happening up here on this cliff edge as the Yoto ultimate from Miskia coming through as well. But he's grabbed mid-air by the monk and slammed down into the ground. It's Yeran's turn now to make things happen. His hands, it's all happening. It's all popping off right now. Oh my goodness, his final circle is looking absolutely insane, but he's just timed out. It's now just Xiaonan. I love it. It's monk. It's happening. These Titans coming through, grabbing out of the tree. No screw gameplay for you, Bowder. It's not happening. And instead, it looks like XCG on the top. Oh my, look at the tether there from SS from the Viper. A dozen stuns? I don't know, that was mental. He's locked up the whole lobby with that one ultimate. It's ridiculous, but he might be falling down here to the Wolves. Wolves 3 players strong, playing on the outside of the circle. Just flirting with danger right there, but making it happen. This could be that top finish these guys are looking for. EWG also coming in here, hot with this cannon, trying to get a little bit of poking, and it's happening. Another transformation. Yeren back into his Titan form. You have to feel at this point, this has to be EWG's game to lose. They were the winners of last game, and now they're looking to make it happen for a consecutive one. The Wolves, though, they're not going down without a fight. They've got their own monk. Jake, finish it off. EWG Wolves, who's going to take it?
Yeah, it's not just EW and Wolves. There's 10 players in the lobby right now. XCG still in with a fighting chance. I say that as they get grabbed and they get taken down. They lose some players. We're down to 9 right now. And every transformation comp has come out. The Sandstorm as well. Sansi finds himself in the zones and needs to reposition back in, but he's being gatekeeped out by another Terracotta Warrior. Oh, the tactical nuke from the CXZ, locking everybody in place. Comes in with some damage. Wolves 14 is going to lose his life. 5 players left standing. CXZ gonna get himself taken out the zone. Take damage will finish him up, and it is EWG versus Wolves. One Feng. Yiran going low. Yiran pops the bell. He pops the transformation, but it's not in time. He is out. Wolves take the win.
And it's the team that gets so many kills but are never able to finish high. Who finish high finally in our 3rd game of the day. They make it happen. Oh, that last circle though was just completely filled with all those Chan highs and the transformations. You didn't know it looked like EWG were gonna have it when they had the high ground. Sleepwalker at one point was looking really hot there. The Wolves obviously with their transformations, like, oh, that was too close to call. There was so much happening. You're seeing like these comps like with players like characters like Viper with Tian highs, like being able to just lock down like those AoEs. It's huge when that circle gets smaller and smaller, and it's really paid off for these teams here. And Wolves specifically, obviously coming out on top. I'm really curious to see what total they got, because they're always high in kills. Like, we know they're always high in kills, and this time around their way, which actually finished first.
That was the Cinderella story here for Wolves, the team who, last season they were a bit of a joke. They were so much fun to cast, but they always just went out too early. But then they come back into this season and they suddenly start really showing up and actually making it a little bit later into the games. And then finally they get their first win of season 2 under their belt, and that was a real bloodbath of a game. That final circle, I mean, there was just monks high-fiving each other across the the massive zone. That was brilliant. That was like a really heavy transformer team. Really solid game coming in from the side of Wolves. I want to see how many the points were, what the points situation looked like. Also, I want to see, how the likes of Aces did as well, because they've been consistently good all day long, and I didn't really see much from them that game. We might just not have looked at them, because the amount of times where it's like, oh, this team, they didn't do much, and then they show up with 17 points, and you're like, oh,
yeah, actually
turned out they did do good.
The sneaky teams, yeah, for sure. I'm really curious actually of the standings of that game, because that was AOW specifically were a bit surprising, because they, done great in the first 2 games and went out really early in that 3rd one.
Yeah.
See if that influences things a bit there. But the Wolves, who always they're always hover around 5th and 6th, because they get a lot of kills, but kind of get knocked out a bit too early for them to really ramp up that scoring. I want to see if that really pushes them up into that pushing into that top 3 territory, because I think that was really good showing for them in that final circle specifically.
Yeah, no, it was overall just a, again though, I think like the way the day has been going is we've seen the week's been going is we've not seen our top teams actually showing up other than FPX. They're the only top team who've actually taken a first so far. FPX have been consistently good, but WBG, another disappointing game from them. Bowder, another disappointing game from them. Is it just week 1, nerds? Or at the end of next week, are we going to have to kind of go, okay, maybe it's time we change our expectations and maybe write off some of the teams who we were kind of bigging up as being the teams to watch coming into this season. So I think coming out of week 2, that is where we get to really get like a good understanding of what teams we are watching and what teams we're not watching for the rest of the season. But I think we're also getting a good basic understanding so far. And Aces, definitely one of those teams But another team, really Wolves. Like Wolves are a team to watch. A 33.8 point game for them, getting themselves 18 kills. Like monstrous game coming out for those guys.
Yeah, there it is. They always get the high kills. I wasn't sure how many they got exactly, but 18 is impressive to come out finishing first as well with that high multiplier. EWG, who were the winners last time, coming out in second, so still another good performance from them. OUG also stepping up a little bit with YZG, who are first and second, I believe, in our last 2 games, still in that top 5. But again, for me, the shock or the surprise is of this specific map here has to be AOW, finishing in 13th, getting 3.8 points. Not good, man. Not good at all. Not a good showing for them, for a team that have been one of our most consistent so far. So, bit of a blip for them, but it's just the one game. That's why you play 6, in case you do have a bit of a rough one. Then it's okay. You can just bounce back, and hopefully game 4 is better for them.
This is also when you've been consistently decent scoring. Having a bad game, it's rough, and it can affect things. But at the same time, you can also afford this space. Is that another Karumi? We've had 2 Karumi MVPs in a row. One Feng for MVP, 26k damage. That's a really good game. And get 0 rescues. Come on, guys. We even need a new stat on this graph, or people need to start rescuing each other.
Now that's the theme. It's like when you're destroying everyone, your team's fine, so you don't need to rescue them because you're killing all the threats. The threats aren't there to take your team down, so you don't need to rescue them at the end. 26k damage is about like average for what I kind of like see on this MVP chart, but to do it on a Karumi seems pretty crazy. No, that's quite a lot of damage.
No, I noticed the Soul Jades had Meteor and Bounce Shell. Meteor is the one where the cannon shoots straight instead of in an arc, and then Bouncing Shell means it doesn't explode, it bounces and then explodes. So you can actually get like really cool like angle gameplay where you kind of bounce it off a wall into a window and like pop people. It's a really cool little combo when you get it, and it makes that cannon stage, you're really oppressive at that point because you can kind of like huck shots and bounce them off trees and like ricochet into teams, so they think they're safe, but actually they're not because you can bounce it towards them. That was really cool. I really like that loadout. We don't really get to see it all that much, but anyway, I think it's time that we speak to one of the member of Wolves, so we're going to pass it over to Leah with the interview.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. Congratulations to Wolves to be the winner of this game. We invite Joe to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 先请周周跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是蓝队的周。
Okay, welcome. So how do you think this game is your team's performance? 那觉得这把自己队伍打怎么样？
打得都很好嘛，3个人。
Oh, I think 3 of us was very great. So how do you think which key fight or key operations you think push you to the victory? 那整把看下来，觉得是哪一场战斗或者哪一个操作，非常关键，成就了你们这次的胜利呢？
落地的时候我们杀了6个人，然后我赌玉赌出了火龙炮、虚影步和须弥术，我们就觉得这把已经吃了。
Okay, I think we have a really great performance in the Born fight, and we got 6 kills at that time. After that, and we have a really great soldier. So this kind of situation push us to the victory. Okay, so at the final circle, so what's your strategy when you face the situation in the final circle? 那其实，在最后决赛圈的时候，你们当时是一个怎样的思路呢？
就是我们打技能循环，就轮流教大招，然后一直保持满边，然后就有花吃花就赢了。
Okay, so we just to make sure our ultimate can make circulations in the final circle, and to focus on the flowers of the opponent. So that is the key in the final circle. So I see that at the last moment, Chen Xuanzhi, CXD from the YZG, and he used a Viper ultimate at that time. So are you a little bit nervous when you face that ultimate? 那其实在最后这个关头的时候，陈玄之一个天降跳水，一下晕了很多人，当时有没有一点小紧张？
没有，因为他当时是 V2的逆红叶就只有2秒，而且我是大月3，然后就感觉他杀不了我们。
Absolutely not, because at that time we know that CXZ, he was carry V2 Viper's ultimate, so it's only have 2 seconds. So and I was Yueshan, so I didn't worried about his ultimate, and I think I can like counter him back at that time, so I was didn't nervous. OK， 好的，谢谢周周来到我们的采访，也希望狼队之后可以有更加精彩的表现。Thank Jojo come to our interview. Well, let's have a rest and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain. They can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm
from the ashes.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Naraka Player Point Pro League. We're getting ready to go into our fourth game. Jeez, we're beyond the halfway mark. Going into our fourth game of the day, and Wolves found their first win of the season. Wolves have been a team we talked quite a lot about. They're a team who've been really fun to watch, but just like a little bit too fun to watch for their own good. So they kind of just get taken out way too early.
Yeah, for sure. Like they always get a lot of kills early. They always, whoever they drop with, they demolish them. Like if I place my banner on the map and I'm going, yeah, I'm dropping here, and I see that wolf icon next to me, I'm like, I'm out of here. I'm not staying here. Wolves always find a way to win those early fights, and unfortunately, as you mentioned, hadn't quite been able to translate that to like high finishes, so weren't getting like those multipliers for the points on those kills. So in the standings, it wasn't anything impressive, but this time around, they finally made it happen. Came in first. Good, solid victory for them, and hopefully, you know, this is that confidence boost that they needed to kind of translate those successful skirmishes into something more.
But I need to see this a consistent thing from Wolves. This was a good game, yes, but we need to see them not just have this like a blip on the radar. They need to be a team who are performing, you know, at the AOW level, where they are consistently placing high.
Bro,
because...
AOW just came 13th, so that's...
Yeah. We'll give AOW the benefit of the doubt, though, because out of all the games they played this week, that was definitely their lowest. And we're actually, now that we're over that halfway mark, we can have a look at the overall standings and see how the teams are doing. GG, a team I did big up coming into this. 21 in the standings right now, only 20 points, and J-Team just above them as well. These are some low scoring teams, but also Bowder 17th, and they've played 2 days worth now.
Yeah, that's not looking good for Bowder. They've had some pretty depressing performances. It's just not clicking for them. Like, you're just watching them and they just don't seem to be winning those fights. Like, it just doesn't seem to be anything specific. It's just they come up against a team in that mid game, or even early, they seem to be dropping off. It's really not happening here. WBG as well, a team that I would expect to be a little bit high. Obviously 9th place isn't drastic or anything too much to sniff at, but it is a team that I was expecting to see like on that first page of teams, and unfortunately they're not being able to make it there as we do swap to that first one. I don't know if we are swapping to it now, but I'm just assuming that's the timing. There it is. It is EWG coming in first. What the Wolves are actually, wow, a lot higher than I thought. Like they were sitting in like 5th, I believe it was. I'm coming into today, but obviously, you know, they've this is a bit skewed because all these 3 teams who are now in first have first, second, and third day have actually played 2 days worth. But quite impressive though.
Do keep in mind, this is their last time to play before the bi-weekly finals, because every 2 weeks we have the bi-weekly finals and the top 16 teams compete in that, and that's where the cash prize every 2 weeks is given out. So yes, they've overtaken FPX right now, but FPX have that 80-point game day. If they on next Friday pull out another 80-point day, they then go into the bi-weekly finals on the Sunday, set up for success with a whole bunch of points in their pocket. And remember, you take a percentage of those points through into those bi-weekly finals as well. So it's how well you do here directly translates to how well you do in the finals itself, just because those extra points can be like almost a game's worth of points. We did see FPX once start the bi-weekly finals with, I think it was a 70-point lead. They had 70 points going into the bi-weekly finals. By the way, they didn't even make top 3. They got like donuts the whole day through. but there is that chance, right?
Yeah, no, that, I mean, obviously you want to get that. You want to start as ahead as you can, like having a 70-point. Imagine the standings now if you're looking at teams with a 70-point lead. That's absolutely ridiculous. So that's really insane stuff. As we're just getting a look at the players here preparing for game number 4. Our previous winners just there, Wolves. Now MPG, who are kind of been struggling a little bit. Not having too fun of things and
Oh, my
averaging
word.
like, yeah, they've not come top 5 yet once and averaging less than 2 kills. It's not been too hot for these guys. They have been struggling, looking to kind of make that bounce back. But of course, that's why you play 6 games. You know, you can have some rough games, you can have some difficulties, and then just try and bring it back as the game goes on. Obviously, you just kind of want to write off those previous games, learn what you can from them, and then just go into the next ones looking a little bit better. Hopefully, as XCG here now on our screen again. Another team struggling a little bit, though. They have been putting up some good fights early on in these games.
I think EWG is a team who we didn't really talk too much about. Currently sitting at the top, they've got 82 points. They scored more than FPX scored in all of their games combined on day number 1 on Friday. And we've still got 3 games left to go. If EWG continue on this trend, they are going to have a phenomenal amount of points coming in a little bit later. And JJHRD, one of our new teams actually here, joining in to the Nbpl this season, so they've got a lot to prove for themselves as well. And I believe actually 3 new players as well. So you know, these guys 0% in that top 5, not particularly doing amazing overall, but to be fair to them, they are a new team to the league, new players to the league, so they've got to kind of get themselves adjusted. But eyes obviously on these new teams cycling in into the Nbpl. Again, it's a lot to prove for these guys. GG as well. These lot have not had a great start to the season, unfortunately. First day playing in the tournament, so they do still have next Friday, I believe, to play as well to show us what they're made of. But at the same time, I have my concerns, if I'm going to be completely real with you. They're not performing quite at the level I expected from GG.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. Like, we did have high expectations of them. We have seen them in the past be a very consistent team, and they're anything but consistent right now. Like, the first game was complete zeros, absolutely awful, and the second game was a bit better, but still third not good. So not consistent at all. We need to see more from them.
Muted. Yes. Sorry, I was messaging our producer. Yeah, no, we do need to see more from them. I mean, in our prep, I was kind of giving you the 4 teams to watch, and none of them have hit the mark at all, to be completely fair. But we actually do have a chat with GG, so let's see what they have to say.
我感觉威胁性比较大的话就是暴打这个队伍吧，因为之前有昊天的加入，然后再加上捷杯冠军的文龙，然后再加上那个第一赛季的冠军阿肖，他们3个组在一起的话，可能是很强的一支队伍，然后可能对我们冲击冠军也是最强劲的对手。我们的运营思路的话是不会变的，只是我们需要在其他方面提升我们的综合实力吧。我们的一些操作方面，还有一些细节方面需要更多的提升。总体的话还是围绕着运营去打的。
Well, here we go. GG talking a little bit about their kind of micromanagement and understanding of the rotations. You can see our 3 games have already gone down. YZG, EWG, and Wolves have taken a game. We haven't had a single team win more than once so far. Just say across both our days, no team has taken first more than once.
I think we might
both
see
the days.
that broken today. I just got a sneaky suspicion, you know. I feel like we've seen a lot of good. Like, I think the top 5 teams ish have been fairly consistent, and to expect it to be a repeat first place is not too much to ask for. I don't think that would be too surprising as we do get into this hero select right now. Nothing off board right here that I can see.
I don't think Yipping's going to get picked. Zipping, sorry, is going to get picked as well. This is sad. They're baiting us with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, she's a bit too new, and people aren't really sure necessarily how to pilot her, or like, you know.
At least in trios, I agree. I think she's got potential in trios, but we're not seeing people really pick her up. In solos, she's like the pick. She's like all the time getting picked. But I think in trios, I don't think people have kind of figured out a comp for her. I worry that when a comp is figured out, suddenly she's going to be just very, very oppressive. We also have another hero coming as well. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. I don't know if I actually know the name, but we have got another hero coming. So maybe when she comes out as well, maybe with zipping, there might be a maybe there might be a comp that suddenly rises out and suddenly starts to change up the landscape of trios, because it has been Transformers since Worlds. I did beg the production team, even though they don't make the game, to speak to 24 Studios and to say, hey, can we nerf Transformers, because they are still in every trios game without fail.
I think what's cool about Transformers as a spectator is it's the big like wow moment. You know, you see the big monk transform into the Titan, like, oh my goodness, it's happening, and like the Terracotta Warrior to a certain extent as well. Like as a spectator, it's quite exciting when you see those big transforms, and I'm sure as a player as well, honestly, if you see you can like transform into one of those guys, like I reckon that's quite, if you're new to the game, you would be quite tempted to pick up a champion like that, because you're like, holy crap, this is so cool. You can turn into this massive Titan and grab people. That's amazing. So but yeah,
it's cool as well because his skin had, I can't remember the new skin, or the one that we most of the monks play, is actually one that was it basically, the team with Naraka kind of helped fund some like Chinese heritage stuff, where they were like looking into like ancient Chinese like history, and the skin is based on stuff from their findings, and a bunch of the weapons as well based on all that. And same for skins, like they're actually investing quite a lot into like heritage stuff, and they then use their findings and design like kind of like historical Chinese outfits, weapons, and skins based around the things that the society find. But into this game, moving away from history and into the present, AOW currently finding themselves in a fight with, I believe that's 3 teams right now, WBG and XCG. Good counter coming in from Miskia onto Jing. Jing looks to turn it around. He's trying to charge up the shots onto Miskia, finds a counter and takes him down. Beautiful pick up there, and it feels like this fight is going so chaotically. I don't even want to say wrong. Ultimate was about to come out from that Yoto, but instantly gets pulled away. Miskia drops the blue armor, quickly picks up a healthier gray armor for the quick armor switch, and now is gonna lose it immediately as he's pinned it against the wall. JDG able to take him down, and everybody is scattering away from this fight. But it feels like Sleepwalker coming at you with a bit of a salty run back here. Lion TT gonna go for a evolution himself to try and force them away. WBG not willing to give this up. Sleepwalker has used that transformation, used the bell, and is now gonna pop the transformation, looking for one grab. Will he find another? They're gonna finish up this kill with a slam on to Jingshu, and it feels like WBG going to be quite happily in control of his. AOW trying to rescue their teammates, trying to hold these revives into the later stages, but they are denied. Miskia goes down, and WBG kicking it off with 6 kills. But we're not done, because Ping Tao's come back through, and AOW with the salty run back. They could be knocked out here if they are taken down, and it feels like it's getting really hairy. SS gonna pop himself the Viper Stun, looking to lock some people in place. Has connected onto Jing and will get the charge attack down. Jing will fall. WBG started with a whole bunch of kills, but they are going to lose out heavily here as J-Team have now joined into the fray, into the action. The Sandstorm comes down, and Lee's going to throw down that Viper Stun to lock everybody down. Unable to do so. Chaotic fight to start us off.
So much happening here, and so many teams involved in this play as well, with J-Team now being the newest to the fray versus OUG. It seems like this battlefield has just seen so many teams right now. The ones that you're seeing right here are not the ones that started this fight, but they certainly will be the ones to end it, as OUG want to keep pressuring J-Team. Keep that up, keep that damage going, chase them down, go for those grapples and the poke with the ranged weapons. We are going to see a lot of dancing around right here. This Viper ulti is still pretty ways from coming up. Not going to be available, which would be exceptionally useful in this situation. It is going to be the Yoto ulti instead coming through here. Just going to get that TP out to safety from OUG. Not going to have too much happen right there, but blowing that Wuxian ult is a good thing at least. You know, able to survive. Not going to fall down right there. As we're seeing the Terracotta versus Terracotta fight right here is YZG, who had a bad time of things in the very early fights here and don't have their revives up anymore. Now finding a different fight here against OC, trying to make it happen right now. It's a little bit tough though. They might have to dip away from this one. OC are getting the better of them. That is going to be Xiaohu taken down. OC coming out on top. And YZG, one of our more consistent teams here, have been finishing in that top 3 a lot today. Really really struggling in the early of game 4.
Yeah, definitely struggling pretty hard here. OC, though, do still have their revives, crucially. They haven't actually been forced to use those. They've been able to pick people up, but have been the victim of a few lost fights. YZG, very quiet start for them, considering they won our first game and they were a team that we decided, oh, we should probably watch out for these guys. They've been a little bit quieter for the rest of the time, seeing the spear tech to get as much distance away from OC as YZG are still being chased down here. They've lost a player and they've used all of their revives. So if they go down here with 0 kills, that is going to be a monumental loss, and they've actually split up, which means there is no way they're going to be able to save each other. Cutting over to Wolves, though, the victor of the previous game, they're in a fight with Bowder as they do get themselves all a little bit of CC coming down, looking for those counters, not able to quite connect them as Wolves getting a little bit low, but same for Bowder here on the return. They're going to lose a player. Zhao's going to go down as Bowder quite happily will take the victory in that fight, and it looks like the revives have been forced out from Wolves. Bowder coming actually alive with themselves 6 kills to start it off.
And that's a big statement right there. Wolves winning the previous map. Bowder being a team that we wanted to see a little bit more from. Very, very skilled players they have on their rosters. Haven't been able to pull it together just yet. Able to take down Wolves very convincingly right there. As a good fight for Bowder. Maybe that's a sign of things to come. As we cut now to MPG, chasing down WBG. Gonna get a little skirmish right here. Purple weapons here for Sheng. She's happy about this one, but Sleepwalker transforming. Maybe just to get a bit of a disengage here. Oh, that's a good grab. What the hell was that? It's going to pick him up and smash him down. And, oh my goodness. That's it. WBG. I thought they were disengaging. I thought they were running away, but that grab has changed everything. WBG now turning it around to MPG. Off of the back of some banging grabs right there. Dubai, the winner of our solos, if I'm not mistaken, being part of this skirmish right here, just hiding behind that tree, trying to not get grabbed. WBG gonna resurrect, sorry, not resurrect, but loot the fallen enemies here and just chase down MPG into the hills.
That was an unbelievable grab from a distance into the re-grab. I don't know whose Bane's Breath that is, but if it's not WBG's, they're in trouble because that is going to hurt them quite a lot. AOW only got 2 kills right now, and they were a team who I did really want to watch coming into this, but they've used their revives up, and they're now taking a fight versus J-Team. Slayer with the Yoto, just trying to finish Ping Tao up. He's going to get stunned. No, he's not. He's going to finish him. Finds almost those last couple of slashes as Ping Tao is low HP. Slayer unable to connect the damage, and I believe a Wu Shenol just went out from the side of them to get away, and Poison Mushroom might have just got popped there. That does a ridiculous amount of damage when you step on those. One of the things that are unique to this location here at the on this part of the map, when you hit those mushrooms, you take a lot of damage, and it's over a long period of time as well. So like, you have to really be careful if you take those mushrooms.
Yeah, that is pretty spooky. We've actually seen some teams like tactically take the mushrooms to kill themselves to get the reset for the revives, right? To get the scout out for the ghost form. Remember seeing that on Friday. It hasn't come to fruition just yet in this game, and I don't think that particular mushroom was a tactical mushroom.
I think you need the bird's might if you're going to do that. Otherwise, you're just throwing all your gear out the window.
That's definitely not something that you want to do in this situation. As Bowder finding themselves up against Q9, previous winners against Wolves in a fight earlier on here. Wolves being one of the better fighters that we have here in the Nbpl that we've seen today, especially Bowder coming out on top of this one. It's just going to be a TP away from Q9. Bowder having a good showing of things right here. Seems to be the team to beat in these little skirmishes. Putting a lot of pressure on the other teams and really making it happen. This could be one of those games where we actually see a bit of a turnaround for this squad that we had so much expectations for. Haven't quite delivered just yet. After a roaring start here in game 4.
Yeah, but they are being hunted. I think they are a little bit low in the old ult department. Actually, let's have a quick look. I think they've got their ults up, actually, or close to. Q9, they are hunting them down. trying to catch out onto this one member, and it feels like this fight within the rooftops is hard for us to see, but Bowder gonna lose Wen Long, and maybe gonna lose another player as well. 101 TN is going very, very low, gets himself counted, and he will be taken down. 101 TN lost his life, and it is just the final member here, which is Axiao on the run from the side of Q9. They had a good start, yeah, but they are falling short. What is that headpiece?
Yeah, I
just noticed that.
There's a lot of teams that are using those. It's so that's very interesting. Bit of a juxtaposition from the Chinese aesthetic that the rest of the game has. But no, that's it. I think I jinxed them. I think I jinxed Bowder. You can see that in third place right there. But having 2 members down, or just it didn't come through. Q9 able to pick them up as a WBG at first place here with those kills, really making it happen. And J Team. That's a team that's flying on the radar a little bit. We haven't mentioned them just yet, but you know, this is a team that we kind of criticized a little bit with their playstyle. They're kind of sleepy in that early game, maybe playing towards the later circles, for example, but not necessarily going for those early plays. Here, tied for first in those kills as this game goes on. So really, really nice stuff for them. Of course, the reigning world champions looking to make a bit more of a dent in Season 2, something they have not been able to do just yet. ZK is going to teleport back.
That was so sneaky.
Get the Ken, and yeah, going to be able to resurrect Lee here.
I didn't even see he brought Lee with him. That was super smart. They have unfortunately got Slayer down, and they're not going to be able to get to Slayer. So maybe if they can get a rebirth charm from one of the Mora's blessings later, they might be able to bring him back. But for now, they are going to be down a player. They have a lot of kills though. So JT, you know, all they really want to be doing is just hanging out as AOW's Miss Kia has spotted out Lee. Got themselves stuck, so they're a little bit slower on the tempo, but they are actually using that tech really, really well to try and catch up to J-Team, as it is a free kill at the moment with how low they are in HP. J-Team actually giving AOW the slip, and I don't think they know they're being chased, so I think that was just like dumb luck for the side of J-Team. So they're going to be okay. Lee's going to get a reset off, and cutting over to the Draco Storm now onto GBL. They're gonna. Oh, did they have a treasure key? They have a treasure key. Wait, did they? I don't know if they opened the treasure key or not.
They did. They opened the door, but I don't think they've gone inside just yet because they spotted out 2K, ZK here from J-Team. They're gonna want to pick that up, get that loot down. This is a team that's done been very slow here. They've got the resurrection up, but they have 0 kills. They're not. They're gonna be so good in anything. Exactly. This is kind of like the different play styles that you see out of teams. Like DBL here have been avoiding those early fights, and instead they've just been sitting up and gearing up, and you know, it's working out quite nicely for them. You've got some purple weapons, got some purple armor, you've got the buff coming through as well. But honestly, like if you're looking for the supreme gear, you know, risk reward, you've got to take it from other people. You know, why loot yourself when you can get other people to loot for you and you just steal it from them, like their lunch money. You just take it, take their purple weapons, take their yellow weapons. GBL just playing quite a game right now, as we're seeing a lot of teams honestly are just chilling out.
Oh no. Oh no, look how much gear he's got. He's got 2 legendary soul jades, legendary dual swords. He's got a legendary katana in his inventory as well. He's gonna have to give that to one of his teammates, right? Because that'd be crazy. Okay, he did drop it. The only thing he's really missing is actually like purple armor, or like I guess gold armor is the dream here, but like a little bit lacking in the armor front. But that's the only thing he's really lacking at the moment.
That's good then. They're set up really well here for this game as it goes on. We're seeing OUG and MPG, excuse me, fighting each other, but not too much happening. It's just you know, just a little bit of love taps from the ranged weapons, just chilling really, trying to get some position on the map, scouting out, moving around, looking for a little bit more loot if needed, but not taking any unnecessary risks here, especially as we get to, you know, this as this game goes on. 15 minutes left, and obviously there's still 16 teams remaining, but as that circle closes in and it becomes, you know, a situation where you don't want to get into these clustered fights, having been chunked down, you know, going into like into a bad fight that you've had to run away from, or maybe you've popped your ultis and then suddenly you get third partied or something like that. Just playing it safe. You don't want to be the one who gets third partied. You want to be the one who third parties. So not taking any unnecessary fights or any unnecessary risks, and playing it a little bit slow at this point in the game.
Yeah. You can see we actually spoke to XCG's coach about zipping as well, asking a few more questions, saying, what skills would you take? His opinion is take version 2s on both the F and the Ultimate. If you have questions, by the way, there is a hashtag Nbpl. You can tweet at us, or I believe you can put it in the Twitch chat, but I'll take my word for it. And I believe there's actually some immortal treasures up for grabs if you get your answer questions. So your answer to questions. You can tell I woke up early, can't you? You can get your questions answered, and we ask the pros, we ask the coaches, we ask everyone really. Is J-Team actually able to take down Misgear here. We're cutting over to Bowder in the middle of a fight. They catch Ping Tao. They get the double slam down. Bowder's going a little bit low, though. That's the end of their Monk. Misgear making quick work of them in the ult form, able to absolutely obliterate those health bars. There's a lot of people fighting on the edge of the zone. Dual swords, though, onto AOW. And they've got themselves those buffs as well. So they're feeling quite comfortable just to take all of these fights. It's only the Mystic Might, actually, so not the best. Is that Mystic? I don't know. I know, this is Draco Storm. GBL have Draco Storm, and they're coming in. Okay. I can see the electricity buzzing off them, which means it's Draco Storm.
Yes, it's the Draco Storm, so now they're all buffed up and looking to punish Bowder here, who honestly already have been punished. It's just the one member alive. And when long he's trying to escape, but I don't know how long he's going to be able to survive for. He is in his Terracotta Army form here. Being able to survive a little bit longer, but if he gets taken down, that's it for Bowder. They'll be out of this game. He's the only person alive from his team. Gosh, it's going to be a long chase, but I don't know. The odds are stacked against him here, especially with that buff. He is giving him a little bit of a slip, but no, I don't think so. I don't think it's happening. GBL here going to be able to pick up Bowder, finish that off. That's them gone.
They're out.
Yep, they're completely out. They got 6 kills. They had a better start of things, but my goodness, Furry Shrek. Furry tone Shrek there. I don't know what that customization was, but that was horrifying. He's gonna bring Bowder down and take them out of the game.
The strength for the Draco Storm, these tech chases become way easier when your attacks slow the enemy. Like, it makes such a world of difference when you can slow people. Because in this game, when you have a lot of these tech chases, it really comes down to like the mechanical outplay to either keep up or outrun them. When you're on the run, you kind of have the advantage because you know I'm turning left here or I'm turning right. They just have to kind of react to whatever you're doing. You can kind of pre-plan your route. But when you're getting slowed, you can't really do much about that, and you are going to get outrun. As Slayer, did he get revived? He did get revived. They got a charm to revive him, and now he's dead again.
Wow.
Oh, Slayer. That is so unlucky.
That is unfortunate. I think... I don't know, it's only my first day here, Jake, but I think I've encountered a bug on the stream. If you look on the left-hand side, next to 15, where it says Wolves, it says 0-0. Wolves haven't fought yet? They haven't killed anyone? They haven't done anything aggressive?
That can't be right. That must be a bug. There's no way that Wolves aren't fighting anyone.
That must be some kind of visual bug. We'll try and get that fixed for you guys. Obviously, the previous winners here and one of our most bloodthirsty teams. Very uncharacteristic of these guys to not have done too much so far in the early, but maybe looking... Nah, they're not quite... If they haven't fought at this point, I don't think they're going to start any fights, but you can see they're not really kitted out very well.
They lost the early fight.
Yeah.
They were in that big kind of beachside.
It was Bowder, yeah. Bowder beat them in that early fight, and since then they've been on the defensive. They've been playing catch up here, though. Unlike GBL, however, who've been playing very offensively. And it's going to be GBL versus GG. That transformation here from Han. Looking to grab some people into the circle. He's not in a good spot right here, but they're all collapsing. All of GBL collapsing onto GG here. Gassa might be in a bit of a pickle right now. We'll see. Yeah, he has gone down. No. Oh no, it's not. It's Han who's gone down. Excuse me. Tell a lie. Now it is GG coming out on top of this fight. It's going to be a W there. Oh, it's AOW. No, there's another team coming in here. Jake is going to get hectic as the circle's closing in as well.
Yeah, they're fighting right on the edge of that circle. But AOW, remember, they got those 2 legendary weapons, dual swords and katana. Very desirable weapons. Hunting down and just picking up kills. Ping Tao chases them into the zone, able to finish up old 6 from GBL. Get some loot as well. As they're on the edge of the circle, might as well grab some more weapon repairs and grappling hooks and all of that. Side of GG now. Maybe they could find some kind of a punish, but remember, they're nowhere near as geared as the side of GBL and AOW, who are very set up right now.
Yeah, they just have Spoils galore equipped right here. It's all very, very shiny and very yellow, which is very horrifying if you're coming up against them. It's definitely going to be something that's tough to beat. AOW obviously being one of our better teams as well. We have had some pretty good showings in the first, second, and sorry, just the first 2 games. Third game was a little bit disappointing for them, but here into game 4, looking like they are poised to make another great appearance here as they're fighting J Team on the edge of the circle.
Slayer's back. Don't worry, Slayer's dead. What? He's been revived like 4 times.
He's just
How
padding
many
his
free
team
birth charms
stats,
did they get?
you know? He's padding those revive stats. Maybe we'll see an well, no, if this is the problem, right? If you're having to revive your teammates, you're probably not. Wait, is this him up again? He's getting
actually up again.
They get him up again. Literally.
It's gonna die immediately. They jumped on. Oh no! Slayer got taken down the moment he was revived. He is just free real estate for these teams, and YZG are gonna get themselves another kill, their 4th kill of the game. J Team, I believe that was them done. They're knocked out.
I think you might be right on that one. Unfortunately for Slayer, probably setting a world record for the amount of deaths in one single game. That was like, what, his 4th death, I think? He got killed maybe 4 times there. J Team is out, pretty high up there on the kill total, but not able to make it happen as this game goes a bit long here with 12 more teams still around, knocking about, still going for these fights. As we're seeing a transformation here from Sleepwalker, looking for someone to grab. Can't find them just yet though. That wind wall being a little bit of a bother for him. He's very, very low here. He's in trouble. He's down. He's absolutely gone down. AOW joining the fray here with their legendary weapons, not making it easy at all. Ping Tao right now. Yeah, just putting down a world of hurt. And the big thing is they don't even have to use their ults for these fights. So they still have them up for the future fights. It's absolutely crazy. They're getting their cake and they're eating it too. AOW here now joining on the fight into WBG. They're looking a little bit rough right here. And Mikasa finally with that Yoto using the ulti. He's going to go down. This is tough, Shake. It's looking pretty bad right here. That's JDG as well joining in now. AOW might just find themselves a 3rd victim in a row. JDG looking a little bit rough here.
I think AOW are set up to take this. If they don't make a massive mistake with the amount of gear they've got and just the kills they've got, they are set up for an unbelievably good game. The cannon fire raining into JDG's house, but they should just be able to get away and recover for now. And you saw there momentarily the weakness of these Monk comps, and you know, Monk's major failing is if you get bullied out and lose health and then are forced to panic ult and you don't have your Kurumi around to heal you. If you die in Monk, you die. There is no, oh, I just go back to my normal form. No, that is it. You are off the game. You're out of the game. So really, really big, actually, able to take them down. And Monk does make himself a bit of a kind of walking target. He's this big Monk, and there's so many things to hide behind right now, but it's actually hard for him to get line of sight and grab. He does have insane range on his grabs, but when there's a lot of rocks, a lot of trees, a lot of buildings, it's very easy to kind of just wait out the Monk transformation or wait out the grab and then just tap dodge him and burst him out. As AOW Ping Tao with the Katana, with the charge click on that, is just taking names. How are AOW able to pick up so many kills? Lion TT gone into the Terracotta Warrior form, but AOW, they've got what they needed and they're just outie.
AOW here not just being mega bloodthirsty, but with the way this game's going, if they are able to finish high here, they're looking at a significant boost in the standings.
Oh, you might have missed that there, but Miss Kia has the legendary Soul Jade for the dual swords where they become ranged and you can throw them. The boomerang, I can't remember the name of it, but it is very strong. Suddenly, these legendary dual swords are doing AoE damage at range.
Yeah.
Not massive range, but range.
As if it wasn't good enough for AOW here, who now also have the high ground with MPG squatting in their house beneath the thatched roof. As, they're definitely a team to beat right here. Keep your eyes on AOW. It's going to be tough to beat them. Also having a very quiet game. Still 0 kills at this point with only 5 minutes left. That is completely shocking. Totally not something we expect to see, and they're kind of being forced it. They're being forced to make a play they don't really want to make, and a play that's probably not going to net them anything too good with this Titan form. Or they've just found GG underneath. That's going to be the double grab.
Cherries.
He's got them both.
Wolf's gonna
Gets
kill.
that slam.
That was a panic ult, but into a kill.
It worked out. It worked out because they found GG underneath them. Finally, Wolves able to get on the board right there with their first kill of the game. But look at that. Look at in our top 6. 4 teams are down in our top 6. This really could be anyone's game at this point. Obviously, I believe, well, it's AOW's game, but outside of AOW, we've got a lot of rankings here to climb. A lot of kills are available for the pickings. Might be missing out on those multipliers. Not in the game anymore.
Oh no, grabbed out of the ult, but is going to de-transform before the slam comes down. Godly going to lose a whole bunch of health here. Xiao up on the high ground, just trying to find these grabs. There's another monk on top of the building there. Just doing some window shopping, trying to see if anybody's home. No one's in. So just going to grab out from the other top home. Ping Tao has been grabbed, caught by the re-grab. Ping Tao is going down. That is a huge loss for AOW to lose their star player. And they're eliminated.
They're all gone. They're out.
AOW
What?
are eliminated from the game. Really early as well. There's still a lot of teams. There's 9 teams left, so the overall standing and the multiplier won't be getting much better for them off the back of that. That is a rough loss there for AOW. They were caught sleeping. We said it was their game to win, and they just mispositioned and paid the price. And look at the cannon fire coming down on EWG, the team who are currently running the overall standings, the team who are on top of everybody else, and in 3 games put more points together than FPX put together in 6 games on Friday. Looking to increase that score even higher, but I say that and they lose a player immediately. Another grab's coming down here from Godly. JJHRD, we said this new team have to prove us some stuff, and they are proving as they are taking names. They are taking all of the front runners out of this lobby, left, right, and center. Godly on the transformations here, doing some work. 7 kills for the team.
JJHRD here started off the day pretty slow, but their last game was good, and this one as well looking good too. Being able to eliminate that squad right there, that's going to help them out in standings. So OC now with the high ground on top of this building with their transformation, looking to fight EWG. GG is also in here. I think everyone's in on this. XCG is coming in too. All these names, all these G's. It's hard for me to say, but we're just getting a huge cluster of a fight right here. There's another Tyson on the other side right there. And they get transformed out here pretty soon, you would imagine.
Oh, the Karumi Teba actually healing 0-1 up there as he de-transforms. Yiran for EWG now has gone through his own transform. GG has lost 3-3-0 their transformer as well. Double grabs into the slams. Yiran able to take down Ling Zheng as well. OC 0-1 taken out of the lobby. 15 players left with 1 minute left, and there is a whole bunch of people. This is getting incredibly hairy. Ults are starting to run out, but then someone else transforms. Now it's over to JGHRD. They got so many kills last time they evolved. Can they get more? There's a grab. They got the slams. Miss Kia could just be going down here into 1 slam. Low HP into the zone. The re-grab comes in from Godly, and he can get another slam down and finish up Miss Kia. JGHRD are suddenly starting to put a whole bunch of numbers on their list, a whole bunch of names in the death note as they are just writing people off left, right, and center. He is going to de-transform, pops the bell, just that quick invulnerability frame as YZZ instantly pulls the trigger onto him. He jumps up to the top of the bamboo trees just to get away. With 10 players left, everybody is brawling and scrapping as the circle gets closer and closer. It's getting so tight. Godly actually able to finish someone up in the non-monk form, as no, maybe YZG, they're going to transform just in the nick of time. He's got himself the damage to work with. Yiran is going to get forced back, and we might just have a high 5 off for the monks, but Yiran's in the zone, so he's going to bleed out and go down. Another grab comes in onto GG. The tactical nuke here from the Viper to lock the entire lobby in place of the zone, pins them all down. EWG able to lose a player. JJHRD are taking so many players right now. They get another transformation off. They get another double grab. They get the slam off in time. They're looking for it, but they're being staggered. They're being caught. They're going to be going down. They do transform for the moment. 3 players left standing, and it's going to be all about JJHRD coming up huge in game number 4.
What a final few fights for JJHRD. Beautifully played right there with their transformations playing around that. Getting that monk form through, being able to make that one happen. Really impressive stuff, especially considering they're a new team into the league. You said just coming into this game that you wanted to see more for them. You literally called it right before this game. And there they are, making things happen. Of course, the overall winner being YZG, who are our first repeat winners. Honestly, we called this game, man. We called JJHRD having a good game, and I said we'd get a repeat. And there it is. It's our first repeat for this week. Or any
this is of the season, mate.
Yeah.
Of the season, at least in trios. I don't know what's going on in solos at the moment, to be honest with you.
Yeah. That's banging stuff though. They've already acquired a hell of a lot of points. Like they've only played this day, have YZG, and they're already like 5th place or something now, the points that they've accumulated. So probably even more obviously now after the results of that game. But these guys are really popping off. I'm shocked that AOW weren't able to pull that one out, especially considering they're a good team. This is not one of the teams that maybe one of the weaker teams that kind of lucked into some good loot and didn't really know how to close it out. It was their game, man. It was their game. They were running around. They were slaughtering everyone. They just weren't able to bring it home. And honestly, that's going to bite them in the bum. They're going to be mega tilted after that game because that was their game to win. And they had huge kills for that multiplayer if they finished up high.
Yeah, AOW definitely can be very sad with that. At least because of the amount of points they got to prove they're at least in the teens in the point sense of things. So it's a fairly consistent place to be. I think anything above like 11 points, if you're scoring that per game, you're pretty happy with your overall day as long as you've been scoring consistency across the day. And other than that one game number 3 from AOW, they have been relatively consistent, but that is definitely going to be one where they're going to look back on that game and go, that was our game to win. What did we do wrong? Now, I didn't see if it was the circle forcing them out of a comfortable position or teams just collapsing on them, causing them problems overall, but YZG really popping off there, but also you have to give it to JJHRD. That's a really long name.
So difficult.
It's a really long name, but we have to give it to them as well because they played very well there. Very well. I'm actually slightly shocked they didn't take first with the kill multiplier and also getting first. So that kind of almost sings praise to YZG and how many kills they were able to pick up in that final circle. We'll see the points overall. It was close between the two of them, and AOW at the end of it do walk away with 19 points. So they'll be quite happy with that standing as well.
I don't know, man, but that's what could have been, considering they were out when there was like 9 other teams still around. Like they went out super early for the late game. And yeah, just imagine what that could be if you'd finished better. Because not only like already, if you have those say they don't get a single kill more, you still have the most kills in the lobby that you're multiplying. But obviously they'd get more kills if they were able to keep it up with those legendary weapons and all the soul gems as well. Like that was just, I mean, it's a real shocker. Like sure, at least you get 3rd, that's cool, but really disappointing for them. And talk about a fall from grace for the Wolves there in 15th place. They were first in our last game and, getting like 30 points or something, and now 1.7. It's tragic, and it's that consistency that you were talking about. It's so important in these games. Like EWG still finishing top 10, J-Team having a bit of a better showing as well. But YZG, I think for me, have really been the standouts for today as a whole so far. We're still only 4 games in. We've got 2 more games left to play, but they've been really banging, and we're going to see. Of course, it's a YZG player as the MVP. It's going to be Zhao, who 1 rescue. Oh my goodness, we broke it. Finally, the MVP has a rescue.
This is why he's the MVP.
Did it.
Nothing to do with the damage or kills. The fact he was rescuing people. Really clean stuff coming in from them. And unfortunately, you are now seeing the Wolves curse come to life, Foxy. They look good, and then suddenly it's like, oh, they just they just forgot how to play. It's kind of what J-Team did as well last season, and it feels like they kind of did this time as well, because we looked at J-Team in playoffs, and they were actually like, oh, J-Team are back. They're starting to play really well again. And then I was coming into season 2, I was like, okay, J-Team actually might be a team to watch now, because they recovered from their kind of slump that they hit for the entirety of the first season of the Nbpl, and then it feels like they've just gone back to business of playing way too passively and then just getting caught on like bad mispositions and just silly stuff like that. It's been a pain for them. But YZG, the real dark horses, I think, of this tournament right now, as they are charging ahead. A really solid stuff coming in from the side of YZG, and our first team to win more than 1 game as well, which is the big thing. We've had a different team win every game up until here, so that is pretty impressive stuff overall.
Yeah, it's not easy to do that. I mean, the word is consistency. It's always consistency. You don't have to consistently finish first. You just consistently want to finish in like the top 5, top 3, obviously, if you can. And that's what our best teams have been doing today. But YZG have just, the fact they've won twice as well. They came second in another one. Like, this team is just absolutely smurfing it today. Yeah, they're definitely the team to beat. I've got my eyes on them coming into game 5. Like, it's not easy to finish first at all. I'm not saying that like, oh, they're going to win everything, but they will always be in like that top 5, and that's what you need when it comes to these points.
Well, we actually have Leah standing by one of the members of YZG, so we're going to pass it over to her for the interview.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. Congratulations to YZG to be the winner of this game. We invite QGG to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 现在先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 YZG 战队的 QGG。
Okay, welcome. So I see that in this game's final circle, and your team was only the team with 4 members. So how did you do that? 那其实我看到啊，这一把比赛在最后决赛圈的时候，只有你们一个队是满编了。哎，你们是怎么做到的？
因为我们利用大招循环起来了，只有我们能活下来。我去把别的队大佛开大了，我去把别的队的奶妈砸死了。
Okay, because we have a really well ultimate circulations, and when I see that the other team's Tianhai was use his ultimate, I will kill their Kurumi at the first time. So do you think that Kurumi is the key members of the double transformers combo? 那是不是就意味着胡桃就是双变最核心的人物？
是的，因为胡桃要是活着的话，我们其他2个人就随便死，然后胡桃都能拉起来。我们中间就是佛被双抓了，但是我们还是拉起来了，因为胡桃活着，所以说胡桃就是双变的核心。
Okay, of course, because only make the Kurumis survives, and and she can make sure that other 2 teammates survive because she can heal us and he can help us. So we just to keep Kurumi alive, and she is the key members of these combos. Okay, so I remember that you said you have a little bit confused about the MVP because this game's MVP was 小虎。Is that right? 那其实我看到赛前的时候，你是对我们的 MVP 稍微有一点点意见的啊，因为这把的 MVP 给到我们的小虎，是怎么说呢？
因为我们吃鸡了以后，我按 G 看到我是战神，然后我杀的人最多，然后我的伤害最高，然后我就以为。我不知道这个怎么算的这个 MVP。
Okay, because in this game, I was the one who got the most kills, and I was the one who got the highest damage. So I think MVP will be me. But as a result, and you can see MVP was 小虎, so I think it's not very okay. Okay, so after these games, maybe how do you think your team's cooperations after 小虎 came to your team? 那觉得新成员小虎来到了 YZG 之后，哎，你们之间的配合怎么样呢？
挺好的，说实话，我们我是重庆的，他是四川的，说话也挺说得来的，配合，感觉有点超常发挥了，今天是融入，只能说今天的比赛打完以后应该融入的更快。
I think it's very nice because he was come from Sichuan, and my hometown was Chongqing, so our hometown was really near, and so we was like really good cooperations in today's game, and I believe after today's game we can cooperate better and better. Okay, so how do you think this time you have? I remember 3 winners of the game. So how do you think this kind of results gave you the help on the attitude? 那其实今天已经是3连天选了嘛，因为中间是有一把是拿了天选，但不是最高分。觉得哎这样的成绩会给到你之后心态上怎样的帮助呢？
没有什么过于激动，因为我感觉这些都是我们应该的。
Okay, so I didn't feel too much happy about this kind of result because I think we deserve it. 好的，谢谢强滚滚来到我们的采访，发现你真的非常自信啊，也确实 YZG 的实力不容小觑，那也是希望你们之后可以有更加不错的成绩。Thank you, GG. Come to our interview. Well, let's have a rest, and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
Everybody, and welcome back to the Naraka Bladepoint Pro League. We've still got 2 games to go here today, and we've had YZG be our first team to win their 2nd game of the day. The question is, are we going to have any one winner game back to back? We've almost had a free for once, but we were so close to getting the free for, but we didn't get it. But anyway, YZG looking very, very dominating overall in the standings. I'm excited at the end of the day to see the overall standings as well, to see where our teams are at. But Foxy, it's been a good first day for you. You've been spoiled, mate.
I have been spoiled. We've had some banging games, honestly, and a lot of variation in how the games have been as well. A lot of crazy teams who like to pick up kills early and just fight all the time, which is great. That's always nice to see. And some cool storylines too. Like, I think we've kind of nailed some teams that we have expectations for, and just kind of keeping an eye on them. They have, I would say, like, they're, you know, maybe some slow starts like from GG and Baodai as well. Like, but these are teams that, and J Team as well. These are teams that I think, like, as the day's gone on, they've done a little bit better. I think we're seeing a little bit more from them. So maybe they're kind of warming up a little bit, finding their feet. And we can see these last 2 games whether they can actually turn that into something on the scoreboard to round out the day.
I think the key problem is they've been dropping games way too early. I think that has been their biggest flaw coming into today. Is they just you know, they find themselves getting you know, either not getting enough kills and make it into the late game, or getting loads of kills and then just getting knocked out early. So the points they haven't been able to put together have been big. These guys, we talked about them just before the last game. They are the newcomers on the block. We are, you know, we're very excited by them, but they didn't have a particularly great start. And then they just had that game 4, and they just popped the hell off. They look so good coming in game 4.
That was really impressive as well. It's a new team into the league. As you mentioned, bit of a slow start to the day, but that last one was really, really nice. They had some like really good fights, and especially near that last circle was really, really quite impressive. And I think they were the last men standing, right? Like they actually
they won overall. No.
Yeah.
Maybe they did. I don't know. But we have a video from one of our players, so we're going to go on to that before we get into the game.
我觉得大服的话，每个人都差不多，真的。这主要是看决赛圈抓人吧，抓取率吧。我觉得对330的话印象比较深刻吧。他的大佛很强，真的很强。我觉得他强的点的话，在于他对位就很稳，然后抓取力也很高。我觉得我粉丝对我还是很信任的，但是每个决定都肯定有一定的风险，但是一定会尽力的，尽力会做好。
Do you know what impresses me most about this show and the budget on this show? We actually fly them out to Morris Isle to do the interviews. I think that's really impressive that they do that.
That's a tough schedule, man. They play 6 games a day, and in between the games, they have to go and fly out to Morris Isle to give you know, like a 30-second interview, and then fly back to play the next game. That must be difficult.
I know we do. We shoot those in the morning, so we fly them out in the morning, and then we fly them back because it's nighttime over in China right now. So. We fly them out in the morning. They do their interview prep, but you know it's a dangerous place. I mean, there's monks grabbing you around, so you know you gotta be careful.
Yeah, it's certainly not somewhere I'd want to be, and I'm curious with the new map coming through next week, whether that's gonna make this travel budget even worse here for Naraka. Like that's gonna be tough.
Holorif is a cool map. Holorif's a really cool map. I've only seen it once when we got to do the show match. And it's got like lots of traps. There's a puzzle, like if you solve the puzzle, you get loot. But there's literally like a rolling pin with spikes on a track, and it just rolls around. And during the show match, 2 of the players were fighting on the track, and this rolling pin just ran them both over and took them out. It was so funny. And the game ended with, because there's also spike traps in the ground, and if you step on them, spikes come out. A bit akin to Fortnite traps, actually, the ones that used to put on the walls.
Yeah.
And what the guy who lost the map just accidentally walked onto a spike trap. Didn't know what it was. Just stepped on it and just got spike trapped and lost.
Oh no.
So
That's
funny.
tragic. Yeah, I guess the pros are gonna have a little bit to get used to, but that's gonna be fun. Like when the map first comes into rotation and we can commentate over it and just see people making these blunders. That's definitely gonna be entertaining to watch. Like
the weather effects as well.
Shrooms.
Yes, that's always a horrible one. But I'm excited about the weather effects as well, because we can have like thick snow, and that like heavily impacts their movement, like really impacts their movement from what I've seen. I need to actually sit down and play the map. I've just been so bloody busy recently. But I did get to at least watch a bit on the show match. It's a very varied map. I think that's what I like about it more than like Morris Isle. Morris Isle is a cool map, but like it's very similar. It's got the Shadow J Mine, which is slightly different, and then it's got like oh god, the Sunwing's Rest, which is like the big boneyard with the giant dragon skeleton. But then for the most part, it's pretty similar in that sense, and it's kind of like similar-esque terrain. But like Holorif has like a snowy part, has like a deserty part, has like a fields part. It's like super varied the whole way around. It's got lots of different biomes, which makes it very exciting. But before we can get onto that, we do have to round out today. We will be on Holorif next week, but for today, we will be sticking onto Morris Isle, and we'll be sticking with these teams for our last 2 games of the day. Who is going to find these victories in these last games? Who is going to climb up in the standings? As you can see, YZG, EWG, Wolves, and YZG has been the order of our victories so far. And, JDG, are they actually going to go for the Valda? Oh wait, there's a Takeda potentially.
There's 2 Takedas here as well, XCG and Q9. Both hovering the Takeda. That'd be quite interesting to see. As you mentioned as well, JDG may be going for the Valda. As you know, as the day goes on, just looking to bring out more of those comfort picks. see what you can pull out of in those situations. It's a big skirmishing comp though. We're seeing both of the Takeda comps are running Matari, Takeda, Timolch, having that synergy there, being able to just go for those skirmishes and just run around and really deal the deeps, specifically in that early game, just isolate teams and just beat them down. Be very, very valuable. We'll see if those teams can pull that out.
Yeah, we're seeing if they're going to run it all the way down. We know that JDG actually do play this Valda Yoto comp. This is one we've seen them pull out. It actually feels like we're going way more Yotos than we are Monks right now. I'm just going to quick count of Transformer comps. There is 2 Transformer comps in the lobby. Whoa.
Really?
2 Transformer comps, that's it. I think...
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's no even like just solo Monks or solo Uasian comps. OUG and OC the only Monks. And actually... what I've seen of this, when we get this, typically when a team does that and they're like one of the only ones who play this very scary late game comp, they get focused. Because you take that Monk out and the end game looks entirely different when you don't have to worry about getting grabbed and just pulled away to the opposite side of the circle. So you could see some focus onto some of these teams as we are getting ready to go onto the Morris Isle for our 5th game of the day. Everybody is dropping in close proximity. None of this run away from each other as soon as they see each other, stuff like we've seen previously. It feels like today, or at least in the later half of today, everyone wants to fight immediately.
And that's what we like to see. We're already seeing J-Team Lee here is being chunked down in the early fight. But of course, these early fights, they're good for score. When you get those kills and stuff to pad your stats. And it's not the end of the world, though, if you lose these fights. You do have that revive available. You can get back up. So as the game goes on, you're not necessarily completely throwing away your game at level 1. And then those revives expire after the second circle regardless. So it's not like you're just wasting a revive that you can save for the last circle or something like that. As J-Team get themselves involved in a lot of fights. That was absolutely banging right there. Slayer, who held the world record for deaths in the last game of 4, has got a few, but has fallen down right there. He is going to be knocked out. YZG, the best team that we've had, best performing team so far today, has picked up a kill already against GG. Looking to dip away. They are a man down right now. JXZ has been taken out. GG looking to push this one forward. That is a crazy combo. Just going to instantly knock him out. But he gets turned around pretty quickly there as well. As GG coming out on top.
GG are going to be that team that come out from this fight. And we sung their praises. We sung them as, you know, one of the best teams here. And they just have not hit that mark at all. Great counter actually coming out as Viper stun from Wenlong. Going to try and hold them all in place. Is going to reposition in time. He does get the stun off. That opens up the opportunity for Wenlong to take out Gua. And they get another massive amount of damage. The uppercuts come in, get them into the air, get all that additional damage out, and a bonk to the head will secure the end of that. Bowder able to win this fight very convincingly. Meanwhile, we got over in the middle of a Bane's Breath. It's about to come down. JDG just decided they don't want to fight GG in the middle of the Bane's Breath. So GG will just get a full reset off within that safely.
JDG now just chilling out a little bit here. GG obviously winning these first fights. You can see GG with a 4-kill total right now early on. Coming out on top here at the start of this game. One of the teams that we do look to see have more consistent performances. At least previously, they have been the team that has delivered those that kind of thing. And today's been a bit of ups and downs, but they're trending in the right direction. As the game's gone on, they have got better and finished higher. As we're seeing a fight here between EWG and Wolves. It looks like Wolves might be in a bit of a pickle right here. Sanzi at MVP from game number 3. Ooh, looking to make the pain hurt, but Wu Shen just gonna TP Wolves out of that one. No problem. Gonna go for that reset. Don't want to take a bad fight right here. It looks like Wolves just instantly might look for the re-engage, but might be a bit risky.
Yeah, it might be a little bit too risky, but they are actually still feeling it. Feng looking to go on to Sansi. Sansi's going to lose most of his health and probably get taken down as he's being juggled by Wolves. As another Bane's Breath's going to come down right on top of them, so they have to be super careful on that front. Bane's Breath's about to start up, and I think it's EWG who actually placed it, so they should just be able to get the pick up here, but they have to be quite careful. Yep, it is their Bane Breath, so they are fine, but they are being peppered when they're trying to get the revive off, and it looks like Wolves are quite happy just to make sure that EWG don't get their free rebirth, don't use these and get to save their rebirths. Is again, yeah, Uran can't get the revive off in time, so there's a very good chance that this Bane's Breath times out soon, and they may just have to go for the normal revive. Meanwhile, Bowder taking himself a fight versus JDG and just Bowder actually in the one team versus one team here. JDG actually deciding better of it and deciding they really want to take this fight versus Bowder as the Bane's Breath again coming down a lot of Bane's Breaths right now.
Bowder here, we're a bit split in that fight, so good result for them to kind of come out, just take the wounds a little bit, not have to dedicate too much here. But they are going to be hunting down JDG. I don't think JDG know that they're on their heels. They've just got grabbed out of mid there, right there. He's got to be careful. As 101 TN against this Jingshu. Might be able to just do something here before his team gets in. Oh, there's the ultimate right there though from Valda. Just put it through. Actually get those spears off. Yes, there's a spear. It's going to pin him down. That's an easy focus right there for the rest of JDG. It's going to be that stun in return. Great return there from Wenlong, from Bowder, making it happen. This is a tough fight though now. I think you've got to disengage if you're Bowder. JGG on the upside of this one. Lion TT popping his ulti. Gonna get that huge damage off. I do believe Bowder just running away right here. They have lost a member. Although it looks like there might be more of a fight coming through. 101 might be in a bit of a pickle if JG comes through, but it's gonna be a 2v3. I don't think Bowder can do this one. There is the knockback. Gotta run away from this, but gonna be lost without have a creep without a paddle on this. Don't see this looking good for Bowder. That's it. It's all done for them. Wenlong will be the last one standing, but he does go down in the end eventually as well. JDG coming out on top of that little skirmish. With how many kills they got now? I didn't quite see it. We swapped over now to Wolves fighting versus EWG. Two of our most bloodthirsty fighters.
Oh, Wolves just jumped back in. Trying to stop the revive from coming down. Wolves are being a real nuisance here. Uran's just going to get himself on the wall, looking for that scale rush, but not actually going to be able to hit anybody. Just holding fast at the moment. Wolves collapsing onto Sanzi. Sanzi going low. Now Uran needs to be careful because they are going to have to get away from these Wolf members. Their teammate being very, very low, looking for the counter, not actually able to quite hit it. Does get that charge attack off, though. The Wolves struggling to actually continue anymore. They do get their third member back though. The Wolves have that man advantage, and EWG need to be super careful. The salty rumba actually comes in, so EWG join back up into the fight, and that is going to be one picked up by Fang. Sanzi going down. Uran will be next up on the menu, ticking them off in a checklist. Wolves able to pick up those kills, and EWG just going to have to run away. There's nothing more they can do about that. They are just going to step away. I really have my eye on JDG actually, because they are they've got that Valda, and Valda's so much fun to watch. We saw in that earlier fight them actually missing the main bit of the tidal wave and like not catching them in the CC, so just had the kind of like up in the air spear section. You really want to catch them with that, because then when the Yoto ults, they're just pinned in the tidal wave, or in the whirlpool, I guess what it is. Unable to really move, and they're just going to take full Yoto combo and Valda spears to the face. It's really oppressive, actually.
Yeah, CC compared with these high damage champions is always a nutty combo. We don't see a lot of Valda though, but it is fun to watch, and I think she deserves a little bit more play. But obviously, like, there's just so many strong heroes, like, and so many kind of reliable comps, I guess, like the transformation comps, for example, or just having like Viper and Yoto and stuff like that, or like Wu Chen and these kind of heroes. Just maybe. Yeah, it's just those kind of things that teams like to default back to. As we're taking a look here at EWG and JDG as well, having a bit of a scrap right here. I don't think too much will happen from this one. EWG, one of our more consistent performers today in this in the NBPL, have some good showings, but Zhao Liu all by himself, definitely not a situation you want to find yourself in. He's been knocked down though. His team is here. It looked like they might want to try and save him, but they can't. That's just all by himself, man. You don't want to do that. Not in trios. This isn't solos. This is trios. 3v1 does not work out in your favor. Very rarely does it. As YZG wins the last map. Look at, oh, that's a good shot on a Feng into the tree, knocking him down. Gonna be chasing Wolves down here. Might get another skirmish. As the rest of his team is following up, just buying time. He's just buying time for Zhao Hu and the rest to get in here and follow up this fight.
I remember there's always a very good way to scout trees out for you guys at home, for any of our newer players here. Obviously, we got those free codes earlier. If you want to see if someone's in a tree, aim your grappling hook at it. It will go red. If someone's in there, it will go red and let you know that someone is in that tree or in that bush. I don't know if it works with the gun like that, but it will go red when you hit them at least. So you do have good ways of like scouting people out of those trees. XCG, who we've got our eyes on right now, currently are leading the charge in kills. 7 kills for themselves, and they're looking to take down AOW, the former winners of the last game. Caught in the sandstorm, caught in the knockups. The Wu Shen swords are coming down, and Ping Tao's going to have to pop the ultimate to zone everyone away. They just want this more as blessing, but the sandstorm actually doing a good job of blocking it out. Was that what ZG knocked out? Yes, it was. They're taken out.
Oh, wow. Wow, that is not something we expected to see. 2-time winners and the winners of the previous match gone as the second team here. That is shocking. I was certainly not expecting to see that. As we swap here to MPG, just going in for a fight and then getting Wu Shened out, as a lot of these fights tend to go when teams realize it's not quite going in their favor. But something that is quite nice is that even when Wu Shen ults teams away, oftentimes teams just go back in for the re-engage, because it's like, okay, this is a bad position for us to be in. Let's reset, and then we'll go back in and we'll look for the fight again.
Yeah.
Not going to happen this time around, though. Just going to be running away and licking their wounds a little bit.
Well, you know, that as the acronym of their name, that was not a particularly good fight, so they decided not to go for it.
Not a particularly good fight. MPGF.
MPGF. That's their academy team. Lee, actually, they've got the Mystic Might. There we go. They got the Mystic Might onto Lee, so Lee can have a little bit of information on where people are. Is hunting them down right now. As Lee just take a little bit of damage on the tail end of that. J team playing uncharacteristically aggressive. Lee able to hold fast in the moment, does almost take the full damage from that charge click on the katana that Han has right now. And he's trying to just get himself the freeze off onto him. The charge from the katana comes in. And look at the damage onto Lee, looking to lock him in place with a Viper stun, maybe find that turnaround. Old 6 has been pinned down, and so has Han. He is obliterated. He is put in the blender. As the whirlwind of blades will lock him in place. Old 6 knocks up ZK, but Old 6 is going down here and taken out J-Team. Nice to see them play aggressive, actually.
What a turnaround that fight was as well. Lee looked like he was in a lot of trouble, having to pop the stasis and stuff, and still looked like he was going down, but J-Team able to salvage it and pick it out. Absolutely brilliant. And as you say, like, seeing their game kind of diversified from the early games here today, where we saw them just like kind of playing a bit chill, not really looking for fights or anything like that. But as the day's gone on, I think they have improved. Like they've been finishing higher, they've been getting more kills, and maybe it's just a confidence thing, because now they are certainly looking for these fights as well. As you can see, J-Team kind of on the hunt here, looking for their next victim. And as total here, only on that 4-kill total, but still, they're certainly, you know, from what we saw of them earlier, this is a big change. And Wenlong's going to get caught out here all by himself, popping the Viper ulti. Oh, it's going to be a big one. Slayer's in a pickle.
He got stuck on the ledge and he couldn't get through. Oh! They're unable to get him out.
And they're out.
The last minute Wu Shen ult comes out, and Bowler not going to be able to find the kill. Very, very clutch from J-Team. They're upstairs. So they've just picked up their teammate, and they're now going to try and resume the fight now that there is no Viper stun up and available. Lee looking for his own return Viper stun, not actually going to be able to line it up and lock them down. Although they do keep the damage on for the moment. The Yoto ultimate comes out as a bit of a desperation play from 101 TN. Uses those Fs to just reposition and keep himself going. Tries to slash through the wall. Gets the F stuck on the wall so he can't get anything else. But he actually gets the damage through the wall with the sword. Huge! But Bowler are just getting so much hurt put into them. Slayer finally stops being slayed and becomes the Slayer himself. 101 TN gets the armor swap off to recover into the blue armor to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. The F ability keeping him up, but he is 1 versus 2 in the zone and he has no HP. J-Team should just be able to finish him up. Down he goes, and that is J-Team winning the fight.
There it is, 7 kills now for J-Team. Knocking out Baldo as well. They have to get out of this circle. They are not out of danger just yet, but still very good fight for these guys. They certainly have been just It's almost night and day watching them from game 1 coming in now to game 5. They've been very, very solid here. And with a team like YZG, who've been very, very good so far, already being knocked out, maybe that gives a little bit of breathing room here for a team like J-Team to step up and then kind of take their place in this particular map here. As you are seeing now, Wolves just throwing a little bit of love over to AOW, or XCG, excuse me, on the top of that building right there. And not too much happening right now, though. This is the time where you're just kind of chilling out a little bit. 15 minutes left in the game. AOW are looking to chase down. Oh my goodness, he's absolutely done though. XCG caught in a little bit of a pickle here. Not having their teammates around. I think he's in a, yeah, he's trying to get over that. He can't get out of the Viper stun. He's stuck on the wall. He's going to be going down, but it's Wolves time now. The third party here in this fight, and now it's AOW who find themselves in a pickle. Ping Tao is taking her after her after her, but of course, as we've seen quite a few times today, it is that Wu Chen TP taking them to safety, but not before XCG suffered a bit of losses there in that fight.
It's so interesting seeing, like, oh, good counter actually onto Dubai. Dubai gonna have the F ability, but is able to dodge away. It is interesting seeing how, like, Wu Chen has just become, like, such a staple hero in the meta, because for the longest time, Wu Chen just never got played. It was like a big event when Wu Chen got played. During Worlds, there was quite a lot of Wu Chen. And then in Season 1, at the first half, he just wasn't getting any play. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, starts to get picked up all of a sudden. And now it's just a staple in the Yoto comp as a kind of get-out-of-jail card. Draco Storm secured for GG. We'll see what JJHRD are going to get from this one. They're actually holding on picking up the buff until they're ready to actually use it. But now the Draco Storm on GG, they've already got a whole bunch of kills. Expect them to find more. They found one of the members of EWG, and I don't think you're going to be able to get away from this one, friend. GG are going to be able to lock them down. They do get the invisibility off from the Matari just to keep them out, and actually gets the little mini sandstorm to play interrupt onto 330. It might just about done it. They might just have got away.
I think he's just, yeah, I think he's just disappeared right here. Xiaolu is going to look for an escape in this one. 330 is not too happy about it, though. He's going to go for the interrupts on the grapple. I think he might be able to get chased down here, though.
He's gone.
Really, really good interrupts. He's a bit donezo here. He's trying to swing around. I don't think even the best Spider-Man impression is not going to get you out of this one, my man. He's in a lot of trouble. They're even raining fire on him as well. He's trying his hardest. It's not happening. Oh, wait, is he? No, it's not happening. Oh, no, no, it's definitely not happening anymore. Finally, he goes down. And that is going to be that Zhao Yu.
Did I just see a swarm? That'd be... That's quite a rare weapon. You do get them only in the Bora's Blessings because they come in purple and legendary quality. So then to get a swarm, that is going to be scary endgame. That is a repeat rocket launcher for anyone new to the game. So that's horrible. It does a lot of AoE damage, and it has, I think, 80 shots in it. It has quite a high fire rate, so that thing gonna do some serious damage. Now we're cutting over to a Draco Storm JJHRD, looking to try and pad their stats a little bit more. They've already got 4 kills, but they want to get more. They got this Draco Storm and they want to use it, and that is a low HP member of NPG. No point gaming because you're down.
That's a dead member right there in the storm as well. The worst place to die. So hard to pick him up and to get him back into the game. Not impossible, mind you. Not impossible, as it looks like MPG are actually going to go for it. They are going to go for the pickup here. Going to get the revive on their teammate. Going to go back up to 3 members. And that should... They'll be pretty happy about that one, but still losing a lot of health in this storm. And now having to be... You know, fighting around with a naked teammate, it's just not that good. They did pick him up. Okay,
they cancelled it to help recover health and then restarted it.
Okay, gotcha. They did pick him up in the end there.
They did get him, yeah.
Back to 3 members, yeah.
So it could be worse, could be better though. They did. They wouldn't have lost all of their gear. Depends what was taken off them, but they probably lost a little bit. At least the utilities, like the grappling hooks and like the recovery of health and shields, as Mikasa cancels their ultimate early because they got Wu Chen and the enemy team left, so they couldn't do anything about it. GG actually looking for Ping Tao from AOW. Ping Tao is just crowd controlled and gone. That was an easy pickup there for the side of GG, and they're starting to line their pockets with a whole bunch of kills. They are sitting very comfortable as JDG actually got himself a legendary armor here onto Kopi.
This might be the game of the underdogs here. Looks like our top performers aren't necessarily having the best of games. YZG already out, obviously. AOW struggling as well. Instead, it's the likes of MPG who are doing, not MPG, excuse me. I'm completely having a brain fart. The people we just watched doing really well.
GG.
And yeah, this is the difficulty here. When a good team falls out this early, it just opens up the rest of the lobby, and you can actually capitalize on that, and you can maybe look for those higher finish plays. And this is an opportunity for you to get higher points in those standings, and actually make something for you in this day, which otherwise has been a little bit quiet for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, it has. I think for some teams it's maybe been disappointingly quiet. OUG, kind of a sleeper team. We talk about the squirrels climbing up the trees. The actual squirrels or chipmunks, I don't really know. Some kind of rodent. They've actually been pretty good today. When we saw the overall standings, they were on the upper side of the table. We have 3 sheets to it as well, so that's pretty good. Out of the 24 teams, they were in that top 8. So they're definitely a team to potentially watch in weeks going forward, and they're kind of almost feeling what WBG did last season, where we never really talked about them because we just were watching the teams who were scoring bigger points, but they're being consistently good and kind of going under the radar, and it's working out for them. They're looking like a team who genuinely could be someone that the other teams have to be very wary of coming out into the bi-weekly finals. They're not secured it yet, but a good day today could potentially set them up to make it into that bi-weekly finals. You just need to not be bottom 8. Top 16 is all you need, and at that point you can start to get yourself, that prize money, which is up for grabs. I can't remember how much it is in the first bi-weekly, but it does creep up slowly. And we actually had an announcement of the World Championship final prize pool. I can't remember the exact amount, but it made my jaw drop, and I'm not gonna lie, it was a flabbergasting amount of money.
Do you think we'll get a cut of that being part of the Naraka team?
I mean, if we form a team and win.
I'm down.
I mean, look, I carried Rune and Derby, and they've been playing this game for ages. Like, Rune was like, man, I'm putting the numbers out this game. I'm doing really good. And then I did, I think it was about 14k more damage than him. I hard carried him all game.
Wow.
I won't ever let him forget the one time I played with him, I carried him. And it's on stream as well, so people watch. There was evidence. People saw me.
It's in the record books.
It's there.
I don't see what's stopping us from competing for the World Championships and getting that prize pool.
Probably a team and qualifying points.
Yeah, and the ability
we'll pull some strings, see what we can do.
Yeah, we'll try some things, but I think it's looking good. Baby steps though. Maybe we should just start with. See, this is it, right? We just soak up strategies from the Chinese, bring it into the Worlds, and bam, sorted.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, true. We could just compete in the EU side of it.
Exactly.
We're geniuses.
It's a plan. Although for now I'm a bit busy because I've got some Naraka to cast, and I can't play right now. My mum says it's not my turn, so I'll be on later if you're still on.
Was that a genuine question?
No, I don't actually want to play Naraka. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. It's just that bit of a lull stage here at the game where we start chatting a little bit of rubbish because there's not too much happening here, as the teams are just doing their thing, really, just hanging out, just vibing in their corners of the map. As you can see here, WBG versus XCG, I believe, is a fight that's going on here, though, or maybe something like that. WBG, either way, are getting pelted from range with those cannons. Try not to take too much poke, because that's obviously bad. If you're taking damage, is not good. But as this circle gets smaller and smaller, you're low on health, and these fights start breaking out. That's the kind of disadvantage that you certainly do not want to find yourself in.
They are
knocked out pretty quickly.
Woefully under-equipped as well. They got blue armor and blue weapons. Like, they're not
getting
geared.
boinked. They're getting hella boinked here.
Yeah.
Like, that's
they just went into a corner to die.
That's a double. Wade's got a double there with the cannon, and that's all she wrote, I believe, for WBG. Unfortunately, not going to be able to take much more out of this one.
Nothing of value on them, Wade, so you're fine. 11 teams standing, 5 minutes left on the game, and I actually think this might be my first game I've casted where we've ended in the kind of upper part of shipwrecks. Wait, is that a blood ripper? Yeah. No one plays this weapon. What? I haven't seen this
Maybe
weapon.
this is... I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on.
I tell you, the last time I saw this weapon was EU, and they're crazy over there. That's like because they just don't take it seriously. I've never seen in the Nbpl a Blood Ripper come out.
I want to see the Blood Ripper take some names, man. I want to see it carve through the enemy teams. Like Ping Tao here on his ulti with Viper. Not going to find anyone, though. That is going to be breaking the line of sight. Unfortunately for him and the rest of AOW, not going to find that stun. Just playing a little bit chill here. Not dedicating to too much of the fight. It's just doing a little bit, seeing if we can get some stuns, some CC, and then firing out that range with the disengage. Trying to poke people down a little bit, like right here. Ping Tao has found the entirety of JGG. Does not want to be there. J-Team as well, finding themselves in the middle of the fight. This could be good, though. You're going to get the stun from Viper. And the whole team is there to bully Wade down. I'm not sure. I think he's fallen there, but I didn't quite see. A lot of big explosions happened and lots of stuff, and it's all very hectic right now as Wolves, speaking of hectic, jumping in here for the third party and going to pick up the scraps of that fight.
And actually, look at the top three. GG, J-Team, and Wolves right now, all leading the charge in the kills. But you got to keep scared, because I hear that Blood Ripper off in the distance, and Godly trying to get away from it, doesn't want anything to do. Is he seriously using a Blood Ripper right now? Like, trying to actually find people with it?
Maybe it's better when there's like no transformers or something. Like, you know, it's just...
Actually, you know what? You might be right.
Like, I can imagine that being fairly decent.
Well, you're fairly stationary when using it, so maybe you just don't see it because there's normally transformers, and I just don't think they're I think all the transformers are out of this lobby now, so
yeah,
pretty much freebies.
You're right, I can hear it. It's very loud.
I don't know if that was Yoto F or the chainsaw. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, Alex, is he gonna be able to survive this? GG, obviously, it's still first place in the kills. They want to hang on for the best multiplier possible. All those kills that they've built up so far, it looks like they are going to be able to stabilize right there. Look at all these cannons coming through. J-Team, mate, they're in a big pickle. So, hell is just raining down on all these teams right now. All these cannons coming through. So hard to navigate, and Wolves finally going to break the stalemate of range and actually jump in. And as I say that, of course, they disengage, run away, and we continue the cannons here. I think that's a bouncy cannon as well, as you were saying, like the one that bounces before they explode. JGG, Wolves, GG, and JJ Hard all in this fight right here. It's a huge cluster, Jake.
Everyone's getting stunned. 14's going to lose his life. We saw the... Oh, there's a monk still available. Slayer taken down as well as they try to find the last grab. 0-1 finds himself a grab onto Sansi, trying to catch people out of the air. It's very hard to catch people. They actually were able to wiggle out of their hands in time. Sansi freezes themselves up, tries to get away, but immediately gets grabbed again. They were able to escape last time. This time the double slam comes down, and Sansi will lose their life. The Yoto ults are coming in, and there's a lot of Vipers popping everybody. The Wu Shens able to get away for the moment. Lion TT up in the air, finishing up LSN, unable to quite do so. Ping Tao comes in with the tactical nuke to lock everybody in place. The charge attacks actually get blocked by the brawl. He's unable to get too much more. GG are knocked out. In comes Kopi for JDG, able to lock them all down. He's got that Blood Ripper. Now he can switch it out and start to rip through everyone, but he's just going to use his pole arm to do the work. J-Team are knocked out as One Fang, the last player for Wolves, is doing his best here with the Yoto slashes, taking quite a few people down, taking them low. He gets caught out though by the ultimate from the Valda, trying to find this final spear to finish them up. It's an early ult though from the side of the Valda, so he's not going to be able to use it to block away on the damage from the tick from the ult. Maybe he can build up enough rage in the next minute, but there's 4 people left and this circle's still not fully closed. Everybody ult in the open, fighting out as Kopi not anywhere near getting that Viper ultimate back up and available for him as 28 HH is taken down. We're down to 3 players. Wolves One Fang is going to get himself caught out momentarily. He tries to jump away, but he is the attention of both of these teams as Wolves are taken down. Now it's just down to these last 2, and there we go.
There it is right there. JGG is, yeah, JGG was, it was a 2v1v1. We like those odds. Lion TT and Kopi making it happen towards the end. That one, beautiful stuff. That's so honestly, that ended a little bit faster than we've seen so far today in the NBPL. Normally, it's like the circle just disappears before you even get the winners here. It's kind of hard to see what's happening, but now this one right here, JG being the one to pull that trigger, and this is a team that's not really been pretty quiet so far today. As I mentioned, like it was an omen for things to come when YZG got knocked out as like 14th place team. We knew something funky was going to happen in this lobby, and that's exactly what did happen. A lot of fights towards the end there with OU as well, surviving for one. Wolves, bit of a bounce back there for Wolves, who had a really shocking game 4. Nothing good coming out for them. But yeah, JGD picking up their first win here, and quite surprising as well. I certainly wouldn't have pegged them to be a team that would come out on top. Being a team that have been quite quiet today, as I mentioned. But making it happen.
I think that's kind of been the story of today. Teams that have been quiet, making it happen. I mean, that's been the story of trios. It's such a different game from solos as well. Just because you are playing on your own. You have that one revive, but like there is no if I lose this fight, my Weishen can just come in from the sidelines, TP us both out, and then pick us both up. Yeah. That doesn't happen in solos. It's a very different game. And coming into this, it's been really hard to call, how the trios are going to go, because we had our expectations. We said, these are the teams to watch. And then suddenly they're just not the teams to watch. And then when we start to doubt them, they go, don't worry, we are still good. We're just finding our footing. It's been a very back and forth couple of days in the trios. We got one more game to go. Are we going to see someone else take a win, or are we going to have another team, or are we going to have YZG go for the hat trick today?
I want to see a hat trick. I think that's quite exciting, but honestly, I just have no idea. As soon as they got knocked out in 14, I was just like, yo, wait, what? Like, what is happening? And anything can happen here in this last game. Anything can happen. Maybe YZG come back with a vengeance. They're tilted as hell, and they want to come back and really make a statement in their game 6. But yeah, I mean, I honestly think like I want to see J Team come up in that top 3. That's the team I got my own. They have honestly, they started off slow, a bit poor, but they've just been getting better and better and better, building from strength to strength. And I think game 6 is their time.
I hope so. I do hope so. I mean, when J Team win, they win hard. I can't remember the amount of points they got on that. Like they had the first week 2 of the first season. They had one of the highest scoring games we've ever had. It was dominating. They basically murdered the entire lobby. Like no one else really got kills. It was all J Team. They were just hunting team to team to team. And we actually even had a graphic to watch their rotation. And they were just walking around the edge of the map, mopping every team up, and then just cleaned into the center and cleaned out. When J Team play well, J Team play bloody well. But they are consistently not playing well. They are 80% of the time a disappointment, 20% of the time, oh wow, J-Team are here. But here we go. At the top of the tables, it is a different team with a J at the start. JDG, 32 points for themselves there. Absolutely monster performance. Then Wolves with 15 and just 1.8 points behind them, GG.
That was a slaughter there for JDG. I wasn't really expecting to see that coming out of the stats. That was a very one-sided game for them. Obviously finishing first and having a huge amount of kills as well. Wolves were one of our previous winners, being able to come in second as well. That's going to do good for their overall standings. But disappointing performances. AOW, EWG, and YZG. These are 3 teams that we were talking about, coming into game 4 and even game 5. Like these are the consistent teams. These are the teams that were hogging the top 3 early on in the day. And all of these teams, none of them finished above 10th. 14th, 13th, and 10th respectively is a huge change of pace right here. We've kind of just flipped the scoreboards here with the best teams being towards the bottom. And, that's great. Like, I love that. I love that we're able to get these, the teams that are otherwise not having great performances to really step up here. And I want to see, is that a fluke for game 5? Or is that something that we'll carry on into game 6 as well?
Well, we're only going to find out once we get into that game. I'm waiting with bated breath because every time I set an expectation, I am cursing them. I don't know if it's maybe because production decided my first cast of the season would be with Moxie. And for anyone who has worked with Moxie or knows Moxie, she is the queen of cursing. But her favorite hero, Valda, was the MVP this game. Tijing Shu on the Viper, looking very good. They're blue Soul Jades and 2 grey Soul Jades. Didn't even have max Soul Jades.
is that?
8,400 damage. This was a bizarre game.
It really was a bizarre game. I'm looking at that and I'm just like, what? And we had a 40,000 damage MVP before. We had even like a Karumi, MVP before with like 25k. This one on 8.5, that is quite low. Yeah, he wasn't even that is shocking. He wasn't even really kitted out. I think honestly maybe that is testament to his performance, the fact that he was able to still do that with those soul chase. Like, they're boring. They're crap. there's nothing to him. Like, and he's still able to pull out the victory is really impressive.
I mean, there's one basic takeaway. If you want to be MVP, don't rescue your teammates. Yeah. I mean, or just play well enough that you don't need to rescue teammates. Maybe we're just overlooking that as a factor. Maybe we're criticizing these teams, saying, I can't believe they're not rescuing. Maybe they're just not losing anybody, so they don't need that rescuing. I don't know. It's hard to call, but I think Game 6 is going to be a fun one. I'm kind of with you. I like the idea of like seeing a J team victory. I also kind of have my eyes on Aces. I think Aces. It's been not Aces. They're not playing today. AOW. AOW actually yet to win a single lobby. They're just being consistently high scoring, and they've kind of fallen off a little bit towards the tail end. But AOW definitely a team who I want to see show up, because they're over in solos. They got AOW Mike. Foxy, you haven't got to do solos yet, but when you get to do solos, mark my words, Mike is a guy to watch. He is bloody amazing. So I'll be real, yeah. I'm a little bit of an AOW fan, but you know what? We're gonna go over to JDG, who are standing by with Leah after that victory.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game review. I'm Leah. Congratulations to Jingdong Gaming to be the winner of this game. We invite Lion TT to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 先请 Lion TT 跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Lion TT。
Okay, welcome. So I see your team use Viper, Voda, and Yuto these combinations in this game. Maybe you can tell us about this combo. 那我看到你们这次是用了洪水刀这个阵容，可以跟我们讲一下是怎么回事吗？
因为我们那个红尘刀玩的不是很好，加上用水娘也可以去 counter 逆红叶大招，所以说我们就选择这么一套阵容。
Okay, because we are not really good at Viper, Wu-Chen, and Yuto this combination, so we change Wu-Chen into Voda, and Voda also can like counter Viper's ultimate about this combination. So maybe you can say more about the details of Voda in this combination. Maybe what kind of effect Voda have in this combo. 那可以再给我们继续讲一下，就是水娘在你们这个阵容里面的作用吗？还有就是maybe tell us which her like carry V or F， 或者是告诉我们一下 V 几 F 几。
我们水娘带的是 V3 跟 F1， 水娘的作用就相当于是 counter 对面加逆红叶大招跟妖刀姬大招的，然后给其他两位队友增加更高容错，然后利用小技能 F1 我们可以打一波强激火。
Okay, so our Voda was use F1 V3 in this combo, and the most of the effect Voda have was to counter Viper's ultimate and Yudo's ultimate in the game. Also, FE can give us like more fault tolerations for the other two teammates, and we can use Voda's FE to fight the other team and to like fight one person in the team and to kill them all. Okay, so maybe you can tell us about when you face combinations with Yudo, Viper, and Wu-Chen's combo, which one was the first one you have to kill? 那当你们就是面对红尘刀阵容的时候，第一个要集火的人是谁？
我们优先集火的是吴晨，因为我们家逆红叶带是 VR， 可以直接强行把它留下来嘛。然后我们集火目标是优先集火吴晨。
Okay, we will like first kill Wu-Chen in these combinations because our Viper was carry V2 and it can like give us help to like kill Wu-Chen. Maybe you can see more about why you choose to kill Wu-Chen at first. 可以告诉我们为什么是优先集火吴晨这个英雄吗？就是为什么是他？
因为吴晨有个大招嘛，他可以把人带走。如果说我们第一波用大招的话，没有把吴晨留下来的话，下一波的话就不好再去面对对面的红尘刀。当然，如果我们把吴晨留下来的话，就可能说团战就会快速结束一点。
because we know that Wu Chen have a skills can transmit his teammate to the other place, so we want to kill him or just make him stay, so it will like give us more help that we can fight with them. 好的，非常感谢 Lion TT 来到我们的采访，也希望京东 Gaming 之后可以有更加精彩的表现。但 Lion TT come to our interview. Well, let's have a rest and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
Wait, was that a whale in the sky? I'm pretty sure that was like the drone whale thing. That's super cool.
It's so pretty. Anytime we see the shots of that of Shanghai there, I'm just like, oh, that's so pretty.
It is very pretty. It is very pretty. Do you know what else is pretty? Naraka games. I don't know how. I'm been up a long time. I'm struggling to transition right now, but we are heading into our final game of the day here at the Nbpl week 1. We're actually almost done with week 1. We've got one more game to go here at the trios. We'll have a couple of days off before we kick everything back off next Thursday. But I said before the break I want to see AOW win. I think they've been such a good and consistent team. And it feels like they're starting to run out of steam a little bit towards the tail end today. They had a very good start, but it feels like they're slowly, after that game where they should have won and they had a lot of kills, they had really good gear, they just suddenly dropped it. They had like 4 legendary soul jades, each equipped with legendary armor and a legendary weapon. Like, how do you lose that game? And it just feels like I think they've been asking themselves that same question and been struggling.
I honestly think it tilted them. I generally think Game 4 tilted them. Like, it tilted me watching the game. Like, it must just be so difficult, like when you're such an advantage, you have so many kills as well, so like that multiplier is going to come through and just be absolutely massive for those standings, and you just bottle it right at the end. You bottle it, and it's like, it's that part of the game which is the worst time to die as well, because it's like there's 5 minutes left, so the game's almost over. You're like this close to getting a high finish, but there's still another like 10 teams in there. You know, teams just start dropping out one after the other after the other after the other, and they're unfortunately one of the first teams to do that. So that was really, really disappointing for them. And in that last game, they certainly didn't have a good performance either. So Yeah, I mean, I think we mentioned J Team before the break. It's like a reverse J Team. Like J Team have been trending upwards. Same with like GG and teams like JJHRD. They've been trending upwards. But the AOW and maybe a bit as well. EWG have been trending down, and it's just a bit disappointing. So we'll see what we can get in this game 6.
Yeah, I think game 6 is going to be a very fun one. Got a lot on the line. Everything's very tight, and we had this quite a lot last play. A very interchangeable leaderboard. Teams that were moving up and down fairly freely. J Team typically on the lower end of the leaderboard until the kind of tail end of the season, where they kind of salvaged their positioning and made it into the playoffs and the finals itself. But I'm curious to see, how things are going to change this season long, because we had a lot of teams coming in and out of the spots, and I think FPX are still one of the teams to watch. They had an amazing day 1, not because they had pop-off games as we expected, they were just consistently good. But before we get going into this game, we actually have a video standing by with one of our players. We also flew him out tomorrow, so have to see what they had to say.
我感觉火龙国可能更偏向运营吧，因为火龙国的地图很大，他如果打架的话，不是像巨库多亚那么容易被劝架。然后火龙国的话，应该乌城的阵容会上的多一点吧，因为地形太复杂，对双面不是很友好。乌城的话阵容它就很好拖战啊、避战之类的，所以打架运营都有吧。因为火龙国的地图比巨库州大了挺多的。然后对于 S2的话，还是挺有信心的，毕竟。虽然说天宝走了，但我们也补了一个，把我们之前短板的双面给稍微补了一下，然后进来了雕他们，所以然后再是红尘刀的话，再看他俩谁玩的好一点吧。对 S2还是挺有信心的。
Cool hearing from J Team. Obviously, there's a lot of weight behind that roster. Not the roster, sorry, the name, but they've brought in people. They brought Eagle. Eagle's Q9. Eagle was Q9. They brought Eagle in from Q9. The kind of star monk player for that roster. They've put some work into this team to try and fix the issues they have, because if you're J Team, no matter how bad season 1 went domestically, you are still the world champion. And you want to make it to Worlds, and you want to win Worlds again. You want to prove that you are the best in the world. And, there's a bunch of very stacked teams now competing, because I think the difference between Worlds and where we are now was Worlds the first time around there wasn't like a formal tournament that led to Worlds in the sense where like we have the Nbpl. The esports existed in a smaller containment zone, but now we have like a proper studio, proper seasons. There's a lot more investment from the teams and the players, and suddenly J Team find themselves maybe a little bit behind as everyone else is catching up to their level, and in a fair few cases just completely surpass them.
I think it's a testament to the growth of the game as well. Obviously, like you can just look what's on your screen, man. Like there's just so many like little like boosts. Well, not really boosts isn't the right word, but just like the set is just crazy, and like the 3D animations that you've got, and honestly, it's really cool to see how this game has kicked off and how it has grown. But in a game like any esport that's in its infancy, which Naraka really is, it's not a game that's been out for a huge amount of time. Within the first kind of like 3-4 years or so much changes. And like 1 month is like an eternity in a game like that. Like you consider the difference in what we have now to what we had in Worlds. What we have now compared to what we'll have in like 2 years time, it's gonna be just as crazy. Like it's ridiculous, and it's just. It's just other people, the game opening up to other people, and there being like a wider pool of players, and people taking it more seriously, and people being like, oh, you know what, actually I think this is really cool, I want to get into this, and that creates more competition, and more competition, you gotta keep up or you fall behind. And I think J Team really have fallen behind a little bit, but as I mentioned, this is the team for me to watch coming into this game 6 here, because I feel like they have been on that upward trend. It started off a little bit rough to start the day, but they've had some good performances in the past few matches here, so they're the team that I've got my eyes on last game.
I think this hero selection is going to be very interesting, because we had a lot of monks not getting picked up, so I expected to see a lot of bald heads here, but again, I'm only seeing 2 heads right now for the pool.
From YZG?
YZG, that is Ataka. He's pretty decent if you start to see more and more Justinas showing up, because he can actually deal with her when she freezes, because the burn stays on. So once they come out, they just start to get burnt. I
We
will
were
hold
baited.
my excitement to AOW and the zipping. Wolves potentially going for a Takeda. And to be honest, Takeda very much suits the Wolves playstyle. He's a very aggressive hero. He has, you know, his mechanical setup. You need to kind of get them airborne before you can use that ultimate. He's, you know, as when we spoke to Seb, when I was working with Seb last season, Seb was very outspoken about Takeda and kind of said, you know, the problem with Takeda is he has more problems than he has solutions. And that's typically what holds him back, because at the beginning of the season, he was kind of like the solos 1v1 hero, and then he just fell completely out of meta when Yoto took over and Justina figured out to be an answer and Valda started to show up. Like, he fell out of the meta entirely, but he did start to show up a little bit more in trios when people realized, okay, Takeda's good, but like, he needs to have people to be able to set him up. Now, unfortunately for you, Foxy, we have seen the Takaji actually get knocked out, but I think there's still a zipping in this game.
I think there is. I genuinely think there is. I think that stays here. So we are going to see the new champion here in our last game of the day. Just seeing what's up and going to get a bit of a taster of this, and maybe this will inspire people to pick her up more as we get into week 2. And it is AOW. It's a team that you wanted to keep your eyes on anyway, so even more reason to watch them, as they are going to be picking up that new champion. We'll see if it can work out for them. A champion that's very good in the solos, but not really seen the same amount of presence so far in the trios.
Well, we'll find out. We did have 20 seconds, so there was a world where they changed last second, but hopefully, I am praying that they are able to pull it out. Obviously, you know, I've talked about AOW, but WBG, been a very quiet day for them. A very, very quiet day. We are actually over where AOW are in the area, just focusing on the former winners, though, from the last game. JDG defending their title, or defending their spot at the top right now. J-Team, I found themselves in a fight with OUG. OUG, a team who have, like I said earlier, kind of really popped off towards the later end and kind of just been quietly good all day, and they've been consistently scoring relatively high. But they are now in a fight with J-Team as I believe they've got the Matari invisibility on them for the moment. They're looking to break out into the fight, and oh no, Little is going to be going down. I think they might just be at the end of their tether here, looking for the scale rush in. Can't quite hit them, but we'll be able to finish them up. SS finishes Lee over. They are done on that front. OUG are looking to win this fight versus J-Team, but J-Team actually turning it back around. ZK coming in big, but he has to now 1v2. Slayer is down, so can he make it work? No, he's been countered, and he is down. OUG able to win that fight.
Wow, that's a bit topsy-turvy right there. Started off with J-Team getting absolutely destroyed, but they did claw one back. Still, they are going to fall down in that fight as we swap over here to JJ. This is a huge fight. There's like 9 people here. 3 or 4 different teams joining in on this one. I can't really see what's going on. JDG are in the fight though. Like you said, they're the winners of our last match. Trying to make things happen. Godley is going to be running away. XCG as well in the middle right here. But you've got to be careful in this zone. Or this is their zone, it seems like. So they're happy. They're just chilling.
I get baited by that all the time.
No worries on that one. But look at that JDG. All those cans down there. Like they really didn't have a good showing of things, you know, like that's gonna obviously not a big deal at the early game when you can just resurrect and move on with your life, but move on with your second life, I suppose. But XCG are gonna be able to pick up some of those kills. 2 kills to their names right now.
Do you know, I'm still yet to see someone die to the water wheel here. There's a big water wheel which can unattach there and roll down the river and actually take players out. I'm still yet to see it happen. I know that Dubby is desperate to see it happen in a pro game, but unfortunately we were very close on Friday, but we didn't actually get there. Going over to WBG right now, they have just the 1 kill, and they're currently looking to hunt down XCG's Li Jiang as they are out of the game, taken down. Xiaonan going in for a cheeky evolve here, just transform, I guess. Trying to find himself the grabs onto potentially Sleepwalker.
Oh, good hit.
Got him, and that should just be a kill onto Sleepwalker. That purple armor, a nice early find for him, might just be lost as goes invisible for the moment, and he is on the run. He is actually able to get away as WBG now recollapsing in, and JJHRD also joining into the middle of this action. It's getting that third party being a real problem.
It looked like WBG were in the in the crosshairs there for that fight. XCG were gonna, grabbing people and looking to hunt them down, but they're actually the ones that fail in the end with that third party, as you say, with JJ coming in here. But now it's JJ that are on the receiving end of this. There's so much chaos in that early game. If you drop near other teams, you have to expect this coming through. Like, yeah, you can pick fights with other teams, and you can maybe collapse on other teams and try and third party them, be that third team coming through and get that advantage, that sneaky little advantage. But the same thing can happen to you too, and that's what we saw right there from JJ. They were able to TP out, get away to safety, but OC are not satisfied with that. They're going to keep sticking around here. They're looking for JJ. They want some more from them. They might be able to find them.
Yeah, they have actually looked to chase them down. Lingjing chasing forwards with the ult on. I don't know if the stun actually connected, unfortunately, but that doesn't really seem to dissuade them any further. I say that as they disappear up towards the top of Celestia here, and now actually into the waiting jaws of JJHRD, able to take down a couple of these members. Lots of damage coming out of the Bane's Breath also here. Somebody's on the bad end of this as the Wu Chen ult comes out and they are able to get away to safety. It feels like they are just going to be okay for the moment. EWG now chasing onto the kills, but actually not able to find them, so feels like a lot of this action has been somewhat dissuaded.
Yeah, EWG here moving forward onto JJ, looking for this fight. It's going to be a little bit tough right here, as JJ going to get caught out position a little bit. It's True J going to be on the receiving end. 2v1 Sansi here, going for the ultimate on the Yoto. Just needs that one hit to take him down. Can they find it? Eventually, it is going to be there. I am... My brain is not working. I'm hearing like a sandstorm in my headset right now. I'm sorry. I can't think.
Unfortunately, guys, our audio at home is a little bit bugged at the moment, but hopefully it won't affect us too much. As a whole bunch of teams are all in the area. But it looks like everyone's quite okay just to walk away for now. Are they okay? Yes, they are fine. No one wants to fight. Everyone just wants to chill.
Well, having said that though, EWG are gonna find WBG. It's gonna be a bit of a fight here with the two squads. It's a nice sandstorm to really disrupt this play here, as the Wu Chen ult is gonna come through for EWG. Just gonna get that reset. Nothing too fancy happening right here. Oh, but they found YZG as well. They TP'd onto a rooftop away from danger into safety, but it was out of something into the fire. My goodness, YZG were right there just waiting for them now. They're the ones on the chase. EWG trying their best here to reset right now. Hanging off of the roofs, trying to get that healing, trying to refresh their armor and stuff, but it's just not being given that time. YZG are on the chase. They're going in for it. EWG might be in a little bit of a pickle here. Just trying to turn tail and run. They know that JJ are around as well. They don't want to get third parties. Playing a little bit passive here, throwing out that range attacks as they run, but it is going to be a big engage here from CXZ with that Viper ultimate. It is going to land the stuns, and that's going to be an easy pickup right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Poor Zhao Liu going down. Even more coming through here right now with the rest of EWG. Sansi trying to make the play happen. QGG with that Yoko ultimate, just slapping down on the members of EWG. Yaren as well. He's gonna fall. He's gonna struggle right here. Sansi's own Yoko ultimate. Yoko ultimate is not gonna make much impact. All by himself right now. Not sure he's gonna be able to do this 3v1, and it is gonna be EWG falling down. YZG finding the play in that fight right there, and already off to a better start than they had in that previous one. 6 kills to their name. Game 5 where they were out like second or something, way too early. Coming back with a vengeance here in Game 6.
There was a lot of teams up there as well. That was a really, really crazy fight that was on the verges of going down. Kobe actually tethers forwards and almost gets stunned up there. Is able to break line of sight from the Viper. And It's actually going to be a nice kill there for YZG. They got themselves already 7 on the board, so they're sitting quite pretty. You can see OUG also up there with a 7. JJHRD. Honestly, OUG and JJHRD, this is such a hard name. These two teams are impressing me. OUG have been consistently pretty quietly good all day, and JJ has just found their their footing in the tail end of the day, and suddenly gone from a team who are like, oh, the newbies not doing so hot, to, oh, the newbies are doing okay.
Yeah, the kids are all right, man.
Yeah.
They're doing just fine. They're doing just fine as these games have gone on here. Speaking of doing just fine, WBG versus OC in this little scrap right here. Both teams honestly haven't had too great showings, especially WBG, who we've been expecting a fair amount from. Coming into today, haven't been able to really show us a lot in these games, but they are going to come out on top of that play. And Bowder versus Wolves on the shore. This is a story we've seen before. I believe it was Bowder who came out on top of that one previously, but it's not going to be the case this time around, as that Mara's Blessing is being contested over. Wolves just going to let this one drop for now, as a Viper ult was coming through and threatened to lock everyone up. Certainly not something we want to see happening. Bowder versus GG now. GG certainly not going to let this one go down. One of the better teams we've been seeing today. Consistency is key, and they're looking at it again. A strong start here in game number 6, taking down Bowder as well. And they're going to be able to claim the bounty all for themselves. And Mara's Blessing should be free right here as Miskia will pick that one up. We'll see what kind of buff they can get, what kind of loot falls their way.
Oh, Phoenix. Oh, Vermilion Birthlight, not Phoenix. But basically Phoenix, they get the revive. You can see OUG also have it, and the Draco Storm is onto NA. Is that NA? No, it's not NAD. They're not playing today. Who is that? I can't remember that logo.
Is that MPG maybe? I'm actually not 100% sure.
That is a very hard logo to make out. Sorry, guys, but you got a buff. But it's only timing out in a minute, so it doesn't really matter. We'll see what GG do with this, though. I expect to see them go aggressive. And yes, they found a member of Bowder. Do miss out on the grapple, which slows down their tempo a little bit. But Ajao now being chased down by everybody on the side of GG, hunting for that kill. Always have to appreciate that Miss Kia has the flying squirrel grappling hook. It's the best one. Shoot a squirrel, flying squirrel. Like, yeah, you have a flying squirrel. It's brilliant. But did Wolves just get knocked out? Or did they just lose a single player? I can't tell.
I can't tell either. I wasn't too sure what the situations are here for Wolves, but it's quite possible. Honestly, we're at that point in the game right here. Badow as well, getting not seeing some too good things here. Could be. Honestly, we could be seeing some teams falling down. We have got 3 teams eliminated already. If that is Wolves, then it's a bit. I mean, that's a bit uncharacteristic for them. This is usually the part of the game where they kind of thrive, and then it's as the game goes on when maybe they falter just a teeny little bit. Let's move on here to YZG. That was a good hit. Yes. Did he hit it?
I don't think he did. No, they were able to ping out with the Wu Shen. J-Team reset and retake the fight. Instant Viper stun comes down from CXZ, and they're not going to be able to revive their teammate in time. They're dying out too low, but J-Team are going to lose Lee. They are taken down as well in response. YZG at least strike back as we see MPG taken out. No problem, gamers. We'll get you next week. They are taken out of the lobby. I'm going to have so much fun with this name.
It's tough, isn't it?
It's my third one now.
At least it's not like JJ. Well, I can't. JJ. I'm struggling. The names are very hard to say. The names are very. There's so many syllables and there's so many recurring letters. G is quite a popular one here. I guess it stands for gaming, which is fair enough.
Oh, interesting. So, coaches XCG, we asked them about zipping and like in trios, who would you combine her with? He's saying you take Takeda with the F1 ability to enhance melee fighting, and then Wu Shen to kind of fault tolerance is actually a very good way to describe basically a safety net. But I like fault tolerance. Fault tolerance is like actually a better way to word that. I like that. And it's similar to Yoto in that sense then. The question is do you get the same thing out of a zipping as you do out of a Yoto? No, the Yoto does a lot of AoE damage and a lot of it. So GG not gonna be able to find themselves a kill. I haven't seen AOW yet, so I need to know if they've got a zipping on their team. We saw them briefly, but I don't think we've actually looked at their team.
Something completely off topic here, but we saw Slayer purchase a revive charm, which he was on the receiving end of about 5 of them in game number 3 or 4. He's finally returning the favor to his team, bringing Lee back to life here as GBL are going to find themselves in a fight against GG. Oh, that's a good isolation right there, though. That is a struggling GG. I'm not sure they're going to be able to pull this one out. They are going down right here. Yeah, they're fine.
going down, but they just reset.
They
actually get a very free, because like GBL don't actually get anything off that. They just get the points.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they get the 3 points for the kills, but like GG now can take all their gear and just go reset elsewhere in like a more comfortable position. We'll get you next time, kind of deal. Also, Mora's Blessings are spawning up soon, so they might just free reposition into a Mora's Blessing area or near it, and then we'll see what they can do with that.
Oh, that is a good hook mid-air right there for Sansi onto Q9. He's really been one of the standout performers, I think, of today. We've been seeing Sansi and the rest of EWG play really, really well, and this guy specifically has just been kind of off the rocket a little bit with his performances. He's really been able to put a lot of pressure down on teams, and his just like mechanics in these little team fights is really, really impressive. And for me, I would give him MVP of the day personally. We'll see if they can do it against Q9 right here. As we can see, they are getting into a little bit of a pickle. WG do not want to dedicate just yet to this one. Gotta be careful though. It looks like both of these teams are kind of flirting with danger. They're looking for it. Guahi's going to go for the transform is the word I'm looking for. And this should be the disengage from EWG. Not looking to make this one happen while that ulti is coming through from the Shanghai. Having said that, though, maybe they want to go through anyway.
Yeah, they're using the ult just to zone off the Mora's Blessing, that kind of big grab, just to make sure nobody can contest them on this Blessing. Is going a little bit low here. Gua trying to find these slams, is going to time out now. Sansi going to be able to zone them all away as well. I didn't see who actually won the battle for the buff, but Q9 sending LWH into the middle of everyone on that Terracotta Warrior to try and just lock them all down. And something of note is AOW 0 points. Not the win they needed, not the game they needed. Pretty rough one for them, and I believe that's not a zipping as well. So they didn't take it, unfortunately.
No, unfortunately not. That is with Wolves and AOW falling out here, the two of our better performer teams here in day 4 of the bi-weekly one. So that does open up some slots again. Like the last time we saw some well-performing teams go out early, it was the game that JDG won. It was the last game, I believe, where because these teams are some of the better performing teams aren't available for those late game fights. We're able to actually kind of get slightly better performances and really just finish out in those top 3 in places that otherwise you'd be contesting with those better teams that they can't push away from this time around. As Yiran, who was looking for the revive on his team, isn't going to find it, and instead is going to find JDG, who are just going to knock him out. And I believe that's his team gone as well. I don't think that they've got any more. I think that was EWG just knocked out the lobby here. That's them done for the day.
Yeah, EWG, that's actually a really rough loss for them to kind of, end the day on that. They've been pretty good consistently today, but not going to be enough here. As Baldo, their final member, 101TN. If you recognize that name, he was part of the pool advert. We played quite a lot. On the run, on his lonesome, running away on that pool party Yoto. I don't think it's called pool party, but the holiday skin Yoto. Somewhat thematic for 101TN, to be honest, at this point. As OUG repositioning into the circle right now. And we've still got 11 teams left up, 30 players in the lobby. So it is very much a anybody's game moment, but we're at that 11-minute mark. I think this final game, people probably got a little bit of fatigue setting in right now as well. So they're playing, I'd say a little bit more respectfully to one another. There's been a little bit of fighting, and they are obviously still going to fight when they see each other, but they're not as actively looking for it. And SS does have the bouncing shells on those cannons as well.
Yeah, as Q9 just going to be wanting to hop, skip, and jump away from this right here. J team's still knocking about here. This is the team for me that I want to keep my eyes on. I thought coming into this game specifically, they've been on the uptrend, having pretty poor early performances here in games 1, 2, 3, and really just picking it up as the day's gone on, and still looking looking to get something from this one, and with the removal of like Wolves and EWG and AOW, like they're not in the pool right now and they're not in the lobby, so this is the opportunity here for J Team to try and take a big like a high finish right here. We're seeing a big fight though right now. XCG versus GG with YZG on the side, just peltering them with those ranged attacks. Is going to be a runaway here. There's only 2 members alive here for XCG. They're in a bit of a pickle right now. They are at the whim of GG if they want to go for this chase, which it looks like Piso is going for. Miscue, excuse me. I don't think you can get out of this one, buddy. You can try, you can run, but you can't hide. I don't even think you can run. I think you're just dead. You're donezo. You're already taken out. And there he goes. That spells disaster for the rest of XCQ here. WBG on the other hand, sitting on top of this this tower with the ballista, looking pretty in this game.
Yeah, they are actually Jing up on the high ground here. Just I was like, oh, he's on the way to save his teammate, and then realized it was XCG who went down. So WBG not going to be doing anything about that. Right now though, WBG have got themselves the 6 points, and you know they are still lacking in a first place. If they, as the champions of season 1, don't even find a win in the first week, I think that's a bit of a failure by them. This is a team that, you know, they've played 12 games this week in trios. They are the defending champions, but they are just falling so short consistently. So it's definitely going to be something where, you know, we got our eyes on them going into the other weeks. So for now, they got a bit of a way to climb because OUG have 12 kills, YZG have 8 kills, JJHRD have 7, same for GG. You know, these teams are all ahead of them right now, so they have some real work to put in if they want to kind of put their authority, put their stamp down on the season, I guess is probably the best way to word it. But again, it's just a matter of waiting it out. WVG, a good way to actually equip yourself for something like that is to get these Mora's Blessings, get the goodies in it. 13 Shao gonna be picking up that golden armor. You typically do put the golden armor if you only get one onto your Justina or onto your Viper, just because these are the guys who will be jumping into the middle of the fight first. Justina with that ultimate, being able to lock people down. So you don't want to leave them too exposed. They are your kind of team fight engages, I guess, is probably the best way to word it. Kind of coming from another game there as a term, but I'm gonna use it here because it's applicable. Still,
yeah, they're the ones who jump in first, and they set up the plays and they make it happen. Like absolutely, like my opponent's getting in the middle of everyone with the with her ulti to stun everyone down, but she's vulnerable. And same for Justina with those freeze dashes. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense putting your strong armor on the low range characters.
The Frozone cosplay.
Frozone.
Where's my super suit?
Well, he's got his super suit right now.
Yeah, he has got his super suit, yeah, actually.
Looted that one out of the chest. He's happy. Happy camper.
Well, 7 minutes on the clock. Still, Bounder are knocked out of the lobby, taken down pretty early on. That is a rough loss for them as YZG got the Viper stun on. They're going to keep it on. Almost breaks line of sight. Not going to happen. GBL Hang will be taken down by YZG, and they're just padding the stats here, getting even more kills to add to that multipliers. WBG coming in with the golden armor and the flamer. The golden flamer make it able to do a lot of damage as 13 Shao just tasting the damage onto CXZ. CXZ's trying to get away, but he's caught by the grappling hook technology. They're pinning him in place, and down he goes. WBG taking out the front runners here in the lobby, making sure that they're not going to be in any danger yet, denying the enemy teams at least one of their players.
The lobby's being blown wide open right now because they were the favorites, I would say, coming into the end part of this game as we got 6 minutes ticking down. YZG have been consistently the top performers today in the Nbpl, and having them be a man down is big deal right here. JJ Hard as well. We're looking at these guys, another team that have been just trending upwards the entirety of the day. Bit of a slow start, but really having some good performances as these games have gone on, and this game is no different right here. Looking to really get like a solid finish in this one, to match the solid finishes that they've had in the recent games that we've seen. WBG though, I think, as you mentioned, these are the defending champions. They won it all in Season 1. and they haven't got a W yet. You know, as you said, they played a lot of games and they haven't won anything, and it's not looking good. Like, but you know, this is the game. This is their game to have it right now. You need taking out the best performing team today. This is the time where you can actually bring it out and try and get that first place, and really just remind people like, yo, listen guys, I know you're here to play and that's cool, but we are the champions. You gotta respect us.
Yeah, absolutely. They are, you know, they're playing good on the tail end. To be fair, I think no matter what happens, even if they win or lose this game, I think WBG are going to be pretty annoyed at themselves. I think, you know, they were really playing with a lot here, and they haven't actually been able to hit that mark at all. You know, they really needed to kind of put their foot down and say, we are the team here coming into Season 2, and I think they have fallen incredibly short of that, to be completely fair. Now, they are only 4 points behind OUG, but like I was saying, you know, performance here still kind of tarnished by the 11 prior games leading up to this, other than game number 1 where they came second, I guess. But ever since then, they just really haven't been able to find their opening. Gua goes for a transform. Catching up with me now. Goes for a transform here on the Monk, and it's just a little bit too early. I think he's about to time out, and he is not finding a grab. So that is a major ability down. It will be up before the end of the game, but it does leave this team exposed because one of their major parts of their team has now put their major ability on cooldown as OUG jump into J-Team, looking to remove them from the lobby, but it's going to be the ultimate out, the Wushen, to make sure J-Team aren't going to be locked in place. They throw down the Yoto F ability just to make sure that everybody can get a full reset off and recover. 13 Xiao jumps forward just to scout out where everybody is going to recover his weapon, while the rest of the team step forward. J-Team getting very, very close to going down there. The WBG as well. There's a whole bunch of teams here in these tunnel systems beneath the circle, beneath all of the action, as in comes LXM looking to lock Sleepwalker and play. Sleepwalker can't really do too much, but he is getting Wushened out of there as YZG are knocked out of the lobby. They are done. They can't take first anymore. There's too many players. There's too many teams close to them in the standings right now, denying them their third of the day. No hat trick coming out, but WBG, they aren't done. They're trying to get themselves back into this low zone just to recover up for the moment, as OUG having an absolutely killer performance. 12 kills right now for this team. They are playing phenomenally well, as Han might just be giving them their 13th. Is going to jump into the tunnel, tries to get away, but immediately into the waiting hands of another team as GBL are taken down. OUG pick up their 13th kill here of the game, taking down Han and removing GBL from the final game of week 1. The scale rush off the tree comes in onto Gua from Q9. Remember, he is the transformer. The counter comes in time, but they're not going to be able to find anything else. Just calling it for a little bit longer. 2 minutes now until this circle fully closes up, until the action fully closes up. JJHRD able to pick up their teammate, recover them before it gets too hairy. So they do have the full 3 to work with. Gua inside the zone is going to bleed out to the zone, and he is taken down. That is Q9 now removed from the lobby. WBG picking up yet another kill for themselves as well. They are looking really, really solid right now, picking up Wade from OUG. Miss Kia has thrown down the Yotuo, looking for SS. This is the final member going down here. It's not the final member, but it is an important member removed, as J-Team are going to lose a member to JJHRD, losing another key player as GG takes down Slayer as well. J-Team are crumbling at the scene. Little trying to save the day with a stun, trying to hold out as fast as possible, but he's found out by the members of JJHRD. He has to win the 1v1, but he is countered against the wall, and J-Team are removed. They are done. There is only 5 teams and 10 players left, and it's still a packed lobby. GG. LXM now coming in with a Viper stun onto the majority of people here, keeping himself in range as the Wu Chen ults come out to try and cancel out in time, and I don't think too many people are locked down by the stuns from the Viper. LXM trying to see if he can get the damage out from this Flamer, but there's so much verticality. There's caves, there's nooks and crannies for people to hide in, which is making this fight unbelievable. unbelievably hard for all involved. WBG are actually just holding the cave. They're quite happy to hold it for now, but they come out into the middle of the fight. They want to pick up some kills. They want to end in style, but they're frozen down by a Justina as we're seeing teams getting removed all over the place, all over the shop. 13 Xiao freezing people down as WBG Jing able to take down some members himself. Miskia now going for the Yoto ultimate, buying space, taking down Sleepwalker. A star player for the side of WBG has been removed. Jing is next to crumble. OUG have one player standing. Can he make the 1v2 in the zone happen? It's running out of time. It's running out of opportunities as G will take the game.
What an ending to that game 6 as well. It all came down to that legendary flamethrower. GG were able to pick up. My goodness, so we saw J-Team, we saw WBG. All the storylines were there for us, Jake. It was all there for the last game of the day. There is going to be GG picking up one of the teams that we wanted to watch coming into the day. Again, it seems like if you start slow, you tend to finish strong. And all of these teams, all of them that we, the WBGs, the J-Teams, the GGs, all of these teams really weren't doing too hot, and we were wondering what had happened to them. And the teams that were doing well, the AOWs, for example, the EWGs, kind of fell off as the day went on.
Yeah,
I wonder
you're
whether
completely right.
Maybe it's the new schedule. The 6-game schedule makes it a bit tough to maintain that consistency. But either way, huge props to the teams that are able to pull it out and turn it around. JJ being another team that had really, really good showing towards the end of the day as well.
It's a long day for the players, to be fair. It's a very, very long day for them. They, they have a lot to, a lot of games under their belt. But at the end of the day, GG, I'm happy to see them find a win because they were a team that we had expectations for coming into this season. And today hasn't been amazing for them, but for them to end on a win will give them a big confidence boost going into week 2 because there's only one set of games to be played. That's on Friday, because then Sunday is the bi-weekly final. So you need to be in top 16 by the end of Friday. And for some of these teams, that is them done now for the week, and they actually won't play until potentially the bi-weekly finals because they had their 2 games in the first week, so they won't play until Sunday potentially, which means they in one hand get time to practice, prep, and rest going into Sunday, but at the same time it's out of their hands. So if they didn't do well enough, they just didn't do well enough. And some of those teams I'm looking at are brain has fallen apart immediately as soon as I started that point. But, there are teams, when we look at the scoreboard, I'll be able to tell you, but there are teams who are, they've played both their games and they didn't score great. Bowder, probably a big one there. Bowder, odds are, aren't making it to top 16. Bowder, odds are, won't be going to the bi-weekly finals, and they're a team that we were very excited about. They're a team that we were singing praises. They're a team we were saying, watch this team. Well, we watched them fall this week, and they fell on their face.
Yes, with a talented roster like that, when they're absolutely stacked, you would have thought we'd be seeing more for them. We had high expectations for them, and they certainly didn't perform. It's just as simple as that. They did not perform.
Yeah.
But it did leave room for other teams, like maybe some underdog teams or some fresh teams to come in through and really kind of surprise us a little bit, or just add some new faces to the top of the table there. And so it's always good, with one door closing, another one opening.
Exactly. I mean, YZG is probably the people who were first in that door. They were ready to pounce as soon as it came up, and they've had a very, very good day. But GG ending on 33.8 points. That is a killer game, almost on that 20 bomb as well there with the kills. Could have been a huge one for them. WBG finally show up and get themselves 25.5 points, but I don't think this is going to be enough for them. I don't think they'll make it to that top end of the table, but OUG, they've still got more games to play on Friday next week, and they are looking like a team to watch.
Yeah, they look really, really solid right here. Keeping it up and just being able to deliver that consistency as well. I think they've improved as the day's gone on. EWG, looking at the bottom of the table here as well, I think EWG and AOW, like a goose egg for AOW was absolutely horrific. And to be honest, I feel like you cursed them because you did specifically call them out to watch them, and they didn't even get a single point, man. Like, that's absolutely tragic. Really, really, really not good. But it's been an interesting day. I think we've had different teams kind of showing up in the different games. I think we have It started off where we had like the top 3 were fairly consistent, and then that kind of tapered off a little bit, and then different teams coming through. And I think the only real like proper consistent team has been YZG. And to be honest, GG.
I think OUG as well, to be fair.
Yeah, okay. I think OUG.
I think OUG been very consistent today. Yeah. But there you go. Miss Kia is GG's Yoto player. Got 26k damage, 0 rescues, of course. And it is the MVP coming out from that final game of the week. 7 kills. Really good stuff coming up from Miss Kia. And every time we looked at him, he had multiple people in his... it's not really a reticle, but I'm going to call it in the reticle. As he was just lining up his sword slices really well, and really clean stuff coming in from the side of GG. I'm happy to see one of the teams that we had expectations for kind of hit the mark, and you know, I guess FPX as well. But I think we've had, you know, we have a few returning faces to the top of the table, and a few teams who have been always kind of gatekeeped out a little bit just by other teams, now actually starting to get themselves together and look like a really interesting and, you know, potentially good teams going towards the World Championship. But we are going to throw it over to Leah with an interview with one of the players from GG.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. Congratulations to GG to be the winner of this game. We invite LXM to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 先请李希淼跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 GG 的李希淼。
Okay, welcome. So we all know that GG was really good at like double transformers combinations, but this time you use Yudo Viper and Wu Chen's combinations. Maybe you can tell us about these combinations. 那我们都知道积极是很在行这个双变阵容的，但这把是刀红尘阵容，哎，拿了一把大分。可以讲讲就是今天这个双变和刀红尘是怎么回事？
双变的话，第一把是因为碰到那种红尘刀被踢的就没了，现在双变很难玩，所以我们后面可能会考虑更换一个，把奶妈更换掉。然后红尘刀的话，它是一直强势的，强势了已经几个版本了，因为令狐爷的竞技能加上他的大招，还有妖刀的大招，伤害都是很高的，所以这个阵容再加上无尘的那个容错就很变态。
Okay, because in this vision, and we think double transformers combinations was not good to survive in this kind of environment. You can see the first game we used this combo and we get 0 at that time, and we think like Yudo Viper and the Wu Chen combinations is the like most skillful combo in like this vision, and because of the Viper's ultimate and Yudo's ultimate have a really high damage, so this combo can really get a lot of points. And so we maybe will think about to change Kurumi into another hero for the double transformers combinations, but for this time this combo like Yudo Viper and Wu Chen will be our like maybe favorite combo. Okay, so I know you play Viper this time, so maybe you can tell us what situation Viper will use V1, and maybe what kind of situation will use V2 or V3. 那我知道你是这把打的宁红叶嘛，那可以给我们讲一下是什么情况下他带 V1， 那什么情况下带其他的呢？
首先，宁红叶的话 ，V1 和 V2 肯定是要根据团队的风格去改变的，因为我们是一个运营的团队，所以我们选择偏向于决赛圈。我们选择带 V1， 如果是那种其他队伍的话，比较偏打架的话，就可以带 V2 去打架。V2 的打架能力比 V1 强。
Okay, maybe it all depends on the styles your team have, because V1 is more like give you a lot of help in the final circle, and V2 can make your fight like maybe you can give your help in the fight with the other team. So for our team, maybe we are do more thinking in the game, so we carry like V1 in this game. 好的，谢谢李希淼来到我们的采访，也希望积极之后可以就是延续这一把的状态吧，然后之后打出更加不错的成绩。Thank LXM come to interview. Okay, let camera back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Leah. Nice to hear from the guys from GG. Kind of just, it's always interesting because Naraka is such a fast-paced game. I you know, me and Foxy are both from different games as well. You know, I've spent a lot of my time casting lots of different games, and obviously our main game is a game where it is a lot of thinking. In Naraka, especially if you watch the EU side of it, it's very W key. Like, you just run forward and just go into fights, but there is actually a lot of thought process that goes into it. And I guess the kind of thought of like how you're going to take your fight, when you're going to take your fight, is what really separates like the good players from like just your average Joe. I mean, there's also insane mechanics because it's like a fighting game as well as a battle royale at the same time.
Yeah. Honestly, it is legit. It looks kind of like just mechanic-y and aggressive and just going crazy whenever you can, until you try and play it and you're like, what the hell? My brain cannot process all of these things. I need to do all these buttons. It's very complicated in the end of it, and I do think the macro side of it is quite underappreciated, especially when it comes to like your position on the map, because you don't really get to see it or appreciate it as a viewer, because when you're watching it, you're just skipping between teams. It's like, oh, these guys are fighting now, these guys are fighting now. Like, don't necessarily really get to appreciate that. But there's a lot that goes into it so that you're in a position where you can consistently find good fights and not get like cheesed out of the game or like third partied all the time and these kind of things. And I think that's probably the biggest determining factor for whether or not you have consistency as a team is your macro knowledge.
Yeah, it's I think when it comes to the mechanical stuff, the stuff I can't even wrap my head around is the tech chases. Like, we didn't really get them today, and when you see them, you'll know what I mean. When you're in like a proper like city area environment, and they're like up and down the stairs, out the windows, they'll jump out a window and then quickly like 180 onto the roof behind them, or like jump down into the downstairs window, which is like a slight like 20-degree angle away. Like, I don't understand how they do it. Like, it's first of all just like knowledge of the zone and knowing where the like openings are in each building, but like my hands are too boomer for that. Like, I can't do it. I can't pull it off.
No,
but when you get to see a tech chase, you'll really appreciate, like, these guys are really clean at this game, because like nunchucks are typically the one you see tech chases in. Because like the movement stuff you get for that. But here we go, our overall standings, and that is it, secured. Bowder will not be making it to the top 16. There is no way they can score any higher, so they are locked, well, not locked into 18th, but they are locked into the bottom 24, or the bottom 8, I guess is probably the best way to word it. Locked into the bottom 8, and the only team here who are locked into that position right now, J Team, scored as many points today as they did in 2 days, so pretty rough stuff for them. Alliance I've got my eyes on as well. I think a 60-point day is a really, really good start for them. But, you know, we can talk all about that, but let's start looking at higher up the ladder. Ventus is a team I'm going to be very excited for. JJHRD, they just came alive at the end of the day. I don't really know what happened here.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like maybe they were just a little bit nervous to start the day. You know, they have the new team and everything, the new faces around the Nbpl. But really, really respectable score there of 68 coming in from just one day. You know, they will get another day to score up as well, so they certainly will be looking to get higher on number 13 here. I think all in all, though, it's been pretty good performance from them and by GG. What the?
How did they do that? You got like 4 points in the last game. Let's go Wolves!
Yeah, but well, that is impressive. I think EWG's though 101 points to 36. Like, that's actually crazy. AOW will be kicking themselves. Like, they had like 2 or 3 games where they just completely bombed out. But look at that, being 4th place and we've had 1 day competition.
Yeah,
utter madness. So that's absolutely disgusting. Like, even if they didn't play another game, you know, they just chilled, they'd probably still make it to the finals here. Absolutely crazy stuff from them. Really, really consistent as well, and lots of good stuff coming through. WBG, who we had like our eyes on as well. I think it's going to be really interesting to see what they can do in the finals.
And here you go. Here's the schedule for next week. So starting on Thursday, we'll be kicking it off with our solos game. B and C will be playing each other. Then on the Friday, we will have A and C playing each other in our trios. And then we'll be moving through to, on the Saturday, our solo bi-weekly final. And then on the Sunday, it will be our trios bi-weekly final. I'm just very excited to see these games go down. I think, you know, especially in the trios, NAD are definitely a team not to write off. They are currently at the bottom of the top 8, but they had the highest scoring game of any team so far in trios this season. They had a 40.8 or 41 game, like, under the belt. Like, They are good. They are very, very good. We got a bunch of good teams in that top 8. It's very hard to call out who's going to be at the top. You are right though. Wolves unfortunately won't stay in first, especially when you've got teams with 114 points behind them. But remember, all these points are very important because getting into those bi-weekly finals, you take a percentage of those points forward into those finals, and that basically can be an entire extra game. So instead of playing 6 games, you kind of get like a pseudo 7th game in there as well, worth of points. So it's really important to get good scores here because it gives you a massive leg up going into those bi-weekly finals. But it's been a really good day. It's been a really, really good day. Foxdrop, your first time on the show, first time casting Naraka. How's it been?
It's been a lot of fun, honestly. It's way more fast-paced than anything I'm used to. I'm excited and I'm looking forward to doing more, honestly.
Yeah, I'm excited to have you back. I don't know who you're with next week, but
I think I might be with you. I think I'm with you, and I saw one with you.
I need to check. I need to check. Are you
doing 2, mate?
Oh no, you're not. It's you're with Rune next week, mate. So that's gonna be fun. Rune's
I thought I was
yeah.
with
I like how we're doing our schedule on air. I mean, like, it's gonna be good. Like, you got solo finals with Rune next week, so you get to experience the solo action. So you actually get to see some zipping action. I'm a little jealous of you because I won't get to see zipping next week unless someone pulls it out in trios. Zipping looks very, very fun. Her ability to kind of cancel out the counters and all of that. It's going to be very good. Anyway, guys, thank you very much for joining us here at the NBPL. Give a big shout out to Foxy. Give him some love. He's been amazing. Guys, we will see you next week for week 2.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to